Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201: A Tender Haven and a Devilish Schedule. In the 8th round of the league, Manchester City visited London to face West Ham United. Considering that Lily Collins lived near London, Lin Quan messaged her before the match to ask if she wanted to come watch the game. Lily Collins had never watched a football match before and was curious about Lin Quan playing football, so she readily accepted the invitation and came to the London Olympic Stadium. The cameras quickly captured her, and the director frequently switched between Lin Quan and Collins. West Ham's strength was mediocre, and they didn't pose much of a problem for Manchester City at their home ground. After 90 minutes, Manchester City defeated their opponents 3-1, achieving their 8th consecutive victory. Lin Quan performed brilliantly in this match, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, accounting for all 3 of the team's goals, and unsurprisingly winning the Man of the Match award. This result set a new record for Manchester City, their best start in over 100 years of club history. If they can beat Chelsea away in their next match, they will equal Chelsea's record of 9 consecutive wins at the start of the Premier League season in the 2005-2006 season. Currently, only 3 teams in the top 5 leagues remain undefeated. Besides Manchester City, there are Barcelona in La Liga and Roma in Serie A. Despite criticism, Martino's Barcelona has had an excellent record in the league. Neymar has perfectly integrated into the team, providing Barcelona with powerful attacking firepower. As for Roma, under the leadership of young coach Rudy Garcia, they have achieved their best start to the season in club history. If they maintain this momentum, Roma is very likely to win their 4th league title. After the match against West Ham United, the Manchester City players did not return to Manchester but flew directly from London to Moscow. This week, Manchester City will face a grueling schedule. On the 20th, they will play away against West Ham United, on the 23rd against CSKA Moscow, and on the 27th, after returning to London, they will travel to play away against Chelsea. Manchester City faces 3 away games in a week, one of which is 2,500 kilometers away overseas. After this round of matches, the City players will be exhausted. Because of the long journey and consecutive games, many are skeptical about whether City can match Chelsea's record of consecutive wins at the start of the season. While Chelsea also travels to face Werder Bremen, Germany is much closer to England than Russia. Furthermore, Werder Bremen is not a strong team and doesn't experience extreme cold weather. Therefore, in the same Champions League away game, Chelsea players will expend far less energy than Manchester City. They originally had a chance to break Mourinho's incredible start to the season at Chelsea, but now the probability is probably less than 30%. Yet, if they didn't have to go to Moscow, and instead played another away game, Manchester City's winning percentage would be much higher. This schedule is just too grueling. Actually, the FA did help out. Although they arranged 2 away games for Manchester City, at least both of them are in London. After playing the Champions League away games, they can return to London to prepare without having to travel around. Last season, all the Premier League teams fell outside the quarterfinals. This performance was really unworthy of the title of the world's best league. This season, the Premier League is paying much more attention to the Champions League. Lily Collins doesn't usually follow football, but after learning that Lin Quan is a football player, she started paying attention to this kind of news. Seeing the pessimistic comments from Manchester City fans online, she became worried and couldn't help but send Lin Quan a message. "I heard your schedule has been tough lately? Yeah, that's why I'm so anxious I can't sleep." "Really? You seem to be lying to me?" Lily Collins was skeptical of Lin Quan's words. He was a professional player, surely he wouldn't be in such a bad mental state? "Okay, I admit I lied. The reason I can't sleep is because I'm thinking about a pretty girl." Lily Collins sent Lin Quan a chin-resting emoji, as if to say, "Go on, let's see how you perform." "I checked, Moscow is 2 hours ahead of London. Your insomnia might be due to jet lag." Lily Collins glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in London, which was 11 o'clock in Moscow. For a professional player, not being able to sleep by 11 o'clock at night could indeed be considered insomnia. The female detective is incredibly perceptive. Come on, I'll tell you a few methods, try them out, and if they work, go to sleep. What if they don't work? Then I can't save you. Lin Quan sent a pouting emoji. Lily Collins replied with a head-knocking emoji. Lin Quan quickly typed, "Come on, miss, I can hold back, no need to be gentle," along with a fighting emoji. "Can't you be serious for once?" Lily Collins replied with an eye roll and a sweat-wiping emoji. "I'm always serious in front of others." Lin Quan replied with a smug emoji. Rogue. In a house somewhere in Surrey, seeing the reply, the 17-year-old girl couldn't help but smile. Immediately, her expression turned serious. "Alright, stop fooling around. Find some soothing music, play it on repeat, then lie down in the most comfortable position. Once you're lying down, clear your mind, don't think about anything, keep a peaceful state of mind, take slow, deep breaths, and exhale slowly." How about that? Did it work? No. Lin Quan replied with a grinning emoji. Lily Collins angrily waved her fist, wanting to rush to Moscow to beat someone up. Why didn't it work? Did you not do as I said? Lily Collins sent several questioning emojis. I can't find that kind of music on my phone, why don't you call me and sing it to me? Dream on. Although she said that, the next second, Lin Quan's phone rang. The next morning, Lin Quan got up early. He glanced at his phone, and unsurprisingly, it was dead. He plugged in his phone, humming a tune and singing a song, and went out in a cheerful mood. Remembering Lily Collins singing for him the night before, Lin Quan felt a warm glow inside, as if even the temperature in Moscow had risen several degrees. However, his teammates thought Moscow was a terrible place. Before the match, Pellegrini specifically asked his assistant about the weather. For Manchester City, the biggest challenge wasn't their opponent on the field, but the weather. According to the forecast, the temperature tonight will drop to around 0 degrees Celsius. Will it snow? Hard to say, it's possible. If it really rains or snows, we'd better pray it's snow. At this temperature, rain is more troublesome than snow. If the players get wet, they'll definitely get sick. With rain falling continuously at near 0 degrees Celsius, the players would lose body heat rapidly, and over time, they could even get frostbite. We need to change our tactics. Pellegrini made a decision. He didn't want his players to play for too long in this temperature, so he planned to launch a quick counter-attack from the start, try to establish a lead as early as possible, and then substitute some key players with younger players to play a counter-attacking style. This would minimize the physical exertion of the key players, ensuring their performance in European competitions while also saving energy for the next match against Chelsea. However, their opponents had the same idea. Goal. Just 13 minutes into the game, CSKA Moscow breached Manchester City's goal, with their winger Tosic scoring. Unbelievable. Facing the powerful Manchester City, CSKA Moscow didn't play conservatively but chose to attack Manchester City head-on and seized the opportunity to score first. Now the pressure is on Manchester City. In the commentary booth, the guests were all very surprised by this result. Before this match, the outside world favored Manchester City, who had just defeated Bayern Munich in the previous round of the Champions League group stage, and were on a 10-game winning streak across all competitions. However, none of them expected CSKA Moscow to be so strong, actually suppressing Manchester City at their home ground. If Manchester City loses this match, then Group D might have 3 teams with 6 points each, and with wins and losses among them, the qualification situation will become unpredictable. This is good news for Bayern Munich, but for Manchester City fans, it's probably not the scenario they want to see. On the sidelines, Pellegrini and his assistant coaches were discussing something. The temperature is too low, the pre-match warm-up effect is gone, the players are cold, and they need to warm up again. Our opponents are better adapted to the cold than we are, it's a bit risky for us to start with an all-out attack. That's right, we should have held back a bit and waited for them to finish their initial onslaught before attacking. Okay, let's play like that for now, and launch another attack in the 20-minute mark to try and equalize. Manchester City's coaching staff quickly reached a consensus and then relayed their latest instructions to the players on the field, telling them to play cautiously. So, after the restart, Manchester City's players didn't rush into an attack, but patiently passed the ball around, getting every player moving and warming up as quickly as possible. CSKA Moscow, after their initial attacking success, initially planned to retreat and play a counter-attacking style. However, once they were in position, they found that Manchester City wasn't in a hurry to attack, but instead was passing the ball around in their own half. This puzzled the CSKA players. Had they given up? If the opponent had given up, should they seize the opportunity to launch a few more attacks and try to gain a larger goal difference? The players were conflicted, and on the sidelines, CSKA Moscow's coach, Slutsky, was also somewhat conflicted. After playing for the past 10 minutes or so, Manchester City didn't seem like much to him. He didn't think they were particularly strong, at least much weaker than Bayern Munich, whom they had faced before. Considering their negative goal difference before this match, if they couldn't score more goals in this game, even if they defeated Manchester City, they would likely fall behind in the standings due to goal difference. Therefore, after much hesitation, Slutsky ultimately decided to intensify the attack and see if they could score another goal. Regardless of Manchester City's true fighting strength, they need to capitalize on their opponent's poor form and score as many goals as possible. This way, even if their goal difference is inferior to Bayern's, they'll at least have the upper hand over Manchester City. The fans in the stadium were incredibly excited to see their home team launching a massive attack and dominating the Premier League leaders. See that? This is the strength of the Russian Premier League champions. The Premier League leaders are no match for us. Hell, the Premier League always brags about being the world's best league, but is this the level of their champions? In my opinion, the Premier League might not even be as strong as our Russian Premier League. Don't even mention Manchester City, even Real Madrid didn't gain any advantage when they came to our home ground last season. Here, we are invincible. The scoreline and their dominance on the field boosted the confidence of the Russian Premier League fans, giving them a sense of triumph. In recent years, the Russian Premier League has received massive investment from oligarchs. Under the storm of money-driven football, many teams have upgraded their rosters, bringing in numerous star players and significantly improving their strength. However, due to Russia's distance from the heart of Europe, the level of attention they receive is far less than that of the top 5 European leagues. This has left Russian Premier League fans very dissatisfied. They've long wanted to teach the teams from the top 5 leagues a lesson and prove their strength. Manchester City is just an appetizer. When Bayern Munich visits their home ground next month, they will upset the defending champions and shock fans worldwide. Not only are CSKA Moscow fans arrogant, but their players are also brimming with confidence. In the 23rd minute, CSKA Moscow midfielder Keisuke Honda orchestrated an attack. Seeing Lin Quan pressing him, he didn't pass to a teammate but instead, driven by competitiveness, started showing off his skills in front of Lin Quan, intending to dribble past him. Honda is very dissatisfied with Lin Quan. He believes his ability is no less than Lin Quan's, but because he doesn't play for a top team in one of the top 5 leagues, he doesn't receive the same level of attention and external evaluation. Therefore, the Japanese star plans to transfer to Italian giants AC Milan to prove himself. But before the transfer, he had the opportunity to defeat Lin Quan in a one-on-one duel, showcasing his strength to the world ahead of time. Wow, get past him. The Beckham of the East, show this kid what you're made of. Seeing their star player challenge Lin Quan to a one-on-one duel, the CSKA Moscow fans erupted in excitement. They had great confidence in Honda Keisuke's abilities, and while they knew Lin Quan was a big name, after watching the first half, they felt he wasn't anything special, failing to demonstrate the skill commensurate with his reputation. Therefore, they were all confident in Honda Keisuke's one-on-one challenge, eager to see Lin Quan suffer. Seeing Honda Keisuke not pass the ball immediately but instead attempt to get past him, Lin Quan charged straight at him without hesitation. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Quan, like a bulldozer, knocked the Japanese player, who was trying to show off, to the ground. Honda Keisuke was stunned, and so were the fans. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. However, before they could react, Lin Quan had already dribbled the ball towards CSKA Moscow's half. Chapter 202, Reversal and Red Card. When Lin Quan made the tackle, Manchester City's attacking players immediately launched an attack. Aguero, positioned diagonally ahead of Lin Quan, made a run to the right, stretching CSKA Moscow's defensive formation and drawing away a defender. Navas ran deeper, holding off the opposing fullback and preventing him from pressing Lin Quan. Javi Garcia provided cover behind Lin Quan, able to pass back to midfield if the attack failed, allowing him to control the tempo and prevent counter-attacks. After a month or two of adjustments, Manchester City's attacking tactics had become very diverse and well-structured. However, even so, Lin Quan still had a defender around him. Although Lin Quan hadn't shown his full potential in the first 20 minutes, failing to display the exceptional skills of a top star, CSKA Moscow's players remained cautious, as their coach had specifically instructed them before the match not to give him any opportunities. However, assigning only one player to mark Lin Quan seemed a bit too dismissive. Without any fancy moves, Lin Quan easily dribbled past his opponent with a lightning-fast, explosive move. Seeing his teammate get beaten, CSKA Moscow's center-back Ignashevich had to rush forward to intercept Lin Quan, who had already reached the edge of the penalty area. Not pressing would give him a long-range shot opportunity. However, his movement immediately created space behind him. Lin Quan decisively passed the ball across to Aguero, shaking off Ignashevich's challenge and charging into the penalty area. Aguero, understanding perfectly, delivered a through ball behind the opposing defender. The two combined seamlessly, Aguero's pass perfectly coinciding with Lin Quan's run. Unmarked, Lin Quan received the pass and deftly tapped the ball into the net. The score became 1-1, Manchester City quickly equalizing. Goal. In the 24th minute of the first half, Lin Quan helped Manchester City equalize. This goal was purely due to Lin Quan's individual skill. In a one-on-one duel with Keisuke Honda, Lin Quan used his strong physical strength to intercept the ball. Manchester City launched a counter-attack immediately after winning the ball in the attacking third. After two passes, the ball flew into the net of CSKA Moscow. Manchester City's attack was smooth and concise. Keisuke Honda probably didn't expect Lin Quan's physical strength to be so strong. Yes, Lin Quan is much shorter than him, and he doesn't look like the strong player he is. But Keisuke Honda seems to have forgotten that Lin Quan is a super striker who has proven himself in the Premier League. If his physical strength was poor, how could he have scored so many goals against those fierce defenders in the Premier League? So, the Japanese really chose the wrong opponent this time. The two commentators' criticisms were relatively mild, but the fans were not so merciful. "You stupid Japanese guy, do you really think you can mess with Lin? Don't you even know what level you're a player in? Lin is the kind of player who can easily beat Premier League defenders. This guy, if he were in the Premier League, he'd be worn out in less than 3 games. This idiot, I feel disgusted every time I see his shit yellow hair. Hell, that's the same skin as a colonel's uniform, let's just call him Colonel." Fans dislike Keisuke Honda not only because of his Japanese identity, but also because of his self-promotion and hype. His two-faced behavior is also highly criticized. Compared to the criticism from Chinese fans, the Japanese fans watching the match couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Tsukunichi, Lin-san is amazing. Is this the level of a world-class player? So the physical strength of Asians can be this strong? It seems it's not that Asians are weak, it's that we are weak. When will our country produce a player like Lin-san?" The Japanese have a strong admiration for the strong. They'll fawn over anyone stronger than them until you question your existence. Including his previous encounters with Japanese players like Shinji Kagawa in the Premier League, Atsuto Uchida in the Bundesliga, and Keisuke Honda in this match, Lin Quan has won all of them, and all with overwhelming victories. The Japanese are completely convinced. While South Koreans are still trying to verify Lin Quan's Korean ancestry, they have already begun to idolize him, even planning to establish a Japanese fan club to support him. After Manchester City equalized, the situation on the field changed drastically. Manchester City, now in better form, had largely adapted to the pace of the game in the cold weather. They began to gradually increase their pressure, launching wave after wave of attacks on CSKA Moscow's goal. In the 35th minute of the first half, Lin Quan broke through on the wing and cut inside to shoot. The goalkeeper saved the shot, but Aguero appeared like a ghost in front of the goal and gently pushed the ball into the net. Manchester City took a 2-1 lead. Manchester City's attack didn't end there. In the 45th minute, the last minute of the first half, Manchester City earned a free kick in the attacking third. Lin Quan's dipping shot flew straight into the top corner, leaving the goalkeeper helpless as the ball soared into the net. The score was now 3-1. Seeing their opponents completely dominate, scoring 3 goals in just over 20 minutes, the Moscow fans in the stadium were utterly disheartened. The earlier jeers against Manchester City players fell silent. Even when the players celebrated wildly in their own stadium, they forgot to boo. CSKA Moscow fans were completely stunned. In the second half, Manchester City continued their attacking momentum. However, under the opponent's tight defense, Manchester City failed to extend their lead. In the 65th minute, just as Pellegrini was preparing to make a substitution, a light rain began to fall. Initially, the rain was light, but it soon intensified into a moderate downpour. Although it wasn't winter yet, the temperature in Moscow at night was already close to 0 degrees Celsius. Rain in this temperature is even more unbearable than snow. And to make matters worse, the wind has picked up. The rain soaked their jerseys, and the cold wind made the Manchester City players shiver. Their worst fear before the match had come true. In less than 5 minutes, the Manchester City players on the field were shivering uncontrollably. Goalkeeper Hart, in particular, was constantly jumping and bouncing in front of the goal to warm himself up. He didn't want to freeze and be unable to make saves when opponents shot. That would be disastrous. Before the match, they could request a postponement in this situation. But now, it was already 9:30 p.m. Suspending the match now could easily drag on into the night or even tomorrow. It was better to grit their teeth and finish the last few minutes. That would be less taxing on the team. Should we make more substitutions? The assistant coach asked Pellegrini. Okay, let Negrito go out and warm up. Get ready to come on. Pellegrini had originally planned to make 3 substitutions at once, but now he dared not do so. He wasn't sure if the opponent would take advantage of the rain to launch a counterattack against Manchester City, so he didn't dare to make too many substitutions at once. If the opponent were to equalize, it would be a huge loss for Manchester City. The rainfall in Moscow in October is not low, so their players have encountered this situation quite often. Seeing the Manchester City players shivering from the cold, the morale of CSKA Moscow immediately returned. Haha, the opponents are frozen stiff. This is a good time for us to launch a counterattack. Charge. Crush them. We're going to turn this around. We're going to get 3 points. The players' morale soared, and they all became eager to try. The Manchester City players hadn't completely lost their form yet, and they could still withstand the opponent's attack. However, the field had become much more slippery after the rain, and with the rapid heat loss and their bodies frozen, they were hesitant to make big moves, and their defensive capabilities had decreased significantly. Under these circumstances, in order to stop the opponent's attack, they had to adopt a defensive tactic. In the 67th minute, Yaya Toure fouled CSKA Moscow's midfielder Zuber and received a yellow card. 5 minutes later, Zabaleta pulled down an opposing striker outside the penalty area and also received a yellow card. Manchester City's fouls were increasing, and with the loss of body heat and the fatigue accumulated from the intense match, many of their players began to experience cramps. In the 77th minute, during a fierce challenge, Manchester City defender Kolarov fell to the ground and couldn't get up. CSKA Moscow's players ignored the injury and continued their attack. Newly substituted Negrito ruthlessly tackled the attacking Honda Keisuke, who dramatically rolled 3.5 times on the field clutching his leg, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The opposing player immediately rushed forward, shoving Negrito hard while hurling insults. "Kid, you trying to kill me? You think I won't cripple you? Come on then, if I'm afraid of you, you're a coward." Negrito wasn't easily intimidated. He swung his fist, ready to punch the man who shoved him. Manchester City players quickly grabbed him, preventing him from throwing the punch. His foul would have earned him at least a yellow card, and if he were to act impulsively again, he would definitely get a red card and be sent off, possibly facing further penalties after the match. Negrito was an important substitute striker for Manchester City, and his suspension would have a significant impact on the team. Seeing that a full-blown brawl was about to erupt, the referee rushed in and separated the players. He then issued yellow cards to Negrito for his tackle and to Wayne Bloom for his shove. These 2 yellow cards calmed both teams down. CSKA Moscow's players suddenly realized they were behind and should focus on attacking instead of wasting time fighting with the opposition. Manchester City's players, however, were happy to continue this drawn-out battle. They figured if they could just run out of time, they'd win. To this end, they first helped Kolarov alleviate his cramps, and then wasted considerable time on setting up the wall while CSKA took a free kick. By the time CSKA took the free kick, 80 minutes had already passed. Time was running out. The free kick posed no threat, and Hart got the ball. He dawdled, choosing a starting position, and before the referee could lose patience and show him a yellow card, he deliberately kicked the ball forward, sending it out of bounds. CSKA Moscow's players rushed to throw it in, but the referee signaled for a substitution, telling them to wait. On the sidelines, the fourth official had already raised the substitution board. Manchester City replaced the injured Kolarov with Clichy. Kolarov jogged slowly towards the sidelines, but at a pace slower than an old lady walking. Seeing this, the CSKA Moscow players nearly burst out laughing. These Manchester City guys have no shame. Where is your honor and dignity as a top club? Using such shameless time-wasting tactics, do you still dare to call yourselves a top team? Manchester City fans said, "Thanks for the compliment, we're not a top club, we're just nouveau-riche." The referee couldn't stand it anymore and urged Kolarov to leave the field quickly, otherwise he would show him a yellow card. After being warned by the referee, Kolarov reluctantly walked off the field, high-fiving and hugging his teammates before completing the substitution. The referee signaled for play to continue, and the CSKA Moscow players were finally allowed to take a throw-in. However, the ball was immediately intercepted from behind by a Manchester City player. After intercepting the ball, a Manchester City player launched a long ball into the opponent's half. Negrito, who had just come on, charged towards the ball like a wild horse. At that moment, he was the only Manchester City player with the stamina for such a rapid sprint. The fans in the stadium, seeing this, closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the outcome. If this ball went in, they would be completely out of the game. According to Murphy's Law, the thing you fear most often happens. Negrito didn't disappoint the CSKA Moscow fans. He seized the opportunity, calmly slotting the ball past the goalkeeper's legs. The score became 4-1. After scoring, Negrito was incredibly excited, spontaneously taking off his shirt and running to the away fans, asking the Manchester City supporters who had traveled with the team for applause. The Manchester City fans were thrilled, giving him a thunderous round of applause. However, as they clapped, they realized something seemed amiss. The referee, his face grim, ran towards Negrito with a yellow card in his hand. Could it be? No way. Does Negrito already have a yellow card? Oh no. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of fans, the referee showed Negrito a yellow card, then pulled a red card from his breast pocket, sending him off the field. Less than 20 minutes had passed since Negrito came on. This guy had already received 2 yellow cards and was sent off. Not only were Manchester City fans shocked, but the opposing fans were also somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Negrito, his face contorted with despair, desperately pleaded with the referee, but rules are rules. Removing one's jersey without permission on the field is a sure way to get a card. Although they were down a player, Manchester City's lead was simply too great. Finally, the match ended. Manchester City thrashed CSKA Moscow away from home, securing their 3rd consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage. This result was incredibly favorable for Manchester City. In their next home game against CSKA Moscow, Manchester City will secure qualification for the knockout stage with 2 games to spare if they defeat their opponents. However, if they want to top the group, they need to win at least one more of their remaining 2 matches and ensure a better goal difference than Bayern Munich. Of course, if they defeat Bayern outright at the Allianz Arena, they will undoubtedly finish first in the group. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Top Football Stars Ranking. Lin Quan makes the list. Achoo. Although Manchester City players took hot showers immediately after the match, many still developed cold symptoms on the bus back to the hotel. The next day, as many as 5 of the players who played developed fevers. This caused considerable anxiety for the coaching staff. Pellegrini summoned the team doctor to inquire about the situation. How long will it take for the players to recover? Will they be able to play in the league match 3 days from now? The team doctor shook his head. I'm afraid not. Their physical condition and stamina don't support such strenuous activity. I suggest they rest and recover. Okay, what about the other players? Are they alright? The 5 players known to have colds are forward Aguero, midfielders Garcia and Fernandinho, winger Navas, and defenders Zabaleta. Except for Garcia, Who is an important rotation player? The others are all starters. The absence of these 5 players will significantly impact Manchester City's fighting strength. Lin, has he shown any cold symptoms? Pellegrini specifically inquired about Lin Quan's condition. With so many key players potentially sidelined due to illness, Lin Quan absolutely couldn't afford to get sick. I examined Lin, and he's perfectly healthy, without any problems. The team doctor had never seen a player with such excellent physical condition as Lin Quan, playing continuously on multiple fronts without sustaining any injuries. There was no other explanation but his exceptional physical abilities. That's good. Isolate the sick players, don't let them affect the healthy ones. Although it was most likely not the flu, Pellegrini didn't dare to be careless. If cross-infection occurred among the players, it would be truly disastrous. To allow the team to return to London as quickly as possible and better prepare for the match against Chelsea, Manchester City's owner, Masia, used his private jet to bring the players back. This way, avoiding the hassle of boarding and security checks on commercial airliners, the Manchester City players could save a significant amount of time and energy during their journey. Masia's private jet was incredibly luxurious. Once aboard, the Manchester City players couldn't resist exploring and taking selfies. Some even posted photos of themselves inside the plane online, drawing gasps and envy from countless fans. Wow, this plane is so luxurious. A private cinema, a dedicated lounge and game room, a card room, and a cafe. It's small but has everything. Don't you understand? This is a custom-built private jet, designed specifically to the client's needs, completely different from a regular commercial airliner. I really want a plane like that. Wake up, stop daydreaming. A high-end custom-built private jet like this costs at least several small fortunes, in euros. Do you think you can afford it? Incredibly extravagant. No wonder people call Manchester City nouveau riche, they truly live up to the name. To help the players pass the time and prevent boredom during the flight, the cinema, game room, and card room, except for Masia's private bedroom, were all open to the players. Some players chose to go see a movie, while others went to play video games. It was unclear whether this was specifically for the players or if Masia himself was a gaming enthusiast. The arcade had a vast selection of games, and almost all the equipment was top of the line, which the players thoroughly enjoyed. Lin, aren't you going to play? Pellegrini, mindful of his status, didn't join the players. However, he was surprised to see Lin Quan wasn't going either. I've tried these before, so I won't compete with him. Hearing Lin Quan's words, Pellegrini seemed quite surprised. Lin Quan had previously flown on Masia's private jet. He had joined Manchester City later than Lin Quan and wasn't entirely clear on how Manchester City had signed him. But from Lin Quan's few words, he imagined a scene where the Manchester City boss personally visited Lin Quan's home to invite him to Manchester City. After imagining this, he gained a deeper understanding of Lin Quan's position within the Manchester City team. This guy not only has excellent football skills, but also a powerful background. Behind him stands the big boss of Manchester City. A boss even higher than the club's chairman, Fahim. Thinking of this, Pellegrini's attitude towards Lin Quan became even more approachable. A major reason Lin Quan didn't participate in his teammates' games was that he was busy chatting with Lily Collins. Although there was no cell phone signal at high altitude, Masia's private jet had Wi-Fi, allowing him to chat with Lily Collins via social media. Opening the social media app, he found several unread messages. The earliest one was sent at 10:30 p.m. last night, probably right after their match against CSKA Moscow ended. Congratulations, you guys are awesome. The first message congratulated them on their victory, accompanied by a clapping emoji. Get some rest after the game, it must be getting late where you are. Oh, and make sure to take a hot shower before bed, don't catch a cold. After sending 3 messages without receiving a reply from Lin Quan, Lily Collins seemed to realize that his phone wasn't with her. So she sent Lin Quan a good night emoji and went offline. Lin Quan didn't get back to the hotel until 11:30 yesterday. He was exhausted from playing football and getting caught in the rain, and practically collapsed into bed without checking her messages. Seeing her message now, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Did you watch my game? There was no immediate response after sending the message. Lin Quan then picked up the newspaper on the table and started browsing. It was a sports newspaper, mostly reporting on the Champions League group stage and the top 5 European leagues. The highlight of yesterday's Champions League group stage third-round match was between Real Madrid and Juventus. In this match, Cristiano Ronaldo scored twice, helping his team defeat Juventus 2-1. Cristiano Ronaldo opened the score in just 4 minutes into the game, giving his team an early lead. After Juventus equalized, he quickly stepped up again, converting a penalty earned by Ramos to complete his brace. Including this match, he has scored 7 goals in the first 3 rounds, averaging 2.3 goals per game. This scoring efficiency is unmatched in the top 5 European leagues. Following reports that Ronaldo is a strong contender for this year's Ballon d'Or, his form has become incredibly hot. Furthermore, after scoring 2 goals in this match, Ronaldo's total European goals reached 58, surpassing Portuguese legend Eusebio and Dutch star Van Nistelrooy to enter the top 3 of the all-time top scorers list, behind only Messi and Raul. In addition, Ronaldo is only the 3rd player in Champions League history, after Inzaghi and Elber, to score at least 2 goals in 3 consecutive matches. However, Ronaldo's dominance in this round of the Champions League was not solely his. In the away match against Anderlecht, PSG striker Zlatan Ibrahimovic was in superb form, scoring an astonishing 4 goals. After 3 rounds of matches, Ibrahimovic has scored 6 goals, temporarily ranking 2nd in the top scorer list, just 1 goal behind. Although he has 1 fewer goal, none of Ibrahimovic's 6 goals were penalties, while one of Cristiano Ronaldo's 7 goals were penalties. If penalties are excluded, the 2 players have the same number of goals. This has left Ibrahimovic's fans dissatisfied with Ronaldo's lead. What kind of real man wins by penalty kicks? If Ronaldo's got the guts, why doesn't he take penalties and instead challenge Ibrahimovic? Haha, as if your Ibrahimovic has never taken penalties. Ronaldo, being Real Madrid's #1 penalty taker, proves he has a good mentality and a high penalty conversion rate. Hilarious, only Ronaldo fans can talk about taking an advantage so confidently. Haha, wait until Real Madrid draws your PSG in the knockout stage and crushes the 3-time champions, then you won't be laughing. Given Real Madrid and PSG's current records, the probability of them meeting in the knockout stage is relatively low. However, in the World Cup European qualifiers, Ronaldo's Portugal will soon face Ibrahimovic's Sweden. In the playoff draw, Portugal drew Sweden, and only one of the 2 teams can qualify for the World Cup. This means that neither team will hold back. They will undoubtedly give their all to fight tooth and nail for the last ticket. Given the current red-hot form of Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic, the world is eagerly anticipating this clash of titans. Reporters are clearly aware of this, hence their interviews with the 2 players. Ronaldo, having scored in 3 consecutive matches, is not only in excellent form but also in high spirits. When asked by reporters, Ronaldo stated that Sweden is strong, but he and Portugal are stronger. He is confident in leading Portugal to victory over Sweden and qualify for next year's World Cup. As for the comparison between himself and Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo remains silent, only emphasizing that his primary focus is the El Clasico against Barcelona this weekend. Although Ronaldo didn't explicitly say so, his disdain for Ibrahimovic was evident. This statement naturally angered the Swedes. When the provocative reporters approached Ibrahimovic, the Swede unleashed a torrent of criticism. Ronaldo. Ha. I've only heard of Ronaldo the Great, that's the real Ronaldo. It's well known that Ronaldo the Great is Ibrahimovic's idol, and he has praised the alien, Ibrahimovic, in public on numerous occasions. As for Ronaldo, his tone made him sound like a mere imposter wearing Ronaldo's name. Ibrahimovic wouldn't normally say he liked or disliked Ronaldo, but this dismissive attitude was unbearable for the naturally proud Ibrahimovic. The reporters, seeing Ibrahimovic ignore Ronaldo, immediately perked up. Sure enough, only interviewing someone as outspoken as Ibrahimovic could yield big news. So, they pressed on, asking, Zlatan, who do you think is the best player in football today? Normally, given Ibrahimovic's personality, he would definitely say he's the best. But this time, Ibrahimovic's answer was different from usual. If you had to choose one from so many players, I would choose Messi or Rijkaard. This answer surprised the reporters. Wasn't there a long-standing rumor that Ibrahimovic and Messi had a bad relationship? Why did he choose Messi? The rumors were actually exaggerated. Ibrahimovic did have conflicts with Barcelona, but he had no conflicts with Messi. In fact, Ibrahimovic greatly admired Messi. It wasn't Messi he had a bad relationship with, but Guardiola. What surprised the reporters, besides Ibrahimovic choosing Messi, was that he placed Lin Quan on par with Messi. The reporters acknowledged Lin Quan's strength, but didn't seem strong enough to be compared to Messi, right? Hell, I know what you guys are thinking. Go watch Manchester City's games, and you'll know if what I said is true or not. After seeing the Ibrahimovic interview, Lin Quan's lips twitched slightly. Why did you drag me, a mere bystander, into your war with Ronaldo? What did I do to deserve this? He opened Twitter and glanced at the trending topics. Sure enough, Ibrahimovic's interview was trending. Along with it, he and Ronaldo were also trending. And the online debate about the content of Ibrahimovic's interview had already reached a fever pitch. Ibrahimovic at least has some self-awareness, he didn't brag. The world universally acknowledges that Messi and Ronaldo are currently the strongest in football. Even if you gave him $100, he wouldn't dare put himself ahead of Messi and Ronaldo. The person upstairs is too naive. If you watched a few of Ibrahimovic's interviews, you'd know how highly he praises himself. Heaven and earth, I am the only one who reigns supreme. That's the true thought in Ibrahimovic's heart. But this time it's strange. Ibrahimovic actually put Lingard on par with Messi. Does he think that much of Lingard? I checked, and Lingard only scored 4 goals in the 3 Champions League group stage matches, ranking 5th in the top scorers list. While not weak, he's not exactly outstanding, is he? Hell, scoring in 3 consecutive matches, 4 goals, if that's not outstanding, then what is? To be fair, you can't judge Lingard's performance solely by his goal tally. Did you notice he also has 3 assists? He's currently number 1 in the Champions League assist rankings. Fun fact, Lingard is only 17 this year. Ronaldo is 28, Messi is 26, and Ibrahimovic is 31. Comparing him to these players is a bit unfair. You should compare him to his peers. That way, you'll see how terrifying Lingard's achievements are. Exactly. Even compared to these top stars in their younger days, Lingard's stats and on-field performance are overwhelming. Some fans compiled statistics of top stars at 17 and compared them to Lingard's current stats. This gives a direct sense of how terrifying Lingard is. After seeing these statistics, whether fans know Lingard or not, they can only describe him as a prodigy. Sure enough, Manchester City's willingness to spend £100 million on him is no foolishness. Some football experts have even compiled a ranking of the top 50 players in football based on the performances of top stars from various clubs in recent seasons. The 2 superstars are unsurprisingly ranked first and second. Messi is first, and Ronaldo is second. Third place went to Lin Quan's national team teammate, Iniesta, and fourth to Xavi. After Xavi, Lin Quan found his own name. He was ranked 5th. Lin Quan's overall strength is very strong, but he debuted a bit late, and his historical record is lacking, so his ranking is somewhat affected. This doesn't mean his strength is inferior to the previous players. In fact, in my personal opinion, he is a player on par with the 2 greatest players of all time. The football expert who created the rankings offered some explanations after Lin Quan's ranking. Of course, even with his explanation, many fans still didn't buy it. What a garbage list. Ibrahimovic is only 7th. Seeing this ranking, you know this garbage list is unreliable. Falcao is 6th, Cavani is 20th? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Why is Falcao so much higher than Cavani? Rooney is 15th? Rooney's performance this season doesn't deserve a top 10? Why isn't my Kaka on the list? Just as Lin Quan was evaluating the fairness of the rankings based on his subjective feelings, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Lin Quan's spirits lifted, guessing that it might be a message from Lily Collins. He opened it and, sure enough, it was. Chapter 204 Manchester City vs Chelsea. Emma Watson and Lily Collins are also in attendance. October 27th, Manchester City visited Stamford Bridge to challenge Chelsea, who were 3rd in the Premier League. Chelsea had won 5, drawn 2, and lost 1 of their previous 8 matches, accumulating 17 points, 7 points behind league leaders Manchester City and 2 points behind second-placed Arsenal. A victory against Manchester City in this direct confrontation would narrow the gap to 4 points. This gap meant Chelsea still had a chance to win the title. However, a loss to Manchester City, allowing them to extend the lead to 10 points, would essentially eliminate Chelsea's title hopes for the season. Therefore, this match was worth more than 3 points. It was a 6-point game. In their midweek Champions League match, they secured a resounding 3-0 away win against Werder Bremen. Besides the victory itself, Torres's brace in that game brought tears of joy to the Blues' eyes. Finally. The long-awaited moment finally arrived, Torres wreaking havoc within the Chelsea squad. They had been waiting for this moment ever since they bought him for £50 million British pounds 2 years ago. Seeing Torres' resurgence in form, coupled with their opponent's significant player losses due to Champions League commitments, filled Chelsea fans with confidence for the match. In the pre-match press conference, Mourinho confidently stated that the Blues would crush Manchester City at Stamford Bridge. Pellegrini retorted, stating that while Manchester City had faced some difficulties, they wouldn't surrender easily. Considering that a victory for Manchester City would allow them to equal Chelsea's record for the best start to a season, City naturally wanted to win this match. A win, and perhaps another, would break that record and etch their name into Premier League history. However, Mourinho's iron-willed Chelsea clearly wouldn't give them that opportunity easily. On October 27, at 5 p.m., the highly anticipated ninth round of the Premier League kicked off at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea took this match very seriously, with Abramovich personally attending the game. In Abramovich's private box, besides him and his wife Zhukova, two regular guests, were two special guests, Emma Watson and Lily Collins. Emma Watson was a die-hard Chelsea fan, frequently attending matches at Stamford Bridge. This even sparked rumors of an affair between her and Chelsea owner Abramovich. However, given Zhukova's sisterly attitude towards her, these rumors were likely unfounded, otherwise, Zhukova wouldn't have been so friendly. As for Lily Collins, this was her first time attending a match at Stamford Bridge. The two beautiful ladies seemed to brighten the whole box as soon as they enter. Abramovich greeted them with a smile. Emma Watson's presence, needless to say, would not only serve as excellent publicity for Chelsea but also boost team morale. Many Chelsea players were Emma's fans, some even secretly admiring her. Seeing her in the stands at Stamford Bridge meant that Mourinho didn't need to give them a pre-match pep talk, these players would automatically give their all. As for Lily Collins, Abramovich wasn't familiar with her. However, considering she was Lin Quan's rumored girlfriend, he treated her very politely. It's well known that Abramovich likes big-name players, especially top-tier players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Unfortunately, such players are rare in the transfer market, and even more expensive than available. With Ronaldo and Messi out of reach, Abramovich turned his attention to the suddenly emerging Lin Quan. If he could bring him to Stamford Bridge, it would fulfill his dream of becoming a superstar. But to secure Lin Quan, besides a financial offensive, he needed to play the emotional card. If he could leverage Emma's relationship with Lin Quan to build rapport, then when Lin Quan's contract with Manchester City expired, Abramovich's Chelsea would have a chance. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Abramovich. Lily, this is the Chelsea owner I told you about, Mr. Abramovich, and this is his wife, Ms. Zhukova. Lily Collins greeted the two politely after Emma's introduction. Come on, let's go over there and watch them, without disturbing their lovey-dovey moment. Emma noticed Lily Collins' slight awkwardness and led her to the other side of the box. She seemed remarkably familiar with the place, clearly having been there many times before. Lily Collins and Emma Watson met while filming in Hollywood. Both were child stars and both British, so they hit it off immediately and quickly became good friends. Before this, Emma Watson had often recommended football to her friend, but Lily Collins wasn't interested in football, preferring basketball. So she had to come to Stamford Bridge alone to watch the game. This time, for some reason, the girl had suddenly changed her mind and actually suggested coming to watch the game live. Can you even tell which side your boyfriend is on? Emma teased, glancing at the jerseys of the two teams on the field. In her eyes, her best friend's knowledge of football was practically non-existent. Manchester City and Chelsea's kit colors are quite similar, and from a distance, she might not be able to tell the two teams apart. The light blue one is their team. Lily Collins was clearly not stumped by such a simple question and quickly gave an accurate answer. Wow, not bad, you even recognize Manchester City's kit. Did you do your homework before the match? Emma was a little surprised. Wasn't this girl previously clueless about football? How come she can now even distinguish between Manchester City and Chelsea's kits? Is the power of love really that great, actually making her actively learn something she wasn't interested in before? Thinking of this, she was actually a little jealous of a certain guy on the field. He had actually stolen her best friend's heart without her even noticing. Achoo! Standing at the kickoff point in the center circle, Lin Quan couldn't help but sneeze. Negrito next to him subconsciously asked, "Brother Lin, are you catching a cold too?" There are quite a few people with colds and fevers at Manchester City right now, otherwise he wouldn't be in the starting lineup. No, don't guess. Lin Quan just felt a little itchy in his nose, not a real cold. If Negredo hadn't been stopped from making his big mouth blatant accusations, Manchester City's morale would have been completely shattered before the match even started. Sure enough, when Pellegrini saw Lin Quan sneeze, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at Manchester City's team doctor, who was also puzzled. They had checked Lin Quan before, he didn't have a cold. Could his symptoms be delayed? Observe him first. If Lin's performance is off or he underperforms, then substitute him. We'd rather lose than risk our players' health. Pellegrini declared righteously. The other members of the coaching staff nodded in agreement. For an ordinary person, it might have been a different story. But considering Lin Quan was their team's core player, his injury couldn't be taken lightly. At 5 p.m. sharp, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. After the match began, Manchester City's coaching staff anxiously observed for a while. Seeing that Lin Quan's performance was as usual, without any signs of underperformance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Quan was in good condition, Chelsea, playing at home, quickly took control from the start. Fueled by the cheers of 40,000 fans at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea launched a fierce attack on Manchester City from the outset. Fortunately, Manchester City was prepared, compressing space in their own half and linking their two defensive lines tightly, thwarting Chelsea's attacks time and again. Chelsea played both attack and defense with extreme determination and toughness. However, Manchester City's defense was equally tenacious. The physical play between the players was quite aggressive, with players frequently falling to the ground in the scramble. As the action escalated, the game seemed to be heading towards a physical brawl. The referee decisively pulled out cards, taking control of the game. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Lampard tackled Lin Quan from behind and received a yellow card. After receiving the card, Lampard didn't even protest, glaring fiercely at Lin Quan as if to say, "You'd better watch out," before quickly returning to his position. The other Chelsea players didn't try to argue with the referee, but quickly took their positions, denying Manchester City a chance to take a free kick. Lin Quan had originally planned to do so, but seeing Chelsea's defensive stance, he abandoned the idea. Under Mourinho's tutelage, Chelsea's defense had indeed been infused with a steely resolve. Unbreakable, unyielding, extremely difficult to penetrate. Seeing Lin Quan being tackled, Emma in the VIP box glanced at her friend Lily Collins. Seeing the worried look on her face, she became even more certain of her guess. It seemed the rumors weren't unfounded, there really was a problem between the two of them. "Don't worry, he should be alright. Look, he's gotten up by himself." Lily looked closely and saw that Lin Quan had indeed stood up again, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But she wouldn't admit it. "I'm not worried at all. I just think there are too many fouls in football. There aren't this many fouls in basketball, and even if there are, they're much less severe." She wondered how many times Lin Quan had been kicked like this in previous matches, and this made her worry that injuries of this severity, if accumulated, could have a huge impact on his health. Thinking of this, she secretly made a decision. Hey, that's the charm of football. If it were also civilized, with no one allowed to foul or even touch each other, then football wouldn't be entertaining. Emma had watched many matches and was used to such fouls. In the early years, Premier League matches were even more brutal. Some teams would give the opposing star players a hard time right from the start, and some bullies even aimed to break legs. For example, Manchester City's Erling Haaland was deliberately kicked in the leg by Manchester United's captain, Roy Keane. Those were truly bloody matches. After getting up from the ground, Lin Quan rubbed his leg. Although he had injury immunity, the real pain was still there. Lampard's tackle was really dirty. If it had been an ordinary player, they would most likely have been injured. Manchester City is already plagued by injuries. If you were to be forced off the field, the game would be over, and they could just concede defeat. This is probably why Lampard was willing to risk a card to foul him. They probably thought that by getting him off the field, defeating Manchester City would be a piece of cake. But they'd be disappointed. With injury immunity, getting him off the field isn't so easy. If they continue with this fouling tactic, it might be good news for Manchester City. Although Lin Quan wasn't injured, seeing the opposing players tackle their key players so dirty, Manchester City's players didn't hold back. In the 27th minute, Dembélé seized the opportunity and, while Lampard was dribbling, retaliated with a tackle. The tackle was no joke. Even the tough guy Lampard was in so much pain he couldn't stand up. "You bastard, are you trying to kill me?" The Chelsea players, enraged by the retaliatory tackle, rushed forward to attack Demichelis. Manchester City, however, were equally fierce, with almost all their players rushing to protect Demichelis. "How, you still have the nerve to play the victim? What about Lampard's tackle earlier?" The Chelsea players, realizing they were in the wrong, and seeing the referee quickly show Demichelis a yellow card, stopped arguing and quickly returned to their positions. The game was going in Chelsea's favor. At this pace, they were sure to win. There was no need to create unnecessary trouble and let their opponents affect their mentality and performance. Lin Quan and Demichelis weren't actually very familiar with each other, but the fact that Demichelis was willing to stand up for him at this moment surprised Lin Quan greatly. The coach said, "Our hopes of winning this game rest entirely on you, so our responsibility on the field, besides disrupting the opponent's attack, is to protect you." Demichelis is Pellegrini's trusted and beloved player, a player he specifically brought from Malaga. When Demichelis was at Bayern Munich, it was Pellegrini who personally invited him and brought him to Malaga. Their collaboration at Malaga was very successful, and Pellegrini also needed some of his own players, so he brought him to the Premier League. Demichelis's meaning was essentially Pellegrini's. Hearing Demichelis's explanation, Lin Quan glanced at the coaching bench, somewhat puzzled. Pellegrini had never arranged such protection before, so why was he suddenly focusing on protecting him? Manchester City's substitutes had been working very hard in this game, but their goal couldn't hold out for long. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Hazard executed a series of dazzling dribbles, broke into the penalty area, and passed a ball to the unmarked Schürrle. The German scored, making it 1-0 to Chelsea, who took the lead at Stamford Bridge. Schürrle's goal ignited the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge, with the Blues fans in attendance erupting in jubilation. A glance at the time. 2:28. Chapter 205. Mourinho's miscalculation, Manchester City's desperate counterattack. For Chelsea, Schürrle's goal came at the perfect time. After more than 30 minutes of relentless attack, Chelsea players were exhausted, both physically and in terms of their pre-match high morale. Manchester City, with their semi-first team and semi-substitute lineup, had gradually adapted to Chelsea's attacking rhythm after withstanding the initial onslaught. If Chelsea couldn't score soon, the longer the game dragged on, the worse it would be for them. While Manchester City desperately wanted to win, a draw was acceptable given their incomplete squad. However, Schürrle's goal changed everything. Beautiful. In the VIP box, Abramovich excitedly pumped his fist and stood up to applaud the entire Chelsea team after seeing the goal. Chelsea's biggest weakness was their lack of attacking firepower. But once they took the lead, their defense was strong enough to hold on to the score. Moreover, with Manchester City's current depleted squad, how could they possibly break down the Blues' defense? On the sidelines, Mourinho, the home team's coach, shared the same thought. The moment he scored, he was so excited he wanted to jump up and celebrate wildly, but remembering he had to maintain a composed demeanor in front of the reporters and fans, Mourinho forcefully suppressed the urge. He calmly picked up a bottle of water, took a sip, and sat steadily on the bench, unmoved by the wild celebrations around him, appearing completely in control of the game. A master should maintain the demeanor of a master, effortlessly defeating opponents. That was the level he aspired to. Many cameras and reporters were tracking the reactions of both coaches. Seeing Mourinho's nonchalant attitude, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the style of a master coach." Even Abramovich, seeing Mourinho's calm expression from his box, felt reassured. While Jose might have a bit of a temper and a strong personality, his abilities were undeniable. With the team under his leadership, Chelsea fans generally felt more at ease. If the team can solve its problems in attack, Chelsea's chances in the league and Champions League this season are still worth looking forward to. Thinking of this, Abramovich's pent-up resentment towards Mourinho due to club issues dissipated considerably. At the other end of the box, Emma Watson, after Chelsea scored first, was just as excited as the fans in the stands. She clapped loudly and shouted "Bravo," without caring that her hands were red from clapping. Lily Collins had never seen her like this before and was completely stunned. Was this still the demure lady she knew? Don't worry so much when watching the game. Wearing a mask all the time is tiring enough. What you need to do now is let down your guard and completely relax. Do you want to try it? Emma Watson encouraged her friend, seeing her surprised expression. You're right. Lily Collins rolled up her sleeves and moved closer to Emma Watson. Hey, what are you doing? Emma was startled and hurriedly backed away. Nothing, I just think you look really annoying, so I want to beat you up. Lily Collins grinned mischievously as she approached. I know. It must be because Chelsea is leading your man's team, so you're upset. Stop scratching me, I'm sorry. Haha. You know too much, prepare yourself, Hermione. Chelsea's morale was indeed boosted after scoring, and before the end of the first half, they launched an even more intense attack on Manchester City's goal. Torres, who scored twice in the previous match, was particularly active in the game, and several of his close-range shots made Manchester City fans break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that Chelsea's offensive was becoming unstoppable, Manchester City's players had to increase their fouls, paying the price of 2 yellow cards to get through this difficult period. At the end of the first half, Manchester City returned to the locker room trailing 0-1. When they left the field, the jerseys of both teams' attacking cores, Lin Quan and Hazard, were covered in mud. As their respective teams' key attacking players, both were heavily marked and fouled the most in the first half. However, Lin Quan, despite his battered jersey, didn't seem to be affected. Hazard, on the other hand, suffered a serious tackle from Nestezic in the 42nd minute of the first half. The area where he was hit was still aching, and he limped back to the locker room, appearing injured. Inside the Manchester City locker room, the players seemed somewhat dejected. They had been completely dominated by Chelsea in the first half, constantly on the back foot, which severely damaged their confidence. You did very well in the first half. Although you were behind, it wasn't your fault. Seeing the players' low spirits, Pellegrini didn't scold them but instead offered encouragement and comfort. Stamford Bridge has never been an easy place to conquer. Even with a full squad and no injuries, our chances of beating Chelsea at Stamford Bridge are probably less than 50%. This wasn't meant to be deliberate, boosting the enemy's morale while belittling our own. Since Mourinho took charge of Chelsea, their home ground has been the most difficult to breach in the Premier League. Chelsea once achieved a glorious 86-game unbeaten home record. In those days, no matter who came to Stamford Bridge, they couldn't gain any advantage and all left empty-handed. Although Chelsea's unbeaten home myth ended after Mourinho left, the Blues' iron-willed defensive DNA had already been planted by him. And this season, with Mourinho's return, Stamford Bridge is destined to become the place other Premier League teams least want to visit. Pellegrini's words of comfort had some effect, and Manchester City's players gradually recovered from their self-doubt. They all looked up at their manager, wanting to know his plans for the second half. We're behind and we have to find a way to equalize. Mourinho is a proponent of pragmatic football, so Chelsea will most likely play a counter-attacking style in the second half. If time drags on, our hopes of equalizing will become increasingly slim, and we might even concede a successful counter-attack due to our haste. Therefore, we need to seize the initiative before their defensive formation is set. Pellegrini pulled out his tactical board and started scribbling on it. Negredo, after the start of the second half, don't worry about what's behind you, just go all out forward. Your job is to disrupt Chelsea's defensive formation and draw their attention as much as possible. Jovetic, I need you to play as a shadow striker. After passing the ball, quickly move forward. If you have a shooting opportunity, don't hesitate, understand? The two nodded emphatically. Both were substitutes, and this rare opportunity to start naturally made them want to leave a bad impression on the coach. Pellegrini then gave instructions to the two full-backs, instructing them to actively push forward and attack, assisting and supporting their teammates. In addition, they also need to retreat immediately when defending to ensure the team's backline remains intact. After explaining the tactics, Pellegrini mentioned several key moments. At these moments, we will quickly transition from defense to attack, catching the opponent off guard while they are unprepared for our tactical changes. Finally, Pellegrini found Lin Quan and said to him, Lin, Chelsea's defense against you is very tight, so I plan to use this to our advantage. Lin Quan nodded and said, Coach, go ahead, I will execute the team's tactics. Very good. I want you to play on the right wing, and our attack will revolve around you. After drawing Chelsea's attention to the right wing, we will switch directions and deliver the final blow. A feint attack? Lin Quan understood Pellegrini's idea. The team's right winger, Navas, was sidelined due to illness, but the left winger, Nasri, was still on the field. With his ability, as long as an opportunity was created and the final blow was entrusted to him, the chances of success were indeed quite high. However, the prerequisite is that he can successfully draw enough aggro on the right flank, making Chelsea's players focus entirely on him. Only then will Nasri have a chance. As for the tactical arrangements involving Jovetic and Negreiro, they are all just a smokescreen used by Pellegrini to mislead Mourinho. The second half started quickly. Manchester City launched a fierce attack on Chelsea right from the start. After kicking off, Negreiro charged towards Chelsea's half at full speed, while Jovetic passed a ball to Lin Quan on the wing and also made a decisive forward run. At the same time, Manchester City's midfielders and defenders also pressed forward, and for a time, 7 or 8 Manchester City players had crossed the halfway line to participate in the attack. On the sidelines, Mourinho's expression remained calm after seeing this. Manchester City's attacking tactics at the start were already within his expectations. He had used this tactic many times before, so how could he not be prepared for it? Thinking of this, Mourinho glanced at Pellegrini on the away team's bench. The two had faced each other many times in La Liga, and Mourinho considered Pellegrini's level negligible. He was certain he would win this match. Seeing the opponent's massive attack, Chelsea's players quickly retreated, maintaining a very solid defensive line. Manchester City's attack struggled to penetrate beyond the 30-meter zone. How, is that all? Mourinho appeared dismissive, seeing the opponent's attack stifled. He waved his hand, signaling Chelsea to launch an attack. Pellegrini probably thought he would play a counter-attacking style after taking the lead, but Mourinho wasn't planning on doing so. Huh? What's Chelsea doing? They're not playing counter-attacking? The assistant coaches on Manchester City's coaching staff were astonished by Chelsea's choice. Chelsea's attacking ability wasn't particularly strong, their offensive firepower ranked only in the lower half of the league. Their real strength lay in their defense. Why abandon their strengths and exploit their weaknesses? Had Mourinho become senile? In the stands, including in the VIP boxes, Chelsea fans and owner Abramovich were somewhat taken aback by Mourinho's choice. After taking the lead, Coach Mourinho didn't opt for a conservative counter-attacking strategy. Instead, he intensified the attack. It seems he intends to win the game with attacking football today. Haha, no wonder everyone calls him the special one. This choice is indeed very bold. However, the risk is also high. It's well known that Chelsea's attacking line hasn't been very effective in recent seasons. In the commentary box, the commentators were also somewhat confused by Mourinho's choice. But considering Mourinho's arrogant personality, this choice did fit the public's impression of him. On the field, Oscar, Sherrill, Torres, Hazard, and others played with great effort. They wanted to shake off the stereotype of Chelsea being weak in attack but strong in defense, and this home game against Manchester City was their best opportunity to prove their attacking prowess. Mourinho is adept at motivating his players. He uses external criticism and belittling of Chelsea's forwards to spur them on, making them feel like the whole world is against them. Then, under Mourinho's influence, they unleash their full fighting spirit and deliver a resounding rebuke to those who criticize and belittle them. Influenced by this, Chelsea's forwards are like they've been injected with adrenaline, tireless, fearless of injury, running all over the field, launching a relentless attack. From the 47th minute until the 65th minute, Chelsea besieged Manchester City's goal for a full 20 minutes. The Chelsea fans in the stadium, watching their team's attacks wave after wave, were thrilled, some even moved to tears. It's been a long time coming. I never imagined I'd see my Blues play such attacking football. If they were wearing different kits, you'd think they were playing Barcelona. Inside the VIP box, Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich nodded repeatedly, even spontaneously applauding Mourinho. His dissatisfaction with Mourinho stemmed not only from the latter's personality but also from his desire to see the Blues not only win championships but also play aesthetically pleasing attacking football. While Mourinho's defensive counter-attacking style brought accolades, the matches were often ugly and far removed from his vision. Abramovich had gradually abandoned this unrealistic idea after bringing Mourinho back. Unexpectedly, Mourinho delivered a surprise. Chelsea had switched to attacking football. Keep it up, Jose. Starting with this win against Manchester City, let Chelsea's attacking football become famous throughout Europe. Abramovich couldn't help but dream. However, in the 65th minute, the situation on the field changed dramatically. After being dominated by Chelsea for 20 minutes, Manchester City suddenly launched a full-scale counter-attack. This time, Chelsea was truly caught off guard. I've only ever seen teams fight hard at the start, never in the middle. Although they retreated to defend at top speed, they were still a step too slow. Lin Quan dribbled the ball all the way to the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. Negrito had already entered the box, and Jovetic was also making a quick run forward. However, because he had previously made a run and taken a shot, the Chelsea players were wary of him, with Lampard marking him closely and preventing him from receiving the ball. Seeing Lin Quan blocked, and Manchester City's other receiving points also tightly marked by the defenders, Manchester City's counter-attack seemed destined to end in failure, just like before, and Chelsea fans breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, after attracting the attention of many defenders, Lin Quan didn't choose to dribble past them, but instead delivered a long pass, accurately shifting the ball to the left flank. The right side of Chelsea's penalty area was now completely open, but Manchester City's left winger, Nasri, appeared there like a ghost. With no one marking him, he unleashed a powerful shot that broke through Chelsea's defense. The score became 1-1. Manchester City have equalized. Chapter 206. Mourinho can't keep up the act anymore. This goal caught Chelsea completely off guard, and Mourinho on the sidelines finally lost his composure. His face showed shock, and after confirming the goal was indeed conceded, he angrily threw down his water bottle. To hell with the composure. I'm not pretending anymore. He ran to the sidelines, his expression contorted with rage, and roared at his players, ordering them to continue their attacking tactics and attack with even greater ferocity than before. Mourinho's insistence on playing attacking football in this match was a way to use this home game against Manchester City to prove to the world that he's not just a defender, but also capable of attacking. Because during his time at Chelsea, Inter Milan, and even Real Madrid, his most memorable role was defensive. This created a stereotype that Mourinho only knew how to defend, not attack. Although Mourinho has consistently appeared indifferent to external opinions, deep down he still yearns to prove himself. After all, Guardiola, another world-class manager known for his attacking style, enjoys far greater recognition in the football world. This greatly displeased Mourinho, who had been secretly competing with Guardiola. So, from the very first game of the season, he began trying to revamp Chelsea's attacking system, even mimicking the strikerless formation tactics of Barcelona and the Spanish national team. However, his efforts seemed unsuccessful. Chelsea's strikerless formation experiment failed. This time, he hoped to use Manchester City, with many key players absent, as a scapegoat. But this attempt also seemed to have botched. His team attacked with great effort but failed to capitalize on their opportunities. Instead, a counter-attack from the opponent wiped out Chelsea's lead. This huge gap between expectations and reality was unacceptable to Mourinho. Was the criticism justified? Did he really not know how to play attacking football? Unwilling to accept this result, he acted somewhat irrationally, demanding that the team launch attacks. After berating his players, Mourinho began making substitutions. He replaced midfielder Lampard with number 10 Masia. Sherrill, who seemed somewhat lost after scoring, was replaced by Willian. Both substitutions were aimed at strengthening the attacking line, clearly indicating that Mourinho hadn't given up on the offensive. On the contrary, after the substitutions, Chelsea's attack would become even more intense. Mourinho knew very well that if Chelsea were held to draw or even lose this match, the media and reporters would use incredibly harsh words to criticize him, belittling him and his team to nothing. Given his strained relationship with the media, he couldn't expect them to go easy on him. He could only rely on his own efforts and ability to break down the stereotypes surrounding him. Inside the VIP box, Abramovich, who had previously been very satisfied with Mourinho's performance, was now so angry that he felt an urge to fire him. This goal conceded had completely extinguished any goodwill he had just developed towards Mourinho. Mourinho really couldn't attack. Look how badly Chelsea played under him. So many excellent players in the attacking third, yet not one of them could step up and play the role of Lin Quan in Manchester City. Abramovich was furious. He had spent a fortune over the years, bought numerous players, and changed coaches repeatedly. But why had Chelsea's attack remained stagnant? Had he simply made the wrong choices again? He glanced at the frustrated and furious Mourinho on the sidelines, then at the number 10 in Manchester City's light blue jersey. Mourinho's substitutions had some effect. Masia, unlike Lampard, excelled at playmaking and passing, possessed excellent vision and overall game awareness. Their contributions to the team's attack differed. Lampard was a powerful attacker with a strong shot and a remarkable long-range effort, adept at making late runs into the box. Masia, on the other hand, didn't need to attack himself, he could contribute to the team's offense through ball control and passing. Therefore, after Masia came on, Manchester City's defense faced increased difficulties. As a result, Chelsea's attack gradually improved. In the 77th minute, Chelsea intercepted the ball and launched a quick counter-attack. As Masia dribbled forward, he spotted an opening in Manchester City's defense and quickly passed the ball to Torres. Torres, acting as a pivot, passed it back to Masia, who had shaken off his defender. Masia then distributed possession to Hazard on the other side. Hazard then began his dribbling display, first beating Yaya Toure, then Demichelis. Unfortunately, his final shot was saved by Joe Hart. Mourinho, like the Chelsea fans in the stadium, was frustrated when the ball didn't go in. However, he then applauded his team's attack. Compared to their previous attacks that were all bark and no bite, Chelsea's attack this time was much more threatening. If they continued playing like this, a goal was only a matter of time. However, they needed to be wary of Manchester City's counter-attacks. The two attacks by the opponent at the start of the second half and in the 65th minute had left a deep impression on Mourinho, and he felt that the opponent's attacks might not be limited to those two. So Mourinho called Michael over, gave him some instructions, and prepared to bring him on. Sure enough, after Chelsea made the substitution, Manchester City launched another full-scale counter-attack in the 75th minute. However, this time, having learned from their previous two mistakes, the Chelsea players were prepared. Michael, who had just been substituted on, specifically marked Lin Quan, sticking to him wherever he went, whether he had the ball or not. Although Lin Quan wasn't the one who ultimately scored on Manchester City's counter-attacks, the attacks originated from him. If they didn't contain him, who knew what other tricks Manchester City might have up their sleeve? Seeing Michael marking him, Lin Quan quickly moved towards the center, seeking cover from his teammates. Yaya Toure, who happened to be dribbling the ball at that moment, passed it to Lin Quan. Lin Quan, without stopping the ball, played a through ball to Jovetic, then quickly moved forward, looking for an opportunity. With him constantly running and stretching the defense, Michael really couldn't contain him. But this guy has been playing for most of the game, how can he still have so much energy and run so much? If he hadn't just been substituted on and wasn't in top form, he really wouldn't have been able to keep up with Lin Quan's pace. Jovetic received the ball but was intercepted by Terry. He had no space to shoot, and his passing lanes were blocked, so he had to pass the ball across to the left. However, this wasn't a good option. Chelsea, having fallen for this trick before, were marking Nasri very well this time. Jovetic's pass was almost intercepted by Ivanovic. Fortunately, Lin Quan saw the situation was bad and appeared next to Nasri in time, allowing Nasri to pass the ball before being fouled. Cahill immediately abandoned Negrito and rushed towards Lin Quan. Lin Quan observed Sek's position, cut inside, and after getting past Ivanovic's interception, he took a shot from about 26 meters out. The shot came suddenly. Sek's view was blocked by his teammate, and he didn't see Lin Quan shoot immediately. However, as a top goalkeeper, his reaction speed was astonishing. The instant he saw Lin Quan shoot, Sek made the right choice. He took a powerful step to his right and leaped high, narrowly deflecting the ball with his fingertips. With a thud, the ball hit the crossbar and bounced away. The Chelsea fans in the stadium almost stopped breathing in shock. Moments later, Stamford Bridge was filled with gasps of astonishment. That was too dangerous. If Sek had been even half a second slower, Chelsea would have been behind. After making the save, Sek felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He glanced at Lin Quan in the distance with some lingering fear. This guy's shot was both unpredictable and tricky. It was indeed difficult to defend against. Lin Quan shook his head with some regret. He had a feeling he had made a mistake after the shot was taken, but he hadn't expected Sek to make such a divine save. He had personally experienced the legendary divine reaction. If it were any other goalkeeper, they probably wouldn't have been able to save that shot. Seeing Sek looking at him, he gave Sek a thumbs up, praising his save. Sek was taken aback, not expecting this gesture, but after realizing what he meant, he nodded back to Lin Quan. After this counter-attack, Chelsea didn't dare to continue attacking for several minutes. Even Mourinho didn't blame his players for their conservative approach. He himself was sweating bullets. At the same time, Mourinho hesitated. Should they just give up? A draw would be acceptable, at least they had ended Manchester City's 8-game winning streak. If they continued attacking, and the opponent scored a goal in a counter-attack, it would be too difficult for Chelsea to come back. However, stopping the attack at this point felt like a loss of face. So Mourinho gritted his teeth and signaled the team to continue attacking. In fact, his worries were unnecessary. After 75 minutes of the second half, Manchester City's players began to show signs of fatigue. In the 76th minute, left winger Nasri suffered cramps. A few minutes later, the fullback also started cramping. Chelsea's players, initially intimidated by Manchester City's counterattacks, immediately realized they were running out of energy when they saw their opponents cramping one after another. For Manchester City, the consequences of 3 consecutive back-to-back away games are starting to show. In the commentary booth, Hiway, seeing the widespread fatigue among Manchester City players, said with some regret, if it weren't for the large number of injuries, there might still be hope for a win in this match. Pellegrini could have made personnel adjustments to alleviate the team's fatigue. But now, they have too many injuries to make such adjustments. Su Yang nodded, to achieve this result with such a depleted lineup, I think it's already a very good result for Manchester City. Now there are less than 20 minutes left in the game. If they can hold on for these 20 minutes, perhaps they can leave Stamford Bridge with a draw and their heads held high. Chelsea and Mourinho certainly won't let them off easily. Manchester City's players are exhausted. This is clearly Chelsea's chance to win. Before the words were even finished, Chelsea's attack began. Strike while the iron is hot. Chelsea's players wouldn't show mercy just because Manchester City's players were fatigued. On the contrary, they even wanted to seize this opportunity to score more goals and thoroughly humiliate their opponents. Realizing that their players were running out of energy, Pellegrini quickly made substitutions. Players who had previously spent most of their time on the bench now had a chance to play. In the 79th minute, Manchester City replaced Nasri with Milner. Milner possesses excellent defensive abilities and is very mobile. Bringing him on strengthens Manchester City's defense on the flanks and preserves some counter-attacking capability, thus maintaining a threat to Chelsea and preventing them from pressing forward recklessly. In the 81st minute, Manchester City replaced Negredo with midfielder Rodwell, number 17. Negredo's stamina was fine, but the team needed to strengthen their midfield interception capabilities, so he had to be substituted. 2 minutes later, Pellegrini replaced Nestezic with young defender Boyda. At this point, Manchester City had used all 3 of their substitutions, and they had exhausted all their methods of stalling for time. In the final 10 minutes or so, the match had completely devolved into a half-court attacking drill. Chelsea launched a relentless offensive around Manchester City's goal, and Mourinho used his last substitution, replacing a defender with Eto'o. Eto'o was Mourinho's lucky charm. The two had won a Champions League trophy together while playing for Inter Milan. Mourinho had great faith in the African cheetah, hoping he could bring him good fortune. However, Eto'o was past his prime, and after coming on, he was ineffective, failing to score and wasting a golden opportunity in the 88th minute. With the 90th minute approaching, it seemed the match was headed for a draw. In the final moments, the long-dormant Torres stepped up. In the 90th minute, the newly substituted youngster Boyda misjudged a header, leaving Joe Hart rushing out to create an open goal. Risking injury, Torres got to Hart before him, fearlessly sliding in to slot the ball into the empty net 2-1. After scoring, Torres excitedly ran to the sidelines, took off his jersey, and roared at the cameras. He had waited so long for this moment. Seeing Torres complete the winning goal, Mourinho completely disregarded his image, turned and rushed to the stands to embrace the fans and celebrate. This goal ignited Stamford Bridge, with countless Chelsea fans weeping with joy, embracing each other and shedding tears of excitement. As the hero of the decisive victory, Torres' name resounded throughout the stadium. More than 40,000 Blues fans chanted T9's name in unison, thanking him for his last-minute goal. This victory was truly hard-won. They thought they could easily win against a depleted Manchester City squad. However, the match turned out to be incredibly difficult, with Manchester City's several counter-attacks nearly pushing Chelsea into the abyss. Fortunately, their luck was on their side, and they secured this last-minute winner. Lin Quan silently walked towards his own goal, patted the visibly distraught Boyda on the shoulder, and said, "Leave the self-blame for later. The game isn't over yet, is it?" After saying this, he passed the dejected Joe Hart, entered his own goal, and retrieved the ball from the net. Returning to the center circle, Lin Quan placed the ball at the kickoff point. Having done this, he stood with his hands on his hips, watching the Chelsea players celebrating wildly in a corner in the distance. He didn't urge them on, but simply waited quietly for the referee to blow the whistle to restart the game. Chapter 207. A game-winning shot followed by a game-winning shot, a shot from a god. Torres' goal in the 90th minute was a fatal blow to Manchester City. They may face a last-minute defeat. Martin Tyler said with some regret in the Sky Sports commentary booth. His longtime partner, Andy Gray, added, "Manchester City's players fought until the very last moment. They almost pushed Chelsea to the brink. So even if they lose this game, I don't think anyone will blame them." That's right. With consecutive away games and a large number of injuries, they weren't highly regarded. To perform at this level, I think they can leave Stamford Bridge with their heads held high. Lin doesn't seem to have given up yet, but time is too short. I don't think he can change the score. Martin Tyler was somewhat surprised to see Lin Quan retrieve the ball from the goal. He specifically checked the match time. It's already stoppage time. By the time Chelsea finishes celebrating, the 3 minutes of stoppage time will probably be up. Manchester City will likely only have one attacking opportunity left. Andy Gray side beside him, scoring a goal from just one chance is incredibly difficult. Lin is very good, but even he can't accomplish this near impossible task. Yes, after taking the lead, Chelsea will definitely tighten their defense and won't give Manchester City any chances. On the sidelines, after the celebrations, Mourinho solemnly instructed the Chelsea players, "Lin is Manchester City's biggest threat. Mark him, double-team him, don't give him a chance to shoot, hold on for this last minute, and keep the victory at Stamford Bridge. Can you do it?" "Yes." Louder. "Haven't you eaten?" "Boss, we will keep the victory at Stamford Bridge." The players roared in unison. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds, to win. "Lin, how should we play this?" Jovetic and Milner approached and asked. Negrito had been substituted, leaving Manchester City without a focal point in attack. This prevented them from replicating their previous attacking tactics. Lin Quan glanced at Chelsea's formation and said, "You guys create space for me, I'll finish this final attack." The two nodded, both relieved. Being tasked with this final attack at such a crucial moment would have placed immense pressure on them. If their final shot missed, they could become the scapegoats for the team's loss. They were grateful that Lin Quan had stepped up to take on this responsibility. Such a sense of responsibility and commitment was rare. Thinking about this, Lin Quan's image in their eyes grew even more admirable. In the second minute of stoppage time, Chelsea finally ended their celebrations and returned to the field under pressure from the referee. A whistle blew, and play resumed. Jovetic passed the ball directly to Lin Quan, acting as a focal point in charging towards Chelsea's half. However, he was quickly stopped by Chelsea players. On the other side, Milner was also making his run, but Chelsea's wingers and fullbacks blocked all his space to receive the ball. Manchester City's attacking path on the left flank was shut down. Suddenly, all eyes were on Lin Quan. How would he complete this attack? The first to rush towards Lin Quan was Chelsea's winning goal scorer, his national teammate Torres. Torres seemed to have completely forgotten he was a striker. He focused intently on every move Lin Quan made, using all his defensive skills to try and mark Lin Quan to death. However, T9's defensive ability was still inferior to that of a dedicated defender. Lin Quan didn't waste words with him, using a change of pace to easily get past him with a dribbling move. Oscar and Ramirez rushed towards Lin Quan almost simultaneously, trying to stifle Manchester City's attack in midfield. But Lin Quan, based on the difference in their footwork, first got past Oscar, then Ramirez, completing 3 dribbles in just a few seconds. Seeing Lin Quan break through Chelsea's midfield and attack, the Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge instinctively held their breath. "Stop him!" They wanted to shout it out, but due to the overwhelming tension, they seemed to lose their ability to speak for a moment. All the words in their hearts were stuck in their throats, unable to be uttered. Inside the VIP box, Emma Watson nervously gripped her friend's hand, while Lily Collins was even more nervous. Both were praying, one hoping the ball wouldn't go in, the other hoping it would. Abramovich couldn't sit still either, nervously gripping the box railing, leaning halfway out to look at the field. Every step Lin Quan took increased the pressure on him, like a death knell pounding on his heart. On the sidelines, both managers and the players on the bench all stood up, craning their necks, watching the game with bated breath. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, De Bruyne, long since abandoned by Mourinho and not even included in the squad, couldn't help but stand up. Seeing Lin Quan dribbling at breakneck speed, completing incredible feats of skill, he recalled their time together in the German Cup, where they staged a comeback victory against Bayern Munich. That scene felt like yesterday, yet yesterday was so distant. Terry, Cahill, and Ivanovic all rushed towards Lin Quan. The Chelsea captain even showed his studs, sliding in to try and deter Lin Quan, trying to make him abandon the attack. If he continued dribbling, even if Terry couldn't tackle him, he would at least bring him down. Even if it meant a card, they couldn't let him continue. Pass. Seeing Terry's action, the Manchester City fans were horrified. Injuring their star player for a single match was too much of a loss, so at this moment, they all hoped Lin Quan would pass the ball. Pass. On the Manchester City bench, Pellegrini and his assistants were also silently chanting. Manchester City had a large lead in the standings. Even if they lost a game, they would still be a full 3 points ahead of second place. But if Lin Quan was injured by the tackle, even if the ball went in, it would be a huge waste. "You brat, pass the ball." In his Munich apartment, Guardiola saw this and jumped up from his seat. He wished he could rush to London right now and drag Lin Quan off the field. Seemingly hearing Guardiola's shout, Lin Quan passed the ball before Terry could tackle him. The fans in the stadium breathed a sigh of relief, the suffocating feeling disappeared, and they all breathed a sigh of relief because of Lin Quan's action. Terry, who made the tackle, also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled his foot back to avoid hitting the opponent and giving them a free kick in the attacking third. It was good that the ball was passed. It was much less of a threat at someone else's feet than at Lin Quan's. However, after they breathed a sigh of relief, they realized that Lin Quan hadn't passed the ball forward, but backward. He passed it back to Yaya Toure. Did he see Chelsea's tight defense and decide to give up on the attack? Yaya Toure was also very surprised. He never expected Lin Quan to pass the ball to him. But just as he was at a loss, he saw Lin Quan dodge Terry's tackle and break into the penalty area. He hadn't given up the attack. Yaya Toure instantly snapped to attention. Without thinking, he lobbed the ball over the top to find Lin Quan. To break through Chelsea's defense and prevent the pass from being intercepted prematurely, Yaya Toure passed a half-high ball, the ball landing at about neck height. However, this height made it difficult for the receiver to shoot directly. Even a header would be difficult to generate power, requiring a control and adjustment. But would Chelsea's defenders give Lin Quan that time to adjust? That pass was terrible. Lin Quan is in such a difficult position. Lin Quan finally got into space, but Yaya Toure's pass was poor. If Xavier Iniesta were here, they would definitely have made a good pass. Don't even mention Xavier Iniesta. Even if you pulled out Lin Quan's former teammate De Bruyne, he would have made a better pass than Yaya Toure. Manchester City fans sighed after seeing Yaya Toure's pass. This attack was probably over, and without a goal, Manchester City had no time left. So, Manchester City's winning streak and unbeaten record were about to end at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea fans in the stadium, Abramovich in the box, and Mourinho on the sidelines all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Yaya Toure's pass. Lin Quan had to receive the ball with his back to goal, which would take a lot of time just to control it, especially with his back to the goal. Unless Chelsea's defenders were a bunch of idiots, they wouldn't have given the opponent a chance to turn and shoot. However, just when everyone thought Manchester City's attack was about to fail, Lin Quan made a move that shocked everyone. Seeing the ball flying towards him, he powerfully pushed off with his leg and waist, his body soaring into the air like a rock spreading its wings. A bicycle kick. This kid actually wanted to try a bicycle kick. Chelsea defender Cahill was dumbfounded, while Lin Quan's right foot was already above his head. With a loud bang, the ball, like a high-speed cannonball, flew into the Blues' goal under the gaze of 40,000 fans. Chelsea goalkeeper Sek was stunned. Defender Terry was stunned. The entire Chelsea team was stunned. Stamford Bridge fell silent. This goal was completely beyond their imagination, to the point that their minds momentarily went blank. Goal. An unbelievable goal. A godlike performance. This goal should only exist in heaven. How often can one hear such a thing on earth? Commentators from various television stations, speaking different languages, went wild in that instant. No amount of praise was too much for this goal. Its brilliance completely deserved their admiration. Let's appreciate this beautiful goal in slow motion. This is an extremely difficult bicycle kick. The ball was about 1.6 meters above the ground. Hitting a ball that high is difficult enough, let alone a ball flying at a certain speed. The judgment of the landing point, the timing of the kick, and so on are all extremely demanding. Yaya Touré's pass wasn't good, but perhaps even he didn't expect that his low-quality pass would assist his teammate in scoring such a magnificent goal. In the CCTV studio, Wei and Su Yang, accompanied by the slow-motion replay, explained the goal to the fans watching the match. A bicycle kick is a highly difficult shot in itself. And to execute it and score is already incredibly difficult, let alone a goal of this magnitude. The two commentators, who have been commentating on matches for over a decade, wouldn't dare say this was the most spectacular goal they'd ever seen, but it was certainly in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. Lin Quan might even be able to retain his Puskas award this year with this goal, Su Yang said with a smile. Wei nodded in agreement. If I were a judge, I would vote for Lin Quan's goal. On the field, after Lin Quan scored this magnificent goal, Manchester City fans and players erupted in celebration. All 10 players on the field, including the goalkeeper, rushed towards Lin Quan. Lin Quan excitedly ran to the sidelines and dived low towards the away fans in celebration. Manchester City players followed suit, swooping down onto the pitch one after another, excitedly pinning Lin Quan to the ground and piling him on top of each other. The substitutes erupted in celebration, leaving their benches to embrace their teammates. Some ran onto the field to join the festivities. Pellegrini first pumped his fist, then hugged each of his assistant coaches. Overwhelmed with emotion, he almost hugged the Chelsea players near the Manchester City bench. Luckily, an assistant coach pulled him back at the last moment, otherwise the Chilean engineer would have made a fool of himself. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Manchester City celebrated wildly, but Chelsea couldn't laugh. Marino sat on the bench, his eyes fixed on his own goal, still unable to accept the result. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Abramovich, upon seeing the goal, stormed out, leaving the stadium early. Lin Quan's goal was a decisive blow. Chelsea had just changed the score 2 minutes ago, but their lead didn't even last 2 minutes before Manchester City reversed it again. On the pitch, Torres stood in front of his own goal, hands on his hips, looking at Lin Quan surrounded by his teammates with a hint of resentment. In the national team, Lin Quan had taken his starting position, from an absolute mainstay in the World Cup and European Championship to a marginal position with few playing opportunities. At the club level, he was experiencing a severe goal drought, finally breaking it with goals in 2 consecutive games. But then, after finally scoring a game-winning goal, the opponent turned the tables and scored again. Was this guy his nemesis? Thinking this, Torres smiled bitterly. At this moment, Stamford Bridge felt completely unfamiliar to him. For the first time, T9 considered leaving. Chapter 208, Popularity soars, fan count surpasses 5 million. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's spectacular bicycle kick in stoppage time, the two teams drew 2-2. Manchester City escaped Chelsea's home ground with a point. Although their winning streak was broken, they remain unbeaten. Manchester City fans are very satisfied with this result given the team's incomplete squad. In the post-match press conference, Pellegrini spent a minute praising Lin Quan's performance, calling him the best player he has ever managed, without exception. As a manager, I am very happy that my team has a player like Lin Quan. He is the kind of player who can bring you endless surprises, like Messi at Barcelona and Ronaldo at Real Madrid. I think Lin is clearly a player of that caliber. With the annual Ballon d'Or award approaching, Pellegrini is clearly building momentum for him. Although Lin Quan's historical record and honors are significantly lower than some of the favorites, the necessary hype must still be generated, and the topic must be generated. Netizens have been discussing Pellegrini's words extensively. The engineer is right, Lin Quan really does have the makings of one of the 2 greatest players of all time. Keep a low profile, don't let Lin Quan get any negative publicity. He needs at least a Champions League trophy and a Ballon d'Or before he can be compared to the 2 greatest players. Before that, he's still far behind in terms of honors. I think Lin Quan can take a shortcut, like winning the World Cup next year. Would that directly surpass Messi and Ronaldo? That's a good idea. The World Cup is more prestigious than the Champions League trophy, but winning it is incredibly difficult. There are many strong teams in next year's World Cup. The host nation Brazil goes without saying, but there's also South American powerhouse Argentina, and traditional European powerhouses like France, England, The Netherlands, Italy, and Germany, none of them are easy to beat. Fighting his way through so many strong teams will be a huge challenge. The person upstairs forgot one: Belgium, the Red Devils of Europe, should be underestimated, and Croatia, where Modric and Mandzukic play, is also quite strong. There are indeed many strong teams in Europe. Indeed, many European teams have been relegated to the second or even third tier. There might be a supergroup of death in the group stage. If they are unlucky and get drawn into one, given Spain's slow start, they might be eliminated in the group stage. That can't be right. Spain is the defending champion, and currently ranked number 1 in the world by FIFA. It's impossible for them not to make it out of the group stage. Theoretically, there is a possibility they won't make it out, but the probability is low. After the match, the video of Lin Quan's bicycle kick spread rapidly online. He also topped Twitter's trending list thanks to this divine shot. As a result, Lin Quan's fame and influence rose to another level. His Twitter followers also soared, surpassing 5 million, exceeding a large number of current stars. While some were triumphant, others were disappointed. After Pellegrini's interview, Chelsea's manager hadn't arrived yet. This prompted whispers among the reporters: could Mourinho be a deserter and too scared to come? Hell, maybe. He boasted before the match that he would definitely beat Manchester City at home, but he was held to draw by a depleted Manchester City squad. Now everyone is waiting to see him make a fool of himself. I don't think he has the courage to show up. Where there's Mourinho, there's no shortage of news. The special one's personality easily leads to clashes with reporters. And every clash becomes fodder for the media. After a while, Mourinho finally arrived, his face ashen, looking like he had just had an argument. I bet Mourinho threw a tantrum in the locker room. Hell, maybe he had a friendly chat with Abramovich, the reporters speculated. These guys weren't deliberately lowering their voices, so Mourinho heard their discussion clearly. He scoffed, sat down behind the interview table, and said, "I know what you want to ask, but my team ended our opponent's 8-game winning streak, which I think is an acceptable result." He anticipated the reporters' questions and wanted to preemptively shut them down. However, how could the Fleet Street reporters let him off so easily? But Manchester City was missing a lot of key players in this match. They were at best a depleted squad. If you can't even beat Manchester City like this, then when you visit the Etihad Stadium in the 24th round of the league, do Chelsea still have a chance? Mourinho glanced at the reporter who asked the question, and seeing that it was a reporter from the Times, he gave him some face and didn't directly criticize him. "My team is the best team, we can beat any opponent." A reporter from The Independent asked, after this match, "Manchester City is still 7 points ahead of Chelsea, and Arsenal is 3 points ahead of you. Is Chelsea's goal still to win the title this season?" Mourinho said dismissively, "Of course, my goal and the team's goal has always been to win the title. The league has only just begun, there are still 29 rounds left, enough for my team to catch up." A reporter from The Guardian was not satisfied with Mourinho's answer and refuted him with data, "But in these 9 rounds, Chelsea have lost 1 and drawn 3. The team's attacking problems remain unresolved. Among the traditional powerhouses in the Premier League, Chelsea's current goal tally is only higher than the turbulent Manchester United, lagging behind the other 3 teams, and far behind Manchester City." Mourinho sneered, "Wenger's Arsenal are always very strong at the beginning of each season, giving people the feeling that they are about to win the title, but you've all seen what Arsenal is like in the second half of the season. I admit that Manchester City's current record is good, but they lack experience and will make mistakes quickly when competing on multiple fronts, while my team will not." The reporters present couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could this guy be so shameless? Who lost by a large margin to Basel in their first Champions League away game. Manchester City is now undefeated in the Champions League, and their chances of advancing from the group stage are bright. Chelsea, on the other hand, still has to compete with Werder Bremen for first place in the group, and whether they can even get first place or advance is uncertain. And yet, he dares to say that his team won't make mistakes. I think Mourinho is just being stubborn. Seeing Mourinho's self-praise, a reporter from The Sun spoke up, "Coach Mourinho, before the match you said you would definitely beat Manchester City at home, but you failed. How do you evaluate your pre-match boast?" This was a direct slap in the face. Mourinho might be slightly polite to reporters from The Times and other mainstream newspapers. But with tabloids like The Sun, he wouldn't hold back at all. "I can stand on the Stamford Bridge and direct the team, while you only hide in the shadows spewing insults. Chelsea hired me as their manager because I'm better than you, better than everyone here. Otherwise, why wouldn't they hire you? After saying this, he turned and left, ending the press conference abruptly. As the highlight of this round of Premier League matches, the entire Fleet Street media covered the game after it ended. And Lin Quan's goal was unsurprisingly voted the best goal of the round. In Manchester City's history, perhaps only Aguero's last-minute winner against Queen's Park Rangers in the final round of the 2011-2012 season can rival Lin Quan's goal. Of course, in terms of sheer brilliance, Lin Quan's goal clearly wins. However, in terms of the thrill and importance to the team, Aguero's shot is obviously more significant, as it secured a championship trophy. After the match, Aguero, who was sidelined due to illness, praised Lin Quan's performance on social media. Incredible. Lin did what every striker wants to do but can't. I think when I return, I'll have to learn his bicycle kick technique. An unnamed Real Madrid striker secretly gave Aguero a thumbs up. Lin Quan's shooting technique is truly useful after learning it, you'll know once you try it. After seeing Aguero's tweet, Lin Quan also tweeted, "A bicycle kick is easy, right? You just need to jump, lift your foot, aim at the ball, and kick hard." Aguero? Is it really that simple? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Reus, this guy is lying. When he shoots with his right foot, he lifts it higher than his own height. To complete a shot like that, you first need to be able to jump that high. Is jumping high enough? A certain €100 million winger from Real Madrid, after hearing this, was eager to try it out on the field. A certain Serie A player, whose entire body is world-class, also wanted to try it after hearing this news. So, in AC Milan's away game against Parma, he actually tried to replicate Lin Quan's goal on the field. And then, Balotelli received a yellow card for not hitting the ball but instead kicking the opposing defender squarely. As the losing side, Chelsea fans were extremely bitter. However, there was some good news. Torres, who scored in 2 consecutive matches, was clearly in better form. This offered some comfort to Chelsea fans. If Torres could maintain this form, Chelsea might be able to turn the tide and win the title. The World Cup group stage draw was about to take place, and before it, some reporters approached Torres to ask about his thoughts on the club and the national team. "I feel my form is recovering, and I'm confident I can help the team continue to win." Torres didn't seem to be greatly affected by the match, at least, the confidence he displayed was much better than during his goal drought of the previous months. But the reporters were clearly not satisfied with this answer. They wanted a sensational story. "Fernando, we know you were a key player for Spain in the South Africa World Cup and the 2012 European Championship, but you lost that position after Lin Quan joined the team. But you've been in such good form lately. If you can continue this excellent form in the upcoming League and Champions League matches, do you think Coach Del Bosque will put you back in the starting lineup?" The reporter clearly had ulterior motives. He wanted to sow discord between Lin Quan and Torres. As an established star, Torres couldn't possibly be completely unperturbed about losing his starting position. Any hint of discontent from him in an interview would be enough for the journalists to create a sensational story, exaggerating it into a major conflict within the Spanish national team. As the defending champions and currently ranked number 1 in the FIFA rankings, the Spanish national team commands a huge audience. News about them has a large readership, and if they can generate some explosive news, their newspapers will undoubtedly sell out. Furthermore, the British also want to use this opportunity to disrupt the stability and unity of the Spanish national team's dressing room, adding some uncertainty to the defending champions' World Cup journey next year. Of all the countries participating in the World Cup, aside from Spanish fans, probably no one wants them to successfully defend their title. The British are no exception. Torres isn't a novice, he's played in the Premier League for several years and knows all too well the tricks of the unscrupulous Fleet Street journalists. So, after carefully choosing his words, he cautiously replied, "I'm confident I can maintain this form, I know how hard won it is." Torres' goal drought hadn't just lasted a day or two, but a year or two. Since joining Chelsea, he hadn't been able to find the same scoring form he had at Liverpool, so he especially cherished this resurgence. "As for my starting position in the national team, it will depend on the coach's personnel choices and tactics. I will try my best to impress the coach and show him my ability." This answer was actually quite cautious, but Torres still overestimated the integrity of the Fleet Street reporters. "The holy infant is dissatisfied with Lin Quan, he stole my starting position. Seeing the unscrupulous reporter's report, Torres was dumbfounded. These reporters really have no integrity or bottom line. His answer didn't express that meaning at all. These guys deliberately distorted the facts. However, after this news report came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the football world. Media outlets from various countries reprinted or followed up on the report, making this news known to everyone. The Spanish national team, after all, is the world's #1 ranked team, and with their consecutive championship wins, their popularity and media attention far surpass that of their competitors. This has fueled public interest in the battle for the Spanish national team's striker position, with many Torres fans beginning to voice their grievances on his behalf. I strongly urge Vicente Del Bosque to put Torres in the starting lineup. Torres deserves a starting spot. With Torres level, he's arguably the best striker in Spain, right? It's outrageous that he's not in the starting lineup. Don't even mention Torres, Villa is also sitting on the bench. Since Lin Quan joined the team, these players' playing opportunities have indeed decreased significantly. Sigh, these veteran players have contributed so much to the Spanish national team, and now they're being kicked aside. It's truly disheartening. The Spanish coaching staff's approach is indeed questionable. I think they should give veteran players more opportunities, instead of overusing Lin Quan like this. Even if Lin Quan is an Iron Man, starting every game won't be enough. Questions about the Spanish coaching staff began to appear online. Because the Spanish national team is so strong, there's a prevailing opinion that even a dog could win in Del Bosque's position. Under these circumstances, the Spanish coaching staff's work is easily overlooked. After all, their tactics are copied from Barcelona, and most of the players are from Barcelona. It's more like a Barcelona branch team than the Spanish national team. Seeing the situation escalate, Torres realized he had made a mistake, regardless of whether those unscrupulous reporters had distorted the facts. At this point, he had to step forward to refute the rumors and clarify the truth as quickly as possible, preventing the false rumors from spreading further. However, the outside world did not believe Torres' public clarification. Many felt he was under pressure from the Spanish national team and forced to publicly deny the rumors. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Vicente Del Bosque stepped forward. Torres and Rin are both excellent players, and I will not compare who is better or worse. As for the starting lineup, I will try using a 4-4-2 formation in the upcoming matches, giving them the opportunity to start. This was giving the two a fair chance to compete. Under a two-striker tactic, who has the better goal-scoring ability will become clear after a few matches. Chapter 209, nominated for the Golden Boy Award and the Golden Globe Award. After the match, Lin Quan received a text message from Lily Collins, only then realizing she had arrived at Stamford Bridge. Lin Quan was already on the bus back to Manchester and didn't have time to meet her. They chatted on their phones. How was it watching the game live? Not bad, but it was too far from the stadium, so I couldn't see very clearly. Lily Collins sent her laughing emoji. If your seats are too high, you can bring binoculars. I saw quite a few people doing that. Lin Quan had often gone to games in Catalonia, especially at Camp Nou. Camp Nou is huge, holding up to 100,000 fans. Sitting in the highest stands, far from the stadium, it was genuinely difficult to see the players on the field if your eyesight wasn't good. At that point, you either watched the game on a big screen or brought binoculars. Frankly, this experience wasn't necessarily better than watching the game comfortably on your sofa at home. However, watching a game live allows you to experience the passionate atmosphere of tens of thousands of fans in the stadium, something you can't feel on TV. Lily Collins' attendance means she's gradually falling in love with football. That's good news. By the way, how's your movie going? Half a month has passed since its release. The box office results should be in. It flopped terribly. According to the producers and distributors, it's expected to lose over $90 million. Considering this is her first starring role, a box office failure would severely impact her acting career. Lin Quan sent a message to comfort her. Okay, Pat, don't cry. That's a very perfunctory way to comfort someone. Then I'll treat you to a game this weekend, and a big meal too, is that alright? Really? Of course. After returning to Manchester, Pellegrini gave the players 2 days off. After 3 away games, Manchester City's grueling schedule finally came to an end. For the next period, their schedule will be less congested, and key players who missed matches due to colds will gradually return to the team. Manchester City can field their strongest lineup for the next match against Norwich. After Manchester City's match against Chelsea, while discussions about Lin Quan's goal were still intense, on October 27, Tuttosport capitalized on the momentum, announcing the 40-man shortlist for this year's Golden Boy Award. More than half of these 40 players are from Serie A. True to its Italian reputation, Tuttosport shows its support for its own league. However, most of these Serie A players are just there for the ride, with few truly standout performers. The main favorites for this year's Golden Boy Award are Lin Quan of Manchester City, Pogba of Juventus, and Draxler of Schalke 04. Interestingly, Lukaku, thanks to his outstanding performance at Everton, was also included in the shortlist, and quite high up the list, ranking in the top 5. In this round of the Premier League, Lukaku scored again. Since joining Everton, he has already achieved the feat of scoring 5 goals in 5 games in the Premier League alone. This scoring efficiency surpasses that of many top strikers. Of course, like others, Lukaku's selection is also a nominee for Lin Quan. Unlike previous years, this year's Golden Boy Award is arguably the least suspenseful. Among the 40 shortlisted players, Lin Quan, ranked first, leads all his competitors by a wide margin. It can be said that although the award has not yet been presented, the outside world has already assumed that this award will be Lin Quan's. It wouldn't be news if he won the Golden Boy, it would be news if he didn't. Because Lin Quan's probability of winning is too high, betting companies have already stopped placing bets. Compared to the unsuspecting Golden Boy Award, this year's Ballon d'Or is actually more anticipated. Compared to previous years where the two superstars alternated in winning the award, this year, thanks to his outstanding performance in the Champions League, Bayern Munich's attacking midfielder Frank Ribéry has a strong chance of breaking this monopoly and snatching the Ballon d'Or trophy from Messi and Ronaldo. On October 29, less than 2 days after the announcement of the 40-man shortlist for the Golden Boy Award, FIFA and France Football magazine also announced the 23-man shortlist for the 2013 World's Best Male Athlete, FIFA Ballon d'Or. Unlike the Golden Boy nominees, most of the players on the list are relatively unknown, but the 23 Ballon d'Or nominees are all prominent figures in football, arguably among the best players on the planet. As the defending Champions League champions, Bayern Munich are the biggest favorites, with 6 players on the list. Although Barcelona failed to reach the final, their excellent historical record, La Liga title, and outstanding performances for the national team earned them 4 players on the list. Following their massive signings, French Ligue 1 powerhouse Paris Saint-Germain has 3 players nominated. Real Madrid, as the second generation of the Galacticos, had 2 players selected due to their loss of the league title and poor Champions League performance. One of them is Gareth Bale, their £100 million summer signing. Monaco, Chelsea, Borussia Dortmund, Arsenal, Juventus, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Manchester City each have 1 player nominated. After FIFA announced the Ballon d'Or nominees, the focus quickly shifted from the Golden Boy Award to the Ballon d'Or. Ribéry has a great chance. Haha, I don't think so. Ribéry only scored 3 goals in the Champions League, less than half of Ronaldo's total. His team also lost to Manchester City, finishing second in the group. Why should he win the Ballon d'Or? At least Ribéry has a Champions League title. In terms of honors, he has a huge advantage over the 2 superstars. Why do you say he can't win? What's the use of a Champions League title? If it's really that important, why didn't anyone at Chelsea win the Ballon d'Or the season before last? Fans of the 2 players rumored to have the highest chances of winning the award started arguing online. Those supporting Ribéry felt the scarred man deserved it, while those supporting Ronaldo thought Ribéry was unworthy. Just as where there are Messi fans, there are bound to be Ronaldo fans. When Ronaldo fans and Ribéry fans were arguing, Messi fans who had rushed over also raised questions. Messi at least has a league title, Ronaldo has nothing, so why is Ronaldo ranked ahead of Messi? Exactly. In the just concluded El Clasico, Messi led his team to victory against Ronaldo's Real Madrid again, which is enough to prove that Messi is better than Ronaldo. Haha, is it so hard to admit that Ronaldo is better? 7 goals in 3 Champions League games, how many goals has your short guy scored? Fun fact, Messi only played 2 Champions League games, but scored 4 goals. His scoring efficiency is no worse than Ronaldo's. And Messi also completed 2 hat-tricks in the league. Messi has had more injuries this year. If his attendance rate were higher, His Champions League goal tally might not be less than Ronaldo's. Haha, then why don't you guys prevent Messi from getting injured and missing games? Why is it that only your Messi gets injured more often, while Ronaldo doesn't have this problem? Seeing the arguments from Messi's fans, Ronaldo's fans scoffed. Fewer injuries are also a reflection of skill and luck. Players with better physical attributes and a greater ability to protect themselves can effectively reduce the number of injuries, resulting in higher attendance and more shots and goals. Haha, Ronaldo and Messi are completely different types of players. Messi's dribbling rate is the highest in La Liga, he makes more breakthroughs and dribbles, posing a greater threat on the field, so he gets fouled more often. Isn't that normal? To be fair, Messi is a ball-carrying player, he has the ball at his feet for longer, so he does get fouled more often than a striker-type winger like Ronaldo. Okay, even if you're right, what about Lingard? Lingard is a similar type of player to Messi, right? And he plays in the Premier League, where physical contact is more intense and fouls are more frequent. Why doesn't Lingard have injury problems? This statement silenced Messi's fans. They also couldn't understand why Lingard had so few injuries and such a high attendance rate. Compared to several top contenders, Lin Quan, although included in the 23-man shortlist for the Ballon d'Or, is not considered a strong contender. He is ranked 5th, behind Ribery, Ronaldo, Messi, and Iniesta. This ranking essentially makes him a runner-up, with a probability of less than 10%. However, Lin Quan's fans remain calm about this result. No rush, no rush. Lingard is still young. He should secure the Golden Boy Award this year, and after winning the Champions League and the World Cup next year, then compete with the two superstars for the Ballon d'Or. Brother, you're too optimistic. Neither the Champions League nor the World Cup is easy. The World Cup might be a little easier. The Spanish national team is very strong, but the Champions League. There's still hope for the Champions League, right? After all, they beat the defending champions, Bayern. Although Manchester City beat Bayern Munich, the gap in their overall strength is still obvious. And Guardiola's Bayern, I feel, isn't as strong as it was under Hanks last year. They lack a championship aura. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Why is that? Guardiola and Hanks have different styles, right? Under Hanks, Bayern was full of fighting spirit, relentless, and could overwhelm opponents with sheer attacking power. But under Guardiola, the team seems to lack that dominance. Maybe it's just been a short time. After all, Guardiola has only been here for less than half a year. Give him more time, and let's see. Lin Quan had no ambition for this year's Ballon d'Or, he knew he had no chance. So, being shortlisted in the top 5 was already a pleasant surprise. As for the Golden Boy Award, that was practically his for the taking early in the season, so there was no real excitement. However, winning the Golden Boy would still greatly boost his popularity and commercial value. Sure enough, after the Tour and Sports Daily announced the shortlist, more and more sponsors approached Lin Quan for collaborations. This time, it was a well-known domestic mobile phone company. This company has been making great strides in the international market in recent years, with its market share in Europe steadily increasing. To enter the high-end market and challenge the leading positions of Apple and Samsung, they launched a high-end mobile phone. To promote this phone effectively, they specifically sought out Lin Quan, hoping to leverage his influence in Europe to help with promotion. Originally, they had approached a Bundesliga star, but compared to Lin Quan, that star, who only played in the Bundesliga and whose influence was limited to Germany and Poland, was clearly less attractive. Lin Quan had tried the products provided by the other party, and the quality was indeed good. Plus, they gave him a generous amount, so he had no reason to refuse the collaboration. To avoid interfering with Lin Quan's daily training and matches, the other party specifically brought their photography team from China to Manchester for on-location filming. Hello Lin Quan, I'm Guo Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm a fan of yours. The director in charge of filming was a burly man in his 30s, about 1.8 meters tall, from Shandong. Lin Quan was taken aback when he saw him. Wasn't this the director Guo, who later directed the pinnacle of Chinese science fiction films? Why was he here shooting an advertisement? Lin Quan warmly shook his hand. Hello Director Guo, I'm a fan of yours. I'll follow your instructions for today's work. Guo Fan had initially worried that the other party, being a big-name football star, would be difficult to deal with, but his unexpected approachability relieved most of his concerns. However, what did it mean that the other party said he was a fan? Had he seen the film he directed, The Adventures of Li Xiangji? But that film was obscure and didn't receive good reviews. After thinking it over, he could only assume it was just polite talk, so he chuckled and said, "You're too kind. Let me tell you about today's work schedule." Under Guo Fan's direction, the group filmed scenes at the Manchester Seaside Road, the Carrington Training Ground, and the Etihad Stadium. At the Manchester Seaside, Lin Quan, with his phone in his pocket and wearing headphones, jogged slowly along the road. The camera focused on the phone icon peeking out of his pocket, extending into the distance, symbolizing their journey. At the Carrington Training Ground, utilizing the phone's fitness tracking function, Lin Quan strapped it to his right upper arm during training to monitor athletes' various physical indicators, demonstrating its practicality. At the Etihad Stadium, the scene captured him sharing his joy with family and friends after a victory. The filming process went very smoothly, taking less than half a day to complete. This greatly satisfied Guo Fan and his team. "Lin Quan, you're amazing. I never knew you were so good at both football and acting. You could totally debut as an actor." After filming, Guo Fan gave Lin Quan a thumbs up and praised him. Lin Quan didn't care about Cyberdaji's words. If he really believed her, he'd be completely fooled. Besides, professional players basically don't have time to film movies. However, it's always good to have a good relationship with this guy, since his movies are all blockbusters, guaranteed to make money. The two might even have the chance to collaborate in the future. After filming all the scenes, it was already past 6 in the evening. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Quan was about to return to his residence when he saw some staff members taking out instant noodles, preparing for dinner. Considering they were unfamiliar with the area, Lin Quan thought for a moment and said, "Since you've come from afar, how about I treat you all to a meal?" "Oh dear, how could we possibly accept that? What are you all standing there for? Quickly thank Mr. Lin," Guo Fan said apologetically while immediately having people pack up their things, as if afraid Lin Quan would change his mind. Lin Quan's lips twitched. There were no mistakes in nicknames, only in names. The title Master of Begging for Alms was indeed accurate. P.S. There was a basic mistake in the previous chapter. The title was 5 million, but the content wasn't checked, so it was the previously written 3.5 million. Mainly, when researching, I found that Messi only had 420,000 followers, which confused me. Then I looked and realized Messi didn't have a Twitter account back then. In 2013, the highest number of followers in football was Cristiano Ronaldo's 22 million, and Neymar, who was good at self-promotion, also had 14 million. Therefore, the protagonist's 5 million number wasn't high, so I used that number. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, A 4-goal haul at home makes Manchester United fans drool. Guo Fan was very talkative, and Lin Quan wasn't an introvert either. By the end of the meal, the two were already calling each other brothers. "Good brother, I really admire you. You've made such a name for yourself in the football world, unlike me, a complete loser. I can't even find investors for my movie, I have to beg for money everywhere. It's shameful. Brother Guo, what kind of movie are you making? Why do you need so much money?" "Hey, I've always had a sci-fi dream, so I've dreamed of making a sci-fi film since I was a kid. But you know, good sci-fi films have very high costs for special effects. We can't afford the big Hollywood studios, so we can only hire domestic studios. But domestic studios lack experience in this area, and organizing and integrating them costs a lot of money. There are also a lot of trial and error costs involved. I feel that one film will cost at least 3.5 times the US dollar. The unit isn't US dollars, is it? How could it be? 350 million US dollars is the production cost of a top Hollywood blockbuster. Even if you gave me a project with such a high cost, I wouldn't dare to take it." Director Guo, who has only made one film so far, is still relatively inexperienced. Although he has a sci-fi dream, he doesn't have much confidence in his abilities. And most importantly, he didn't have money. Without money, it's difficult to produce such an expensive blockbuster. Then why don't you make a film that meets the current market demand first, accumulate some experience and capital, and then pursue your dream? Lin Quan patiently persuaded him, But little did he know that Guo Fan already had this plan. Hearing Lin Quan's words, he slapped his thigh and said, "A kindred spirit, brother, you really understand me. To be honest, I currently have a script for a youth romance film, which is currently popular in the domestic film market. I've calculated that if we don't hire top stars, but instead hire some second-tier or recent graduates, the production cost can be controlled within 20 million. As long as the box office exceeds 60 million after release, we can make a profit." Lin Quan was a little surprised after hearing this. This guy's ability to control project costs is quite strong. No wonder domestic sci-fi blockbusters can be successful under his guidance. It's inseparable from his personal abilities. Lin Quan remembered that The Wandering Earth, released in 2019, had a budget of less than 400 million yuan, but a final box office of 4.6 billion yuan, with a production company receiving over 1.6 billion yuan in revenue. That meant the investors got a 400% return. In any industry, a fourfold return in 2 years is astonishing. Thinking of this, Lin Quan said, "Brother Guo, I'm very interested in the booming domestic film market and want to make some investments. Since you have such funding needs, how about we set up a company, and I'll sponsor your film production?" "Really?" Guo Fan's eyes lit up, as if he'd found a lifeline, staring intently into Lin Quan's eyes as he asked. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Of course, I'm talking about the 20 million yuan one, not the 400 million. Lin Quan, afraid of being taken advantage of by the begging master, quickly clarified the investment project. All right, let's just invest in the first one." The script for the sci-fi film he wanted to make was still lacking polish, and he needed to contact and communicate with the special effects studios in advance. These things couldn't be rushed, so he wanted to finish the current film first. If even this film flopped, how could he dare to squander 300 or 400 million on a high-budget sci-fi film? Then it's settled. I'll have my agent go with you to China to handle the relevant procedures. How much funding do you need right now? If the budget is 20 million, I've scraped together about 8 million myself, so I'm still short 12 million. Okay, I'll cover the 12 million. If it makes money, we'll split it 50-50, how about that? Although Lin Quan invested more money, he was a hands-off manager. Guo Fan would handle the filmmaking himself. Considering his labor and director's fees, their investments were roughly equal, so a 50-50 split was fair. Lin Quan thought it was fair, but Guo Fan felt it was extremely unfair. "Brother, this isn't right. What's wrong? Is the split too low? How about I get 40% and you get 60%? No. What I mean is, you invested 4 million more than me, so proportionally it should be 40% for me and 60% for you. You're just giving me 10% for nothing. How can I accept that?" Although Cyberdaji liked begging, she was still a decent person. "Then let's compromise. I'll get 55%, you get 45%, is that alright?" Guo Fan wasn't one to be coy, and upon hearing Lin Quan's suggestion, he immediately nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. After resolving this matter that had troubled him for so long, Guo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this weight has been lifted off my shoulders. After filming the last commercial for Mr. Yu at the end of this month, I'll go back to China to scout locations and actors, and get the setup as soon as possible. Once everything is ready, we'll start filming. An assistant chimed in, "This last commercial is going to be tough. Mr. Yu wants to connect music, family, and mobile phones. I really can't think of any good ideas." Guo Fan, hearing his assistant's words, also scratched his head. Huawei paid a lot, but their demands were also high. Filming commercials with a star like Lin Quan was easier, there were fixed templates to use. But those commercials where they were allowed to improvise were much harder. Hearing their conversation, Lin Quan had an idea. He thought of a widely circulated music commercial from Huawei in later years, "Dreams Come True." "Brother Guo, I have an idea. What do you think?" Lin Quan shared his idea, even humming the song's melody. After listening, everyone praised it highly. "This is great. The story is so touching. The song is also very good. If this airs, it will definitely become a tearjerker." Guo Fan was also a little surprised. The main theme of Lin Quan's story perfectly matched the manufacturer's requirements. Moreover, integrating the mobile phone into the story didn't feel out of place at all. In fact, it could even incorporate several generations of mobile phones according to the changes in the story's timeline, while showing the female protagonist's progress through perseverance and hard work. It also reflected the mobile phone manufacturer's unremitting efforts and continuous progress in meeting user needs. So, Brother Guo, what do you think of this idea? Guo fan gave Lin Quan a thumbs up. Brother Lin, it's such a waste of your talent that you're not a screenwriter. Brother Guo, you flatter me. As for the person in the advertisement, I do know someone. She comes from a musical family, her father is a famous musician. I think she's very suitable for this advertisement. Guo fan was a shrewd person and knew the principle of reciprocity. If someone offered to help him, he would definitely give something in return. That's even better, saves me the trouble. Thank you. After returning home, Lin Quan immediately sent Lily Collins a message, saying he had a surprise for her. However, the answer wouldn't be revealed until after the 10th round of the league. What surprise? Why so mysterious? She tried to press for details, but the other woman remained tight-lipped, not revealing a single word. The more she did this, the more curious she became. On the day of the match, Lily Collins arrived in Manchester early. After having her ticket checked, she entered the Etihad Stadium for the first time. Her seat was in the stands near the stadium. Walking from the entrance, she encountered many friendly Manchester City fans. These fans all smiled warmly at her, showing exceptional welcome. Lin's girlfriend's here, we're sure to win today, right? Needless to say, I don't know about others, but as long as Lin sees his girlfriend sitting on the sidelines, he'll give it his all. Suddenly I feel sorry for Norwich, they've run into such a terrifying Lin. Manchester City fans were right. From the very first minute, Manchester City completely dominated the game. Lin Quan's performance was as outstanding as ever. In the 17th minute, his shot after dribbling into the penalty area resulted in an own goal by the opposing defender, giving Manchester City a 1-0 lead over Norwich. In the 20th minute, Lin Quan and Aguero completed a 1-2 pass, and Lin Quan, facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, calmly slotted the ball into the net, making it 2-0. In the 36th minute, Lin Quan dribbled past several players on the wing before delivering a cross. Negrito's shot was saved by the goalkeeper, but Lin Quan followed up with a clever tap-in, completing his hat-trick. In just over 30 minutes, Lin Quan had already scored 3 goals. In addition, he assisted Nestezic to score a goal in the 25th minute. Before halftime, Manchester City was already leading Norwich 4-0. Manchester City's powerful attack shocked the commentators. How Norwich is so unlucky. They ran into Manchester City, who were just held to draw by Chelsea and are clearly frustrated. If they had met Manchester City earlier, maybe things wouldn't have been so bad. He felt a bit sorry for Norwich. They were already third from bottom in the standings, and after this match, not only would they have no points, but their goal difference would also be reduced by at least 4. And with Manchester City's momentum, scoring 2 or 3 more goals in the second half wouldn't be difficult. Norwich had only scored 6 goals in their first 10 matches, while Manchester City had scored more in one game than they had in 10. Yes, Norwich got caught in the crossfire, but Chelsea isn't having an easy time either. In the other match that started at the same time, Chelsea, playing away, is currently trailing Newcastle 0-2. This match has already entered stoppage time, and Chelsea is probably beyond saving. Mourinho's team will suffer their second defeat of the season, and their points will drop out of the top 4. When Su Yang saw this score, he even doubted if he had misread it. Mourinho's team looked quite strong against Manchester City at Stamford Bridge. How could they be defeated by a mid-table team like Newcastle away from home? Looking at the statistics, Chelsea had the advantage in possession. However, in terms of shots, they were at a significant disadvantage. Newcastle had a total of 15 shots, 8 of which were on target. Chelsea had 13 shots, but only 2 were on target. The two teams were similar in the number of shots, but the difference in shots on target was enormous. This raises serious questions about whether Chelsea's forwards have actually practiced their shooting skills or even know how to shoot. Chelsea's attacking problems seem unresolved. Torres was silent again in this match, and Hazard, Willian, Oscar, Sherrill, Itu, and others also failed to score. Including their Champions League group stage loss to Basel, they've been shut out 3 times. If you include their draws, Chelsea have 4 games this season with 0 goals. This kind of data doesn't resemble that of a strong team. Even scoring just 1 goal and holding on would secure a 1-0 victory and 3 points. But failing to score means that even if they hold their own, they only get 1 point. Does Chelsea want to win the league title with draws? Back to Manchester City, as Iwe predicted, they continue their relentless attack on Norwich's goal after the start of the second half. In the 60th minute, Yaya Toure opened the scoring. In the 72nd minute, Lin Quan assisted Aguero for another goal. The score was an astonishing 6-0. Norwich's players were completely demoralized, seemingly questioning their very existence on the field. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan scored again, making it 7-0 and completing a quadruple. He and Aguero were subsequently substituted. As Lin Quan left the field, Manchester City fans rose to their feet, giving him a standing ovation. This resounding victory left the fans in attendance thoroughly entertained. Since the start of the season, Manchester City has maintained a perfect home record. Even a powerhouse like Bayern Munich has struggled to gain an advantage at their home ground. This has made Manchester City fans incredibly proud. This outstanding record has also boosted Manchester City's ticket sales. Tickets for recent matches at the Etihad Stadium have been in high demand, with attendance approaching 100%. The stadium, with a capacity of 55,000, even seemed somewhat small at this moment. So much so that large groups of fans who couldn't buy tickets and couldn't get into the stadium gather outside every match. This has led Manchester City fans to wish they could borrow Old Trafford from next door. This explosive market activity is unprecedented in Manchester City's history. While Manchester City has had a group of die-hard fans in the past, their numbers are far fewer than Manchester United's. Even after the Middle Eastern Consortium took over Manchester City, their attendance remained low, far behind Manchester United's. But this year, everything is different. Manchester City's outstanding performance has not only attracted die-hard fans to the stadium, but also many international fans. Many of these fans are there specifically to see Lin Quan, and the majority are of Asian descent. To facilitate this, Manchester City even added a Chinese language option to their official website for online ticket purchases. In contrast to Manchester City's booming market, Manchester United's market has declined since Ferguson's retirement. Old Trafford's attendance has recently seen a significant drop, from 100% to around 90%. Of course, considering Old Trafford has 76,000 seats, this attendance rate is still incredibly high. However, tickets for the Theatre of Dreams are at least not as hard to come by as before. But with Manchester United's continued decline in performance, this number will likely continue to drop. While Red Devils fans are extremely loyal, even the most loyal fans will eventually be disappointed. Especially compared to the glorious history of the Ferguson era, the current Manchester United is clearly less than satisfactory. At this point, looking back at the team they once considered their noisy neighbor, Red Devils fans can't help but feel a little envious. Many Red Devils fans feel that the only difference between them and Manchester City is the absence of Lin Quan. If Lin Quan had chosen Manchester United instead of Manchester City, the outcome would certainly be different. Chapter 211 Going head-to-head with Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium? That's suicidal. Sure enough, the moment the Ballon d'Or nominees were announced, the players' performances were completely different. Absolutely. Lingard scored 4 goals, Benzema, Ronaldo, and Bale all scored twice in the same match. It's insane, they're all playing like madmen. In another La Liga match that ended at the same time, Real Madrid, playing at home, thrashed Sevilla 7-2. Sevilla is no weak team, a regular in European competitions, but they were still completely outmatched by the mighty Real Madrid. In this match, Real Madrid's BBC trio displayed their incredible prowess, showing the world just how terrifying a fully integrated BBC combination can be. Cristiano Ronaldo has scored 10 goals in the league, right? Almost 1 goal per game. CR7's performance this year seems even better than last year. Yet, the key is that he's on fire in both the league and the Champions League. At this rate, he might actually snatch the Ballon d'Or this year. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ribéry at least has a Champions League title, while Ronaldo has no honors. How can he compete? I'm a newbie wondering, is the Ballon d'Or really that appealing? Why are star players so obsessed with it? The Ballon d'Or is currently the highest individual honor in football besides the title of King of Football. Becoming King of Football is difficult, but winning the Ballon d'Or is relatively easier. It also more directly reflects a player's overall performance in a particular season, so almost every top player in football has their eye on it. That's right, and there's another point, It's a combination of the FIFA World Player of the Year and the Ballon d'Or, making it much more prestigious than a single award. Winning one trophy is like winning two, so naturally everyone's fighting tooth and nail for it. Those small and medium-sized teams in the top 5 leagues are going to be in trouble these days. Norwich got thrashed 7-0, Real Madrid beat Sevilla 7-2 at home, Barcelona beat Celta Vigo 3-0 away, PSG beat Lorient 4-0 at home. Not a single match had fewer than 3 goals. Luckily it's not the relegation battle yet, otherwise these smaller teams would be in big trouble. They're already in trouble, losing by so many goals. How can they possibly recover? For fans, this is a good thing. Top superstars will give their all in the matches to compete for the Ballon d'Or, frequently putting on spectacular goals, allowing them to enjoy even more exciting games. However, this is from the perspective of neutral fans. For fans of a particular player, the closer the Ballon d'Or ceremony gets, the more anxious they become. Before the final answer is revealed, no one knows who will win this year's Ballon d'Or. However, a certain player surnamed Lin remains very calm about it. After the match, he declined interviews from reporters at the scene, rushed back to the locker room, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and hurriedly left. What's wrong with Lin today? Why is he in such a hurry? Aguero had just come in from outside and hadn't even started running the shower when Lin Quan had already slipped away. It seems Lin's girlfriend came. He's probably going on a date with her. Negrito was close to Lin Quan and knew some inside information. No wonder this kid is in such good shape, so his girlfriend came. Aguero remarked, secretly a little envious. He was already an old man who had been divorced once, and love was becoming increasingly distant from him. Now, after the match, he liked to stay at home and stream games on Twitch. For a homebody like him, gaming was true love. Lily Collins's outfit today exuded a youthful vibe, a beige cartoon short-sleeved shirt, soft brown curly hair that cascaded naturally in waves, and bright, expressive eyes. Just standing there, she was captivating, drawing everyone's attention. Fans passing by couldn't help but glance at her, but none approached to chat. They clearly knew who the girl was waiting for. A dozen minutes later, Lin Quan appeared in the girl's sight. Over here. The girl's eyes lit up, and she stood on tiptoe, waving her arms frantically, trying to attract his attention. Lin Quan quickly spotted her in the crowd. Her beauty was simply outstanding, impossible to miss. Have you been waiting long? It's alright, you showered faster than I expected. Lily Collins covered her mouth and chuckled. She had thought she'd have to wait half an hour, but he was out in less than 20 minutes. Let's go eat? I know a good restaurant. Many fans were leaving, and Lin Quan didn't want to stand there chatting with Lily Collins. Okay. Lily Collins nodded obediently, as if she would follow Lin Quan's instructions. Having just finished a match, Lin Quan was exhausted and starving. After the waiter brought the food, he began to devour it. In contrast to his ravenous eating, Lily Collins ate elegantly, but her speed was anything but slow. She finished her food with remarkable efficiency, her movements graceful. Lin Quan couldn't help but think of a certain foodie named Rouen from a novel he'd read before. Surprisingly, their backgrounds were quite similar. So, what's the surprise? Is it this feast? After finishing her meal, Lily Collins blinked curiously, waiting for the answer. This question had been bothering her for a long time. If she weren't forbidden to speak while eating, she would have asked long ago. Have you ever filmed commercials? Lin Quan asked. Lily Collins nodded. She had filmed a few commercials, but why was Lin Quan bringing this up? Did he want to cast her in one? Can you play the piano? Yes, I can play the piano, violin, cello, and guitar. Why? Lily Collins said this in a calm tone, but her words were anything but calm. What a talented woman. She plays so many instruments, it's a shame she doesn't pursue music. But this isn't surprising. Lily Collins' father is a famous musician, and she herself received musical training from a young age. Originally, her father planned for her to follow in his footsteps and pursue a musical career. However, she was more interested in acting and resisted her parents' arrangements. If she were to change her mind and go back to inherit her father's business, her father would be very happy. Since she can play the piano, then there's no problem. Lin Quan then explained that someone wanted to shoot a music commercial, and he happened to have an idea. You composed this song? After listening to the sheet music and demo Lin Quan gave her, Lily Collins' eyes widened, staring at Lin Quan in disbelief. as if she were seeing him for the first time. I wrote the sheet music and lyrics, and the demo was produced by a music studio. That's amazing. Lily Collins clapped her hands together under her chin. So, do you like this song? Yes, I like it. The song Dreams Come True not only has a catchy title, but the lyrics and the story of the musical girl pursuing her dream, as described by Lin Quan, are also very touching. Lily Collins couldn't help but think of herself after listening to it. Could it be that he specially wrote this song for her? Once this thought arose, it took root in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it was true. The predicament faced by that musical girl in the story was exactly the predicament she was facing now. She had finally secured a leading role, but the film's box office performance was disappointing. Her acting career had already fallen before it even took off. During this time, Lily Collins had hesitated about whether to continue down this path. But now, after hearing this song that Lin Quan had written for her, Lily Collins' fighting spirit was rekindled. Thank you, I love this gift. I'm glad you like it. Although it's just an advertisement, I have a feeling it'll be a huge hit. Then I'll take your good wishes. If it really becomes a hit, I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, but this time I want to eat a meal cooked by you. My cooking skills aren't very good, you'd better be prepared for a culinary disaster. Shortly after the 10th round of the Premier League, the Champions League group stage resumed. In the 4th round of group matches, Manchester City hosted CSKA Moscow. Before this match, Manchester City had won all 3 matches, accumulating 9 points and leading the group. CSKA Moscow, on the other hand, had 1 win and 2 losses, trailing second-placed Bayern Munich by 3 points. Considering that Bayern's opponent in this match was the weakest team in the group, Viktoria Plzen, it was generally accepted that they would secure those 3 points. Thus, CSKA Moscow would be at least 6 points behind second place. With only 3 rounds left in the Champions League group stage, closing that gap would be extremely difficult. Therefore, this match was a do-or-die game for CSKA Moscow. A loss would leave their qualification hopes hanging by a thread. My team and I are here for victory. We won't sit idly by and wait for death, we will take our destiny firmly into our own hands. At the pre-match press conference, CSKA Moscow's head coach, Slutsky, spoke firmly, declaring that they would fight Manchester City to the death at the Etihad Stadium. However, his bold words didn't seem to resonate with the reporters present. Aside from the applause from the Russian journalists who had traveled from afar, the British journalists reacted indifferently. Manchester City's home record this season is formidable. They remain undefeated at home. Under these circumstances, a Russian Premier League team's boast of conquering the Etihad Stadium was naturally met with skepticism by the British media. If the Etihad Stadium were so easily conquered, defending champions Bayern Munich wouldn't have suffered such a defeat. Compared to the match between CSKA Moscow and Manchester City, journalists are more focused on whether the newly promoted Premier League team, Manchester City, can advance as group winners. The opponents faced by the group winners and runners-up in the knockout stages are vastly different. Manchester City lacks Champions League experience, having never reached the knockout stages before. Therefore, if they don't want to be eliminated in the round of 16, they must find a way to secure first place in their group. This would allow them to avoid most of the top teams in the draw. Although there are no weak teams in the Champions League, and the runners-up in each group possess considerable strength, they are at least slightly easier to beat than the group winners. If Manchester City can perform well at home, they have a chance to eliminate their opponents and advance to the quarterfinals. However, the current group standings are still uncertain. Although Manchester City is currently in first place, their lead is not significant, only 3 points. This means that even if Manchester City wins against CSKA Moscow, they cannot secure first place. In the final group stage match, they will face their biggest group rival, Bayern Munich, away from home. If Manchester City can conquer the Allianz Arena, they will secure first place in the group. However, if they lose, and the head-to-head record is the same, then the team with a better goal difference will take the lead. Therefore, for Manchester City, who want to secure first place in the group, they not only need to defeat CSKA Moscow, but also improve their goal difference as much as possible. This way, even if they lose at the Allianz Arena, they can still secure first place in the group based on goal difference. In the first 3 group stage matches, Manchester City won 3-0, 3-2, and 4-1, and currently have a goal difference of 7. This is actually quite high. Among the 32 teams in the Champions League group stage, only Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid have a higher goal difference than Manchester City. However, Manchester City's rival is Bayern Munich. Although Bayern lost to Manchester City, they thrashed Victoria Pilsen in the third round with a resounding 5-0 victory. Therefore, the two teams currently have the same goal difference. In this rematch against Pilsen, Bayern will definitely try to significantly improve their goal difference. 3, 4, or even 5 goals are all possible. This means Manchester City needs to score at least 4 goals to avoid falling behind Bayern Munich. Considering the worst-case scenario, a loss to Bayern at the Allianz Arena in the final round, their goal difference is already at least 2 goals behind Bayern. Therefore, Manchester City needs to score at least 2 more goals than Bayern can score. In this context, the CSKA Moscow manager's harsh words seem like a joke. If they played conservatively and parked the bus at the Etihad Stadium, they might not have suffered such a crushing defeat. But if they actually dared to attack Manchester City head-on, they would truly be doomed. Pellegrini initially thought CSKA Moscow was using a smokescreen, deliberately saying this before the match to deceive them and secretly change their tactics. But after the match started and seeing the opponent's attacking posture, Pellegrini couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Truly brave. They actually dare to attack us head-on at the Etihad Stadium. Slutsky, I salute you. But I'm sorry, this is Etihad. Chapter 212. Is Bayern going to crash again? Guardiola, what are you doing? CSKA Moscow is very bold. They chose to go toe-to-toe with Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. This choice might actually work wonders. Before he finished speaking, Manchester City scored. Just 3 minutes into the game, Lin Quan broke into the penalty area, dribbled past the goalkeeper, and scored with his first shot. He looked a little embarrassed. This slap in the face came too quickly. CSKA Moscow, you should at least put up a little effort. Conceding a goal right at the start, the game is over. Su Yang, standing beside him, laughed and said, it seems their choice wasn't very wise. I guess they didn't watch Manchester City's last game before coming here. CSKA Moscow had no choice. If they want to keep their hopes of advancing alive, they can only fight Manchester City to the death. If they lose this game, they can't expect to beat Bayern Munich in the next one, can they? That's true. Facing both Manchester City and Bayern at the same time is indeed too difficult for the Russian Premier League champions. This is the tragedy of teams from outside the top 5 leagues. When they are grouped, they are often placed in groups with the giants of the top 5 leagues. Facing these top teams, their chances of winning were extremely slim. At this point, they had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. After falling behind, CSKA Moscow didn't give up. Their players continued to fight tenaciously, but against overwhelming strength, their struggle seemed futile. In the 20th minute, Manchester City scored their second goal through Aguero, extending their lead. 10 minutes later, Yaya Toure also scored, giving Manchester City a 3-goal lead. The pace of this match was very similar to their previous game against Norwich, even with the goals scored earlier. Seeing their team thrashing the Russian Premier League champions at home, the Blue Moon fans in the stadium were ecstatic. 3-0 in 30 minutes, they should be able to win this game, right? And winning this game meant they would advance from the group stage 2 rounds early. After failing to advance from the group stage for 2 consecutive years, they could finally break through. It was truly a hard-fought victory. In the VIP box, Masia was also deeply moved. When he initially spent a fortune acquiring Manchester City, he thought his vast wealth would quickly make him a force to be reckoned with in football. However, reality soon taught him a lesson. While Manchester City had money, top stars were unwilling to come. They were forced to pay far above market value for non-top players, resulting in a lot of wasted money. Moreover, the initial signings, such as Robinho, later proved unsuitable for the team or were simply flops. In the first 3 years after the Abu Dhabi consortium's takeover, they spent a lot of money, but their performance improved slowly. It wasn't until the 4th year, thanks to Aguero's last-minute winner, that they barely managed to snatch a league title from Manchester United. By this time, Masia's investment in Manchester City had exceeded £1 billion. If spending a certain amount of money could bring back a title, that would be acceptable. But the team's 2 failures in the Champions League group stage made him realize that winning the Champions League wasn't just about money. He needs to acquire the best players, pair them with the best coach, and choose the most suitable tactical system for the team to have a chance. And even then, it's just a chance. There are too many strong teams in Europe, and football matches aren't just about roster strength, luck and form also play a role. These are uncontrollable factors. Spending money at this time isn't very effective. Hopefully, we can go further in the Champions League this year. Masia doesn't expect to win the championship immediately this year. He's well aware of his team's strength. Manchester City doesn't have the championship mentality. They need to become a powerhouse in the Premier League first before they have a chance to win the Champions League. Making it out of the group stage this year and achieving a historic breakthrough for the team would be enough. If they can reach the quarterfinals, that would be even better. This winter break, he plans to continue buying some players. Previously, due to David Silva's injury, the team's attacking organization fell entirely on Lin Quan's shoulders. Although Lin Quan did these tasks very well, taking on multiple roles limited his attacking ability. With Messi and Ronaldo racking up stats, Masia doesn't want Lin Quan to be held back by the team's limitations. He hoped to provide Lin Quan with a better platform to fully realize his potential. Therefore, he wanted to buy Lin Quan a better passer to provide him with passes and assists. As for candidates, he had several in mind: Cesc Fabregas, who plays for Barcelona, Luka Modric, who plays for Real Madrid, and Toni Kroos, who plays for Bayern Munich. Of these three, Masia preferred Fabregas the most because he had previously played in the Premier League and proven his ability. Moreover, both Fabregas and Lin Quan are members of the Spanish national team, so their teamwork would be more seamless and wouldn't require a long period of adjustment. Furthermore, Fabregas's starting position at Barcelona was not secure, making him the easiest player to acquire among the three. If they could bring Fabregas to the Etihad Stadium, and David Silva recovered from his injury, Manchester City would have 4 Spanish players in midfield and attack. The attacking system created by these 4, while not necessarily dominating Europe, would at least be unstoppable in the Premier League. CSKA Moscow showed real courage. Despite being 3 goals down, their morale didn't collapse, and they played with even more decisiveness and resolve. In the final minute of the first half, capitalizing on a lapse in Manchester City's concentration, they launched a surprise attack, with Ivory Coast striker Doumbia scoring to make it 3-1. This goal didn't significantly impact the outcome of the match, but it greatly improved Manchester City's goal difference. Pellegrini was extremely unhappy with the goal, unusually losing his temper in the locker room, directly targeting Fernandinho. The Brazilian's defensive lapses in the final moments and his lack of effort in tracking back were the main reasons for the goal. If Pellegrini had criticized him privately, Fernandinho might have readily admitted his mistake. However, criticizing him in front of so many players made Fernandinho lose face. He retorted, which further angered Pellegrini, who felt challenged his authority. He immediately substituted Fernandinho with Milner. Such a substitution is a huge blow to the player. Generally, substitutions are only made at halftime when the player is dissatisfied with their tactical arrangements or the player's performance. Initially, the outside world didn't know what was going on with Manchester City, but seeing that Milner came on and the team continued with the same formation and tactics as in the first half, they began to realize that the Chilean was unhappy with the Brazilian. What's going on with Manchester City? Why the substitution so early? I don't know. I didn't see Fernandinho on the Manchester City bench. Could he have had a falling out with Pellegrini? Very likely. Let's go look outside the stadium. If we can interview Fernandinho, tomorrow's headlines will be ours. Several astute reporters, after noticing the unusual situation at Manchester City, even stopped watching the game and ran out to find him. Fernandinho's departure didn't have a significant impact on Manchester City. Instead, Milner's active running helped the team open up the game on the right flank. In the 55th minute, Manchester City extended their lead again. Lin Quan dribbled down the left flank, combining with Agüero several times. Seeing only one defender marking him, Lin Quan immediately began his run. At this point, Lin Quan was still quite far from the goal, and Agüero's skillful run went unnoticed by CSKA Moscow, who only had one defender marking him. Seeing the opening in the defense, Lin Quan delivered a signature 45-degree arc pass low to the ground. The ball skimmed the grass, arcing beautifully across the ground, bypassing the opposing fullback and finding Agüero at his feet. Great pass. Commentator Hiwei in the stands couldn't help but shout, startling Su Yang beside him. Here it comes. Lin Quan's signature 45-degree diagonal pass. He used this pass many times in the Bundesliga to assist his teammates in scoring. In the Premier League, teams familiar with Lin Quan usually don't give him this kind of passing space, but CSKA Moscow seems unaware of this. They gave Lin Quan too much space to handle the ball, which is a huge mistake. Agüero received Lin Quan's pass very comfortably. Because the pass was so unpredictable, the opposing defenders never expected Lin Quan to be able to bypass their complete defensive line. As a result, there was no one around Agüero to interfere with him. Agüero didn't waste Lin Quan's brilliant pass. Before the goalkeeper could react, he easily poked the ball into the goal with his toe. After completing his brace, Agüero pointed at Lin Quan and ran towards him. Lin Quan thought that Agüero was going to hug him in celebration, but unexpectedly, Agüero ran up to him and made a gesture of worship. No. Lin Quan was stunned for a moment, then pulled Agüero up. How did you pass that ball? It was amazing. Agüero asked curiously, putting his arm around Lin Quan's shoulder. It's like taking a free kick, just keep the ball at a certain height off the ground. Lin Quan explained simply, but Agüero found it difficult. The football is subject to gravity and constantly descends. If it were truly as he described, the ball would have been quite high when it was first kicked. But when he saw Lin Quan pass the ball, the position wasn't high at all. Some people learned this quickly, like De Bruyne. Others learned slowly, like the other teammates at Werder Bremen. Lin Quan explained the key to this passing technique to them, but apart from De Bruyne, no one could execute such a pass. That's a matter of talent. If you give someone the method but they can't execute it, there's nothing Lin Quan can do. Manchester City's attack continued. Because they conceded a goal in the first half, they needed to score more in the second half. The score is only 4-1, 3 goals is far from enough. What's the score for Bayern? Pellegrini couldn't help but ask his assistant. This round of group matches started simultaneously, and Manchester City had basically secured their victory, but he wondered if there were any unexpected situations with Bayern. If Bayern lost, Manchester City would secure first place in the group. Of course, expecting a team that had recently been thrashed 5-0 by Bayern to defeat them was practically impossible. The score is 0-0. The assistant coach made a call to the Manchester City scouts watching the game in the Czech Republic to get the latest information 0-0. Hearing this score, Pellegrini was momentarily incredulous. Could it be? What's wrong with Bayern? Even though it's an away game, they shouldn't be unable to score for over 50 minutes, right? They have a whole host of top stars like Ribéry, Robben, and Guts. Yes, Guardiola seems to be using a very strange formation in the match, and the opponent has set up a solid defensive wall. Bayern can't find a way to break through, and the score is still deadlocked. Hearing the assistant coach's words, Pellegrini was speechless for a moment. So, Manchester City is working hard to improve their goal difference, but Bayern hasn't even followed suit? Guardiola, what are you doing? Do you think Bayern will definitely beat Manchester City in the last match? But even if they win the last match, if they are held to draw or even lose to Viktoria Plzeň in this match, how can Bayern compete with Manchester City for first place in the group? Could it be that Guardiola thinks it doesn't matter whether they get first place in the group or not, so he decided to test new tactics before the knockout stage? Someone made a guess, and this guess was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Very reasonable. Let our people scout and report back. 1,500 kilometers away, in the Viktoria Plzeň Stadium, looking at the bright red 0-0 score on the scoreboard, Guardiola scratched his head. The strikerless formation seems to be struggling for Bayern Munich. Guts and Müller can't fill the role Messi played at Barcelona, making Bayern's attack very awkward. On the Bayern Munich bench, Mandzukic sat looking dejected. He couldn't understand why Guardiola always kept him on the bench despite his excellent performances in the league and Champions League. Bayern's current lineup simply doesn't have a center forward. A team not needing a striker? What a joke. Mandzukic felt his status within the team had seriously declined. Last season, he was a key player in Bayern's title win, highly valued by Heinz, and his first season at Bayern was fantastic. Because of his outstanding performance last season, Mandzukic even considered ending his career at the Allianz Arena. However, after several consecutive games on the bench, his idea wavered. I really want to play for Bayern, but Guardiola doesn't use me. Am I supposed to spend my whole life on the bench, becoming a Bayern legend by sitting on the sidelines? Forget it, After this World Cup, I'll just transfer to a team where I can be a starter. Mandzukic is getting on in years. At 27, he's in the prime of his career. He doesn't want to waste his prime on Bayern's bench, which is why he's considering a transfer. Just as Mandzukic was lost in thought, he felt someone nudging him. "Mario. The coach is calling you." Boateng, also on the bench, noticed Mandzukic's distraction and quickly nudged him. "Huh? What is it?" Mandzukic instinctively looked at Boateng. Boateng saw Guardiola looking in their direction and quickly gestured to Mandzukic. "Mario, go warm up, the team needs you." Only then did Mandzukic hear Guardiola calling his name. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, he jumped up from the bench, quickly took off his jacket, and ran to the sidelines to warm up. Finally, he could play. It was only 55 minutes, there was still time. After sending Mandzukic to warm up, Guardiola called Martinez up and told him to warm up too. It seemed he was planning to make 2 substitutions at once. Seeing Guardiola call 2 players from the bench to warm up, the Bayern players on the field felt a little nervous. Under Guardiola, apart from Neuer, no one in the team had a secure starting position. This guy loved changing formations too much. Under him, players' positions kept changing, and even the players themselves didn't know where they would be in the next game. 4 minutes later, the substitutions were announced. Mandzukic came on, replacing the underperforming Thomas Müller. Martinez came on, replacing the equally lost Kroos. This substitution greatly displeased the Bayern fans who came to watch the game. Both Müller and Kroos are Bayern Munich's homegrown youth academy players. They joined the team early on, played for many years, and are beloved by Bayern fans. They had no objection to Guardiola making substitutions, but they objected to targeting Bayern's own youth academy players. Mandzukic, however, didn't care. After high-fiving a dejected Müller, he excitedly ran onto the field, seizing every opportunity to attack, running, pressing, and contesting headers relentlessly in the attacking third. By this time, the match was past the 60th minute, and Viktoria Plzen's players were already showing signs of fatigue under Bayern's relentless pressure. Mandzukic, on the other hand, is a physically strong, energetic, and mentally resilient player. Playing as a center forward, his impact was far greater than that of a false 9 like Thomas Müller. Mandzukic's efforts quickly paid off. In the 64th minute, he outjumped the opposing defender in a header and headed the ball into the goal. Less than 5 minutes into the match, Mandzukic had scored. The commentators, Bayern fans, and many players on the field all felt that Guardiola's substitution was a stroke of genius. However, Guardiola himself could only wryly smile. His reforms at Bayern had already failed halfway. Chapter 213 Champions League top scorers. Although Bayern Munich ultimately defeated Viktoria Plzen away from home, they only managed a 1-goal advantage in the match. The 1-0 scoreline remained until the final whistle. In another group stage match that concluded simultaneously, Manchester City defeated CSKA Moscow 5-2. The referee awarded the away team a controversial penalty near the end of the second half, allowing them to score 2 goals at the Etihad Stadium. This result was somewhat disappointing for Manchester City, but they were immediately satisfied after seeing Bayern score. After this round of matches, the qualification situation in Group D is very clear. Manchester City, with 4 wins out of 4, have qualified 2 rounds early and hold a goal difference of +10, leading Bayern by 3 points and 2 goals. Bayern, with 9 points, only need a draw in their next match to qualify. Given Bayern's strength, qualifying shouldn't be difficult. However, challenging Manchester City for first place in the group will be a significant challenge. Because their next match is an away game in Moscow, while Manchester City continues to host Viktoria Plzen, the weakest team in the group, Manchester City could potentially extend their goal difference lead. Therefore, unless Bayern Munich thrashes Manchester City at home in the final round, Manchester City will secure first place in the group based on goal difference. Following the match, German media criticized Guardiola. If Guardiola hadn't been so insistent on experimenting with his strikerless formation away from home, Bayern should have scored more goals, and they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Guardiola has been at Bayern for several months now, and his adjustments to the team haven't shown any significant results yet. Compared to last season's dominant team, this season's Bayern seems to be missing something. Bayern is the undisputed champion of the Bundesliga, so everyone in Germany has high hopes for them. With Borussia Dortmund struggling in European competitions, Bundesliga fans can only hope they can bring glory to the league in the Champions League. However, Bayern Munich's performance in the Champions League has been somewhat disappointing. Facing these criticisms, Guardiola himself hasn't responded, but Bayern's club manager, Uli Hoeneß, has stated, Bayern is on the right track. Under Guardiola's leadership, the team has already won 3 trophies, the European Super Cup, the Telecom Cup, and the Audi Cup. In addition, Bayern remains unbeaten in the league this season, and their chances of advancing from the Champions League group stage are very optimistic. Although we had some bad luck at the Etihad Stadium, we will defend Bayern Munich's honor at home. Please be patient. Of the 3 trophies Hoeneß mentioned, only the European Super Cup has any real significance, the other 2 are insignificant. Therefore, the outside world is not buying his denial. I bet 5 cents that Bayern won't finish first in the group. Unless Manchester City loses their next game, Bayern definitely won't get it. Don't be so sure. What if Bayern thrashes Manchester City at home? Do you think that's possible? This is Manchester City with Lin Quan. Even beating them is difficult, let alone thrashing them. What's wrong with Lin Quan? Last season, Barcelona came and got thrashed 4-0. Is Lin Quan better than Messi? Some people disagreed, citing Bayern's victory over Barcelona last season. Manchester City isn't Barcelona. And Bayern isn't the same Bayern as last season. Although Bayern might not finish first in their Champions League group, the club hasn't said anything. Rummenigge is still very patient with Guardiola. It's not even halfway through the season, and discussing the final result is too early. Moreover, Guardiola's record at Bayern isn't bad. In the first 12 league rounds, Bayern has 10 wins and 2 draws, remaining unbeaten, currently the 3rd unbeaten team in Europe. The other 2 are Manchester City from the Premier League and Barcelona from La Liga. In terms of league consistency, Guardiola is undoubtedly competent. The only issue is perhaps the slightly fluctuating Champions League performance, but that's not a problem. With Bayern's strength, they can advance in the knockout stages as long as they don't draw the top teams. More than Champions League results, Bayern is more concerned with Guardiola's tactical reforms. They hope to learn and integrate Spanish possession-based football to keep up with current trends in world football. Therefore, unless Guardiola's team performance suffers a significant decline, Bayern is unlikely to turn against him. Due to the Ballon d'Or, the performances of Ribéry, Ronaldo, Messi, and Lin Quan in this round of Champions League matches have attracted much attention. Ribéry's performance away from home was somewhat lackluster. He neither scored nor assisted in this round, and even his post-match rating was low, raising doubts about his form. Unlike Ribéry, another Ballon d'Or favorite, Ronaldo, continued his excellent form. In this round of the Champions League, Real Madrid faced Juventus away, and the 2 teams ultimately drew 2-2. The goals for Real Madrid were scored by their €100 million men, Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale. This was Ronaldo's 4th consecutive Champions League group stage match with a goal, a feat achieved only by him and Lin Quan across Europe. However, Ronaldo leads Lin Quan by 3 goals in total, although Lin Quan's 4 assists bring them to a tie. Currently, Ronaldo leads the Champions League top scorer list with 8 goals. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who also scored in this round, follows closely in second place with 7 goals. Lionel Messi of Barcelona is third, having scored twice in this round, bringing his total to 6 goals with 1 game in hand, equaling Ronaldo's goal-scoring efficiency. Lin Quan is fourth with 5 goals. The 2 superstars are still strong. Not only are they scoring goals like crazy in the league, but they also seem to be doing it with ease in the Champions League. Both are in the prime, and their respective teams are very strong. Now is the time for consistent output. Lin's performance is a bit unbelievable. 4 consecutive Champions League matches in his first appearance, incredibly consistent. Yes, I'm increasingly convinced he's on par with the 2 superstars. It's still too early to say. Many players in football have only a flash in the pan. If Lin can continue this excellent performance next year without a significant decline, then we can be sure he can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo. Tisk tisk, I can't wait to see Lin enter his peak and dominate the football world. By then Ronaldo and Messi will likely be nearing the end of their careers. Lin will probably be unbeatable. Neymar disagrees. Guts can put up a fight. Having just finished the Champions League, Manchester City didn't even have time to rest before the 3rd round of the League Cup began. Manchester City will continue to host Wigan Athletic, a championship team, in this round of matches. The League Cup actually started in September, but as Premier League teams, they could skip the first few rounds and start directly from the third round. This meant Manchester City wasn't affected by the League Cup before. However, now that the League Cup has reached the third round, Premier League teams must also participate. Due to the congested schedule, there are some disagreements within Manchester City regarding the League Cup. We have to play Sunderland away in 3 days. Should we just give up on this League Cup? Some feel the League Cup is a trivial competition, far less prestigious than the FA Cup. Therefore, they don't want to waste time on such a cup competition, especially with such a dense league schedule, and should waste the players' precious energy on a cup match. However, others believe the League Cup is still a trophy, and winning it isn't as difficult as the FA Cup. Even a small prize is still a prize, and it shouldn't be given up just because of its lower prestige. Moreover, participating in the League Cup allows the team to develop new talent, giving substitutes and young players promoted from the reserve or even youth teams more playing time. This is crucial for nurturing the team's new generation. Both sides have valid points, and Pellegrini hesitated for a moment. While Manchester City is known for its big spending transfers, their own youth academy actually has some promising young players. These young players don't get playing time in the first team and are usually played in the youth or reserve teams. However, the intensity of youth and reserve team matches is certainly not comparable to that of a formal cup competition. Due to the busy schedule of the first team, Pellegrini rarely has the opportunity to interact with these players. He lacks understanding of the quality of his team's youth academy and the technical characteristics of the young players. If they were to play in the League Cup, he could observe their performance and see if there were any hidden gems among these young players. Lin Quan's outstanding performance in the first team has greatly boosted Pellegrini's confidence in young players, and he dreams of discovering a promising talent. However, their opponent was no pushover. Wigan Athletic was relegated from the Premier League last season. This season, they were aiming for promotion and had invested heavily in new signings. Although they were only a championship team, they possessed the strength to rival lower-ranked Premier League teams. Defeating them entirely with a group of young players would be difficult. Losing the first match would negate the purpose of developing young talent. Therefore, Pellegrini fielded a lineup of half-starters and half-substitutes. Lin Quan was included in the squad for this match but did not start, instead sitting on the bench. Pellegrini planned to decide whether to bring him on based on the game's progress. If the players on the field could easily defeat the opponent, then there was no need to waste Lin Quan's energy. However, if the young players couldn't handle the situation, then Lin Quan and the starters would have to come on. Except for his initial stint with Werder Bremen, Lin Quan rarely played as a substitute. Sitting on the bench in this match gave Lin Quan a long-lost feeling. After the kickoff, Manchester City players, taking advantage of their home ground, launched an attack on Wigan Athletic's goal. Wigan Athletic were no pushovers either. After withstanding Manchester City's initial onslaught, they also launched frequent counter-attacks. Youngster Boyda, who nearly made a fatal mistake at Stamford Bridge, became the anchor of Manchester City's defense in this match. Under his solid defense, Wigan Athletic's forwards were repeatedly stifled, unable to find any opportunities. Seeing Boyda's excellent performance, Pellegrini nodded slightly and said to the assistant coach beside him, "Boyda's technique and ability are good, but his mental fortitude might be a little lacking. If his mentality could be as stable as his compatriot Kompany's, then we would have a reliable backup in defense." Yes, but this may be related to his age. After all, he's only in his early 20s, and he hasn't played many games for the first team before. He lacks experience in major competitions and is more prone to making mistakes. At this point, the assistant coach subconsciously glanced in Lin Quan's direction. These problems had never occurred with Lin Quan, even among young players, or even younger players. It's truly remarkable how he cultivated such a mature and composed mentality. His mindset even surpasses that of many veteran players who have played for many years. Besides Boyda, backup goalkeeper Pantilimon is also a key player the Manchester City coaching staff is closely monitoring. Joe Hart's performance in the league and Champions League has been inconsistent. Although his save percentage exceeds 60%, he has made several mistakes when facing long-range shots. If Manchester City wants to go further this season, they must focus on improving the stability of their defense. After adjustments at the beginning of the season, Manchester City's defense has gradually taken shape, and their defensive capabilities have improved. However, the goalkeeper's performance remains somewhat unsatisfactory. Therefore, Pellegrini plans to try out the second and third goalkeepers to see how they perform. If the backup goalkeepers meet his expectations, he might replace Joe Hart with Pantilimon or Wright in the starting lineup. Judging from the first half, Pantilimon's performance was excellent. He made 3 effective saves, 2 of which were from long-range shots. Standing at 2.03 meters tall, he has a significant advantage in defending high balls. The Manchester City coaching staff was very satisfied with his saves, and Pellegrini planned to give him a try in the next league match against Sunderland. If he performed well, he would become Manchester City's starting goalkeeper. The team's defense was fine, but their attack was in trouble. Without Lin Quan and Aguero up front, the players seemed to lack a backbone, playing in disarray. The score remains 0-0 until halftime. Should we bring Lin Quan on? Seeing Pellegrini's unpleasant expression, an assistant coach tentatively asked. No need, let's wait and see. However, 20 minutes into the second half, the score was still 0-0. Wigan Athletic couldn't break through Manchester City's defense, and Manchester City couldn't do anything about it either. With the regular season nearing its end, Pellegrini was finally at his wits' end. In the 75th minute, he made a substitution. Manchester City brought on Aguero, replacing the underperforming Lopez. Aguero is a good striker, and he was very eager to find opportunities after coming on. However, Wigan Athletics players marked him very tightly, leaving him no space at all. 10 minutes after Aguero entered the game, Manchester City's attack still showed no improvement, and there were less than 5 minutes left in regular time. Pellegrini was furious. Even with Aguero on the pitch, it wasn't working. The Manchester City fans in the stadium were also starting to get anxious. Was their team going to be held to a draw at home by a championship team? Before facing Wigan Athletic, Manchester City had maintained a perfect home record. If their winning streak was broken by a championship team, Manchester City would lose face completely. So they started to voice their demands, asking Pellegrini to bring on Lin Quan. Lin, we need Lin. Bring Lin on. Pellegrini glanced at Lin Quan, who had already sat up straight, his expression very serious. Lin Quan had initially thought they would easily win this match, but his teammates dominated possession yet failed to score, wasting numerous opportunities. This made him feel a sense of crisis. Was their victory about to slip away? Just then, he heard Pellegrini say, "Lin, go warm up, get ready for extra time." Lin Quan shook his head. No need to warm up, just make substitutions. Chapter 214. Another deadly strike, but thankfully we have Lin. Manchester City has made another personnel adjustment, replacing Jovetic with number 10 Lin Quan. Pellegrini's substitution came too late. Regular time is almost over. Are they expecting Lin Quan to score in the final minutes? Hiway was speechless. Why didn't he make the substitution sooner? The game is almost over, there's simply not enough time to make a substitution now. Manchester City is definitely going to be dragged into extra time. Judging from Pellegrini's plan, he probably wanted to give the key players more rest, but it seems he's overcompensated. Yes, although Manchester City fielded half substitutes, they still have half of their starters on the field. These players played the full match, and they'll even have to play extra time. Their physical exertion will be enormous. 2 days later they're going to play Sunderland away. After this kind of exertion, Manchester City's performance in the Premier League might be affected. Seeing Lin Quan being substituted on without even warming up, the two men's criticism of Pellegrini intensified. Pellegrini is too greedy. He wants everything, and in the end, he might get nothing. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Even established teams with deep roots have to make choices when competing on multiple fronts, let alone a rising star like Manchester City. The League Cup and even the FA Cup are things they can give up. I think they should focus their energy on the league and the Champions League. Yes, for Manchester City, who aspire to become a powerhouse, only by winning more league titles and reaching more knockout stages in the Champions League can they gain the recognition of their fans and officially join the ranks of Premier League giants. Thousands of miles away on the field, Lin Quan naturally couldn't hear any of this. Lin Quan actually supported Pellegrini's decision not to give up the League Cup. The reason was simple: more wins meant more points. In the previous match against Chelsea, it was thanks to the bicycle kick skill he had redeemed for 30 points from the system shop that he had scored that stunning goal. After spending 30 points, Lin Quan now only has 10 points left. With Manchester City playing more and more matches on various fronts, Lin Quan's stamina is starting to be severely tested. If he doesn't want to conserve energy by constantly strolling around the attacking third like Messi, he needs to upgrade his stamina talent to the next level as soon as possible. Currently, Lin Quan's stamina talent is a level 3 talent worth 30 points, and it requires 70 points to reach the maximum level. 70 points is far too many for him right now. He probably won't have enough before the end of the season. So he plans to save 20 points first to upgrade his stamina talent to level 4. This way, his stamina cap and passive recovery speed will be greatly improved, which should be enough for the current matches. For the sake of points, this match must be won. Lin, you didn't warm up, are you alright? Aguero saw Lin Quan come up without warming up and was worried that sudden strenuous activity might cause him injury. It's alright, time is running out. We need to finish this quickly and not let them drag the game into extra time. Yes, I understand. Aguero nodded heavily. Who wants to play another 30 minutes if they can get off work early? Watch out, their number 10 is coming on. Keep a close eye on him, or he'll ruin our plans. Seeing Lin Quan enter the field, Wigan Athletics players immediately became alert. As the saying goes, a person's reputation precedes them. With Lin Quan's increasingly impressive performances in the Premier League and Champions League, his fame has soared. Even championship teams have heard of him. Although Lin Quan was placed on the bench by Pellegrini in this match, Wigan Athletic still considered him their number 1 threat in their pre-match tactical setup. Having successfully neutralized Aguero before, Wigan Athletic intended to use the same method to limit Lin Quan. However, they soon discovered that this tactic seemed to be ineffective. Because his position on the field is not fixed, it's difficult to completely contain him, whether it's a dedicated marker or zonal marking. Moreover, Lin Quan is different from Aguero. He can orchestrate attacks, dribble past defenders, and score goals. Once he gets close to their goal, defenders face a difficult choice: defend against his passes or his dribbling and shooting. Initially, the defenders cautiously positioned themselves to prevent Lin Quan from dribbling or shooting. Seeing that the opponent didn't get too close, Lin Quan decisively delivered a through ball. This pass pierced Wigan Athletics' defense, but unfortunately, Aguero's start was a little too early. By the time he received the ball, the linesman had already raised his flag for offside. Wigan Athletics defenders were terrified. They immediately realized how dangerous this guy was. They couldn't give him space to pass, they had to close him down. However, when they actually did, Lin Quan executed a beautiful croquet move, easily getting past a defender who had rushed too far forward and surging into the penalty area. Wigan Athletics players were stunned, swarming towards Lin Quan to try and stop his shot. Lin Quan easily chipped the ball to the unmarked Aguero, who slotted it home to make it 1-0. Manchester City finally broke the deadlock in the 89th minute of the second half. Wigan Athletics players were devastated. Their efforts, sustained for almost the entire match, were completely undone by a single mistake. They were heartbroken. Ultimately, thanks to Aguero's goal, Manchester City narrowly defeated their opponents at home, advancing to the next round of the League Cup. Although Manchester City won, it was a truly ugly victory. After the match, the Manchester City players had no desire to celebrate, especially the key players who played the full 90 minutes. They slunk back to the locker room. Wigan Athletics players, after a brief period of frustration, quickly recovered. For them, an early exit from the League Cup might actually be a good thing. This way, they could focus on the league, try to accumulate enough points, and return to the Premier League. Lin, can we exchange jerseys? After the match, Wigan Athletic midfielder Hadi Gomez ran over as they were leaving the field, asking somewhat shyly. Like Lin Quan, Hadi was also a product of La Masia's youth academy. However, unlike Lin Quan, he wasn't exactly a star. In the 2007-2008 season, due to his mediocre talent, Hadi didn't receive a contract extension from Barcelona after his contract expired and was forced to leave the Barcelona youth team. Afterwards, in order to get playing time, he had to move between several teams in different leagues. However, lacking the necessary skill, he could never secure a starting position. This made him somewhat inferior. Despite being almost 10 years older than Lin Quan, he felt humbled like a junior in Lin Quan's presence. Of course, no problem. Lin Quan was initially surprised to hear the other speak to him in Spanish. But upon reflection, It wasn't surprising. Spanish midfielders had become increasingly popular worldwide in recent years. It's not surprising that a championship team would hire a Spanish midfielder. After taking off his jersey and handing it to the player, Lin Quan also shook hands with Hadi. "Good luck, I hope to see you in the Premier League next year. Thank you for your blessings, and I hope you can lead the team to the World Cup next year." Encouraged by Lin Quan, Hadi relaxed a bit and mustered up the courage to offer his blessings. Lin Quan nodded, made a fist-pumping gesture of encouragement, said nothing more, and quickly returned to the locker room with a jersey. The League Cup has too many weak teams, so most Premier League teams advanced smoothly. Liverpool and Manchester United were unlucky, drawing each other in the third round. However, this time, Manchester United, playing at home, had the last laugh. After 90 minutes of hard-fought battle, they defeated Liverpool 1-0, avenging their defeat at Anfield. The League Cup doesn't have much hype, and there's not much outside attention to this kind of competition. Even media coverage is relatively limited. Manchester City, however, naturally attracts attention, so even after the match, some criticism emerged. These newspapers offered nothing new, reiterating the same old arguments. Manchester City relied too heavily on Lin Quan. They believed that without Lin Quan's phenomenal performance in securing the victory, Manchester City might not have won. This Manchester City team always gives off a similar vibe to Barcelona. People often ask if Messi is a system player, and whether he can survive without Barcelona. I think this match should provide the answer. Although it was a tabloid, one newspaper's analysis actually made a lot of sense. To be fair, it's true. Barcelona played terribly when Messi wasn't playing. The whole team seemed to lack a leader, completely clueless about how to attack. The Champions League away game against Celtic was exactly the same. The situation was practically identical to Manchester City's performance in this match. Some fans who followed both Barcelona and Manchester City largely agreed with this view. So, I think the debate about whether Messi is a system player can be settled. Yes, Messi is a system player, but he's the one who brings the system to life. Without him, Barcelona's entire system collapses. And Manchester City is gradually becoming like Barcelona. Becoming like Barcelona? Is that even possible? Hearing the outside discussions, Manchester City fans weren't worried at all. Instead, their eyes lit up. Barcelona has been arguably the most successful club in football over the past few years. In the past 5 years, they've not only won the Champions League twice but also reached the semi-finals multiple times. If Manchester City could truly replicate Barcelona's success and become a top team like Barcelona, then the Blue Moon fans would be laughing in their sleep. Therefore, they didn't care about the criticism from the outside world at all. We have such a powerful superstar like Lin, why can't we rely on him? There's nothing wrong with relying on him. Thus, they disregarded the criticism from the outside world and, before the start of the 11th round of matches, organized a 5,000-strong expeditionary force to Sunderland to cheer on their team. Sunderland approached Manchester City's arrival with great apprehension, facing such an undefeated team. They parked the bus at home, fielding only one striker up front, with everyone else retreating to their own half, not aiming for victory, but simply hoping to secure a point against Manchester City. Breaking down a dense defense is a global challenge, and against Sunderland's defensive wall, Manchester City struggled relentlessly, unable to breach their defense. In the second half, the effects of playing consecutive matches began to show, with many Manchester City players showing signs of fatigue. Despite Pellegrini's timely substitutions, they had little effect. By the 80th minute, the score was still 0-0. Sunderland even substituted their striker in the second half, bringing on a defensive player to strengthen their defense. Clearly, they intended to hold on to the score. Although their team was being thoroughly outplayed at home, the Black Cats fans at the Stadium of Light showed no signs of frustration. Instead, they felt incredibly proud, even singing their team anthem and applauding enthusiastically for every successful defensive play. If they were facing any other ordinary team, such a conservative approach at home might have drawn boos. However, their opponent was Manchester City, the Premier League's most potent attacking force this season and the only unbeaten team so far. Against such a team, a conservative approach was understandable. So despicable. Absolutely shameless, playing like this at home. Shameless, utterly shameless. The Manchester City fans who had traveled with the team were hurling insults at their opponent's behavior. They suddenly felt a deep sense of unease, not just about the result of this match, but about Manchester City's future games. If Sunderland's scheme succeeded this time, and they actually managed to take a point from Manchester City, then other teams, especially those in the mid to lower table, would undoubtedly follow suit and park the bus when facing Manchester City. If every team parks the bus when facing Manchester City will have a very difficult time in the upcoming matches. With the two teams on the verge of a goalless draw, Lin Quan stepped up. In the last minute of regular time, Manchester City won a free kick in the attacking third. Lin Quan chose to take the kick himself, facing two options, a knuckleball or a dipping shot. The knuckleball had a higher probability of scoring, but it was more difficult and could fail. The dipping shot was more certain, but its quality wasn't top-notch, making it easier to defend against. Therefore, after weighing the options, Lin Quan ultimately chose the riskier, more rewarding knuckleball. After positioning the ball, Lin Quan began to retreat step by step. Sunderland's goalkeeper saw Lin Quan retreat more than 10 steps and immediately became alarmed. He sensed danger. However, sensing danger didn't mean he could stop the opponent from scoring. After the referee blew the whistle, Lin Quan quickly accelerated towards the ball. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he adjusted his stride and completed his final burst of energy. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the football, deformed by the kick, whistled through the air with a mournful whoosh as it hurtled towards the sky. Sunderland's wall of players leaped desperately to intercept the ball. However, the ball was much higher than their jumps, and they completely missed it. Had they failed to control it? This was the thought that crossed their minds as they watched the ball fly so high. Common sense dictated that with such a high trajectory, the ball would surely end up in the stands. However, just when they thought the ball had gone too high, it suddenly slammed straight down to the ground, disappearing into the net before the goalkeeper could react. A deathly silence fell over the stadium. Sunderland players stared in disbelief, their voices caught in their throats, unable to rise. Thanks to Lin Quan's goal in the final minute of regulation time, Manchester City secured a dramatic victory away from home. Including his late assist to Aguero in the League Cup final stages, this marked Lin Quan's second consecutive game where he had scored a last-minute winner. On the coaching bench, after seeing Lin Quan score directly from a free kick, Pellegrini excitedly embraced the assistant coaches around him. The Manchester City players on the field also went wild, rushing towards Lin Quan, tackling him to the ground, and celebrating wildly. At that moment, they shared the same thought as the Manchester City fans: "Thank goodness we have Lin." Chapter 215 De Bruyne Transfer Saga. In this round's key match, Moyes' Manchester United defeated second-placed Arsenal 1-0 at home, extending Manchester City's lead. After 11 rounds, they currently sit atop the table with 10 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 31 points. Arsenal, with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, is temporarily in second place with 25 points. With Arsenal's unexpected loss, the gap between the two teams has widened to 6 points. Given the current form and schedule of both teams, Manchester City is highly likely to secure the mid-season title early. In Premier League history, the probability of the mid-season champion going on to win the title exceeds 60%, even after Arsenal has consistently lowered that probability. Therefore, the mid-season title carries considerable weight. Among the Premier League's top teams, besides Chelsea and Arsenal, the rest have all won. Chelsea's form has been particularly poor since being held to draw by Manchester City at home, and in the last round, they were swept 2-0 away by Newcastle. This round, Chelsea were held to a 2-2 draw at home by mid to lower table West Bromwich Albion. It's clear to everyone that Mourinho's Chelsea is in trouble, and the problems are serious. This was an outcome no one anticipated. At the beginning of the season, when news broke that Mourinho was returning to Chelsea, many were optimistic about his future at the Blues. However, in just a few months, doubts about Mourinho and Chelsea have grown significantly. The Blues, whose transfer spending was second only to Manchester City, undoubtedly aimed for the League and Champions League titles this season. However, after 11 rounds, Chelsea have only managed 5 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating just 19 points, lower than Manchester United, who were not favored at the start of the season. This record is completely unworthy of Chelsea's investment and the expectations placed upon them. Conversely, Manchester United's manager, Moyes, has seen a recent improvement in performances after overcoming initial difficulties. Following a 3-game winning streak, Manchester United have reached 20 points, currently sitting in 5th place in the standings, ahead of their old rivals, Chelsea. Mourinho's criticism of Moyes in the second round of the league now seems to have backfired, hitting him on the head. Seeing their old rivals struggling while their own team's form improves, Manchester United fans have started to mock Chelsea. Who told Mourinho to be so verbally abusive towards Manchester United? United has many rivals in the league, their city rivals Manchester City, league rivals Liverpool and Arsenal, and Chelsea, all teams with deep-seated grudges. However, the Red Devils fans haven't attacked other teams, focusing solely on Chelsea, which speaks volumes. For Moyes, after consecutive home victories against Liverpool and Arsenal, he's gradually gaining the approval of the Red Devils fans. Their demands are simple: if Moyes can lead the team to a resounding victory over United's old rivals, even if they don't win the Premier League title, it doesn't matter. And now, United has already defeated Arsenal and Liverpool. If they can also avenge their defeats against Chelsea and Manchester City, it will be perfect. However, given Manchester City's current form, beating them at home seems like a difficult task. Of course, some disagree. The journalist who previously wrote an article in the Manchester Evening News criticizing Manchester City for developing a Lin Quan dependency syndrome published another article after this round of matches. Manchester City's away game against Sunderland proved my previous prediction: Manchester City is too reliant on Lin Quan. By observing how Manchester City's attacking system functioned in this match, we can see that Lin Quan almost dominated all of Manchester City's attacks in the midfield and forward areas. I don't think this is a good thing. Football is a team sport, and relying too much on one player can lead to serious consequences. In this match, Sunderland effectively limited Lin Quan's breakthroughs and shots, not giving him many good opportunities. If it weren't for a bit of bad luck at the end when he scored a free kick, the weaker Sunderland might have managed a draw against the stronger Manchester City. I think this match should serve as a warning to Manchester City. They must change their reliance on Lin Quan, otherwise, once he is contained by the opponent or his own form fluctuates, Manchester City's attacking threat will be greatly reduced. If Manchester City cannot make changes quickly, their performance will inevitably plummet. This report attracted considerable attention after its publication. While the Manchester City vs Sunderland match wasn't the highlight of the round, for many mid to lower table teams, its importance far surpassed that of clashes between the giants. Sunderland's tactics were something they could easily emulate. The Black Cat squad wasn't significantly stronger than other teams. If they could make Manchester City look so vulnerable at home by parking the bus, other teams could certainly do the same. Lin Quan also saw the article. Aside from disagreeing with the latter half, he agreed with the first half of the analysis. With David Silva injured, Manchester City lacked a playmaker in attack. And he was the only one in the team capable of that role, so he had to wear many hats: a striker, a forward, and in positional play, he also had to organize attacks, distribute possession, and even control the tempo of the game like a defensive midfielder. Lin Quan himself didn't want to be that core player. He longed for the days at Werder Bremen, with De Bruyne constantly passing him the ball, allowing him to shoot with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Quan suddenly remembered what had happened to De Bruyne lately. Looking at Chelsea's starting lineup for this round, De Bruyne was nowhere to be seen, neither in the starting 11 nor on the substitutes. It seemed like he hadn't played a match in a long time. With that thought, Lin Quan picked up his phone and called De Bruyne, wanting to ask what he was up to. About 20 miles from Stamford Bridge, at the Cobham training ground, a young player in a dark blue jersey with a number 15 on the back was practicing free kicks. Sweat dripped from his temples, soaking his jersey. The dark blue jersey clung tightly to his body, highlighting his physique. Several club staff members passing by the training ground were somewhat surprised to see someone practicing so early. However, upon discovering that it was De Bruyne practicing, they all shook their heads. Sigh, this kid is hard working, but what's the use of working so hard? The old gatekeeper sighed, feeling somewhat sorry for De Bruyne. De Bruyne arrived at a Cobham training ground every day. Rain or shine. The old gatekeeper had witnessed firsthand how De Bruyne, who was as thin as a bamboo pole when he first arrived at Chelsea, had transformed into such a muscular physique. Based on his years of observing professional players, he believed De Bruyne's current physical strength was more than enough to compete in the Premier League. However, whether due to prejudice or some other reason, Mourinho simply didn't like using him. Since coming on as a substitute for 5 minutes in the fifth round of the league, De Bruyne hadn't played a match for 2 months. In recent rounds, whether in the league or the Champions League, he hadn't been included in the 18-man squad. After missing several matches in a row, De Bruyne realized that he had no future at Chelsea. So, De Bruyne, who had once been eager to return to Stamford Bridge, had now lost that passion and was seriously considering leaving Chelsea during the winter transfer window to play for another team. Last season, he was the Bundesliga's top assist provider and even broke the Bundesliga assist record. Therefore, De Bruyne wasn't worried about lacking the ability to find a club. It was simply that he didn't meet Mourinho's requirements, or rather, Mourinho had a prejudice against players like him. After a day of training, De Bruyne returned home and met with his agent, Patrick. "Kevin, have you decided where you want to go?" After De Bruyne was benched by Mourinho, Patrick had started contacting other teams to find a suitable new club. He had full confidence in De Bruyne's ability and didn't think his disappointment at Chelsea would have a significant impact on the player. Even if De Bruyne didn't adapt to the pace of the Premier League, he could return to the Bundesliga. He had proven his ability in the Bundesliga and gained recognition from many Bundesliga teams. Many teams were interested in signing De Bruyne, with Bayer Leverkusen, Werder Bremen, and Wolfsburg all expressing interest. Besides these mid-table clubs, even strong teams like Borussia Dortmund wanted to buy him. Of these teams, only Dortmund couldn't guarantee a starting position, the others promised De Bruyne a guaranteed starting spot and playing time. Patrick believed that going to these teams was better than staying at Chelsea. "I don't know, I haven't decided yet," De Bruyne hesitated. He didn't want to leave Chelsea in such a disgraceful manner. That's why he trained so diligently, hoping to impress Mourinho and regain his trust through hard work. However, he failed. Mourinho wasn't impressed, he hadn't even noticed him. With Chelsea's performance a mess, the special one was busy dealing with media criticism, studying opponents, and improving the team's tactics. He had long forgotten about De Bruyne. In this situation, all of De Bruyne's efforts were in vain. Don't hesitate. You don't have a place at Chelsea, and the Premier League isn't really suitable for you. Only the Bundesliga is the best place for you to shine. I suggest you transfer to the Bundesliga, your talent will be better showcased there. Patrick guessed De Bruyne's thoughts. He was probably somewhat resentful about not being able to prove himself at Chelsea and in the Premier League. But no matter how resentful he was, he couldn't gamble with his career. Staying at Chelsea would bring him nothing but a waste of time. Without enough playing time, his form could rapidly decline, and he would fade into obscurity. A decisive choice had to be made. Time couldn't be wasted. "Okay, I'll listen to you." De Bruyne trusted his agent implicitly. They had been working together for 4 or 5 years. He knew his agent was acting entirely in his best interest, which was why he made this suggestion. "Alright, then let's continue contacting those Bundesliga clubs. By the way, which of these teams do you prefer?" Seeing that De Bruyne had heeded his advice, Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. Agents profit from every player transfer. Therefore, facilitating De Bruyne's departure from Chelsea and transfer to another team would not only benefit De Bruyne himself, but also be very advantageous to him. "Werder Bremen, I really like my old teammates and coach Schaff." De Bruyne especially missed the days he spent fighting alongside his teammates at Werder Bremen last season. At Werder Bremen, he had close friends and caring teammates. But at Chelsea, he felt like an outsider, isolated and ostracized. No one wants to deal with a player the manager dislikes, especially when that player is dispensable to the team. Everyone has even less motivation to build a good relationship with him. De Bruyne had been at Chelsea for almost 4 or 5 months and hadn't made a single friend. Werder Bremen? They've done quite well in the Champions League this season, but I have to warn you, Werder Bremen's squad isn't very strong. With 3 competitions this season, their league performance has declined significantly. They're currently only 8th in the Bundesliga and might not qualify for next season's Champions League. On the other hand, Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, and VfL Wolfsburg have significantly stronger squads. They're currently ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 5th in the standings and are highly likely to secure Champions League spots next year. Patrick's meaning was clear. He wanted De Bruyne to join a team that could play in the Champions League. This way, he could gain greater exposure through the Champions League and improve further in such a high-level competition. De Bruyne sighed. He was a sentimental person. The reason he wanted to return to Werder Bremen was because he had a very enjoyable season there last year, and the team's performance was excellent. But Patrick's words reminded him that Werder Bremen had changed significantly since last season. They not only lost themselves, but also their most important player, Lin. Without Lin and himself, it was already a remarkable achievement for Werder Bremen, under coach Schaaf's guidance, to even make it out of the Champions League group stage. Given their squad strength, trying to achieve success in both the Champions League and the league was unrealistic. This wouldn't likely improve much after his arrival. Therefore, going to Werder Bremen wasn't a rational choice. Alright then, let's go to Leverkusen and Wolfsburg. Patrick was overjoyed and immediately booked a flight to Germany, planning to fly there overnight to negotiate with the two clubs. De Bruyne's price tag was high. These two clubs would likely need to prepare a transfer fee of over £20 million to acquire him. Just after seeing Patrick off, De Bruyne's phone rang suddenly. Taking out his phone, the name on the caller ID stunned him. Chapter 216 Lin Quan chases De Bruyne under the moonlight. The twin stars join hands again. Seeing the familiar name on the caller ID, De Bruyne hesitated, unsure whether to answer. The thought of leaving the Premier League soon and returning to the Bundesliga as a deserter made him grit his teeth and refuse Lin Quan's call. He didn't know how to face him at this moment. They had both arrived in the Premier League at the same time. One was the Bundesliga Golden Boot winner, the other the Bundesliga's top assist provider. Yet, in different teams, their fates were drastically different. Lin Quan became Manchester City's core player, leading the team to its most glorious record in history, earning him widespread recognition and becoming one of the most watched young stars in football. His Premier League journey was undoubtedly a success. And what about himself? He had arrived in the Premier League full of confidence and high spirits, but now he was dejected and had to slink away from the Premier League with his tail between his legs. De Bruyne was a very strong-willed person, but also a rather withdrawn and sensitive one. If his relationship with Lin Quan hadn't been particularly close, he probably would have answered the call. But his relationship with Lin Quan was too good, and he didn't know how to face his close friend at this moment, especially when the other asked about his recent situation. He didn't know how to answer. Should he directly tell him that he couldn't adapt to the Premier League, couldn't get playing time at Chelsea, and therefore had to break their agreement and leave the Premier League like a deserter? Forget it. His pride wouldn't allow him to do that. This kid, hung up on himself? On the other end of the line, Lin Quan was slightly surprised to see that his call had been rejected. De Bruyne must have encountered some trouble. Thinking of De Bruyne's personality, Lin Quan became even more certain of his judgment. So, he called company. Company was quite surprised to receive Lin Quan's call. What's wrong, Lin? Is there something you need so late? Sorry to disturb your rest, Captain. I wanted to ask you something. Do you know De Bruyne's address in London? Company and De Bruyne were teammates on the national team, and Lin Quan felt that he might know some information. I'm not too sure about that, but I can ask Courtois for you. He and De Bruyne are very close. Lin Quan. Sharing a girlfriend, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Half an hour later, Company gave Lin Quan an address. Lin Quan thought for a moment. Although he could go to find him tomorrow, next week is the FIFA International Match Day, and De Bruyne is Belgium's key midfielder. He would likely return to Belgium early. Given that De Bruyne refused to answer his calls, and knowing him as Lin Quan did, he would likely leave early to avoid being found. Thinking of this, Lin Quan didn't hesitate. He immediately went to the garage, got his car, and headed straight for London. Manchester is about 300 kilometers from London. If he drove fast, it would only take 3 hours. Finally, around 1 a.m., Lin Quan arrived outside De Bruyne's residence. Bang bang bang. After glancing at the house number, Lin Quan started knocking loudly on De Bruyne's door. This guy was probably already asleep at this time. If he didn't knock hard, he might not even hear him. To his surprise, the light in De Bruyne's room came on after just one knock. Was this guy still awake at this hour? Who is it? De Bruyne's wary voice came from behind the door. London wasn't a safe place. Anyone would be nervous to be knocked on like that in the middle of the night. It's me, Lin Quan. After Lin Quan introduced himself, the room fell silent. There was no sound from De Bruyne's side. He probably hadn't expected Lin Quan to find him so quickly from Manchester. Don't play dead. I know you're in there. Open the door, or I'll ram it with my car. You know I'm very efficient. With a creak, De Bruyne finally opened the door under Lin Quan's pressure. Is there anything to eat? I've been driving for hours, I'm a little hungry. After entering, Lin Quan glanced at De Bruyne but didn't immediately ask what was wrong. De Bruyne was caught off guard. He had been prepared for a barrage of questions, but the other man hadn't played by the rules. There's half a pizza in the fridge, but it's cold. Do you have a microwave? Just heat it up, I'm not picky. This guy doesn't seem like someone who cooks at home. The pizza is probably leftovers from a takeout order. Lin Quan can cook, but he played a match during the day and drove for over 3 hours from Manchester to London. He was exhausted from the journey and was so sleepy he could barely keep his eyes open. He had no energy to cook. De Bruyne naturally had a microwave, and a few minutes later, the heated half pizza was served. Lin Quan didn't mind eating while looking around De Bruyne's place. This was his first time visiting De Bruyne's home. He had planned to visit when he was playing for Chelsea. However, before that, the entire Manchester City team had played 3 away games and was exhausted, so they didn't stay in London after that match and returned directly to Manchester, ruining Lin Quan's plans. Sit down, what's with all the awkwardness in your own home? Lin Quan chuckled, seeing De Bruyne standing nervously to the side, unsure whether to sit or stand. This guy looked like a kid who'd done something wrong and was waiting to meet his parents. Am I that scary? De Bruyne nodded and sat on the sofa. Lin Quan pointed to the unfinished pizza and asked, "Want some?" De Bruyne shook his head. After quickly finishing the pizza, Lin Quan wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked around. Looking for what? This time, De Bruyne asked first. Looking for a place to sleep, of course. It's almost 2 a.m., aren't you sleepy? De Bruyne thought to himself, I was really sleepy, but this sudden arrival has startled me, and now I'm wide awake, not sleepy at all, but wide awake. Ever since rejecting Lin Quan's call, De Bruyne had been uneasy, with a constant feeling that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, something really did happen. Lin Quan's sudden trip from Manchester to see him that very night surprised him, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. It was definitely Lin Quan's style. However, the more silent Lin Quan remained, the more uneasy De Bruyne felt, a sense of guilt and regret. Lin Quan yawned, he was genuinely tired. Thankfully, it was the holidays, no matches to play, otherwise, tonight's exertions would have left him completely out of shape tomorrow. De Bruyne was increasingly confused about Lin Quan's purpose. He came, ate, and slept. Wasn't he here to interrogate him? However, Lin Quan didn't speak, so he didn't dare ask. He could only take Lin Quan to the second bedroom to rest. Lin Quan fell asleep immediately, while De Bruyne tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Nothing happened at night. Because both of them slept so late. They didn't wake up until 9:30 the next morning. Good morning, come and have breakfast, I made it. Lin Quan greeted De Bruyne, who had panda eyes, then took off his apron, washed his hands, and sat down at the table. De Bruyne glanced at the food, toast, fried eggs, breakfast tea, and a large bowl of soup of unknown origin. Out of respect for Lin Quan, De Bruyne tried a sip. His eyes lit up. At first, it tasted a little sour, but as the soup melted in his mouth, the sourness turned into sweetness, and the rich, savory flavor stimulated his taste buds, whetting his appetite. He quickly finished a whole bowl. How is it? Is it good? It's delicious. This is called tomato and egg soup. It's a very delicious Chinese soup, cheap and tasty. If you like it, I can give you the recipe, you can try learning how to make it yourself. Seeing De Bruyne's interest in the soup, Lin Quan introduced it to him. Tomato and egg soup is one of the simplest soups, and many people like it. Besides pork liver and lean meat soup and radish and pig's blood soup, this is Lin Quan's third favorite soup. Compared to ordering takeout or just making do at home, this breakfast was definitely the most sumptuous and delicious breakfast De Bruyne had eaten in recent times. He had never known that Lin Quan had such culinary skills. He never expected that this guy was not only good at football, but also such a good cook. Thinking of this, De Bruyne felt even more ashamed. What time is your flight? Seeing De Bruyne's already packed suitcase, Lin Quan guessed that he might be taking a flight back to Belgium to participate in the national team's match, so he asked 11:30 a.m. Cancel it. I can't get a ticket for this flight. Change to the next one. Okay. De Bruyne obediently did as he was told, but after he bought the ticket, he realized something was wrong. Wait, why did you buy a ticket on the same flight as me? Why? Of course, I'm going to Belgium to see how you perform for the national team. Lin Quan looked De Bruyne up and down. I'm curious, you haven't played a match in 2 months, are you still up to par? As it turned out, De Bruyne was in excellent form. In Belgium's friendly against Colombia, he scored a goal and provided an assist, helping his team to a 2-2 draw. In another match against Japan, he scored twice and provided an assist, helping his team to a 3-2 victory. After watching both matches, Lin Quan had a good grasp of De Bruyne's form. Although he hadn't gotten playing time at Chelsea, he probably hadn't neglected his training and hadn't shown any signs of giving up. From his physical strength displayed in the matches, Lin Quan felt he had improved since he first arrived at Chelsea. Although there were still some issues with his defense, as long as he wasn't used as a dedicated defender, his current defensive ability was perfectly adequate. He really didn't understand why Moreno didn't value him. At this moment, De Bruyne was at least half a level stronger than the De Bruyne of the same time period in the original timeline. Thinking of this, Lin Quan directly said to De Bruyne, "Come to Manchester City. Let's join hands and create our own new world here." Manchester City needed a passing maestro to free up Lin Quan. De Bruyne possessed that ability, and given his relationship with Lin Quan and their mutual understanding, they were undoubtedly the most suitable partners. "You've been following me for 7 or 8 days just to say this?" De Bruyne put his hands on his hips, looking at Lin Quan with a wry smile. The other man had spent over a week in Belgium with him, supposedly to assess his condition. De Bruyne doubted Lin Quan had ever been this attentive even to his girlfriend. "You rascal, you wouldn't be saying that if I invited you on day 1, you would have accepted, would you?" "Of course, how could I refuse an invitation to fight alongside you?" De Bruyne smiled and extended his hand. Lin Quan smiled and extended his hand, their hands clasped firmly together. Just then, De Bruyne's phone rang. It was his agent, Patrick, calling. "Kevin, Wolfsburg is most interested in you. They're not only willing to promise you a starting position, but their annual salary and bonuses are also the highest among the 3 teams," Patrick said excitedly. After some arduous negotiations, he had successfully negotiated De Bruyne's annual salary to €4.5 million, which is already at the highest level for a top-tier star. Any higher would be the treatment of a superstar, and De Bruyne's current reputation and ability don't reach that level, so he couldn't possibly get such a high salary. Therefore, after negotiating this condition with Wolfsburg, Patrick was almost certain that De Bruyne would not be able to refuse this salary. All that was needed was for Wolfsburg to make an offer to Chelsea during the winter break, and once the two sides reached an agreement on the transfer fee, he could sign with Wolfsburg. Patrick assumed De Bruyne would readily agree to the transfer, but to his surprise, before he could even finish explaining the contract details, De Bruyne stated firmly, "No, I'm not going to Wolfsburg." Patrick was taken aback, thinking De Bruyne still wanted to stay at Chelsea, so he earnestly advised, "Kevin, you need to face reality. You have no future at Chelsea. Leaving sooner is better for both you and the team." De Bruyne nodded. "Yes, Lin told me the same thing." "Lin? Which Lin?" Patrick was momentarily stunned. "Lin from Manchester City, he extended an invitation to me." Patrick gasped. Manchester City seemed like a good option. Their League and Champions League records were excellent, and the team's core player had a good relationship with De Bruyne, avoiding the situation of being sidelined like at Chelsea. However, would Manchester City even be interested in De Bruyne? He hadn't proven himself at Chelsea. Would Manchester City really be willing to spend that much money to buy him? Although Lin Quan and De Bruyne have a good relationship, he's just a player. Can he really influence Manchester City's decision-making to make a move for De Bruyne? What if they reject the Bundesliga club's offer, and Manchester City doesn't make a move during the winter transfer window? Would De Bruyne's situation be extremely awkward? "I believe in him." De Bruyne's tone was unusually firm. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, a resounding home victory, with the media showering praises, the best start in Premier League history. "Hey kid, I heard you went to Belgium. Did you go to be with your girlfriend?" Vicente Del Bosque, having somehow gotten wind of this, called Lin Quan specifically. He hadn't called Lin Quan up to the national team because Manchester City's schedule had been too packed lately, and he wanted to give the guy some rest. But instead of resting at home, Lin Quan was running around everywhere. This infuriated Del Bosque, and he planned to revoke Lin Quan's preferential treatment during the next FIFA international break. No, coach, let me explain. Explain what? Stay in shape. If we don't win the World Cup next year, I'll teach you a lesson. Beep beep beep. Del Bosque hung up. Lin Quan heard the dial tone and was speechless. Girlfriend? De Bruyne? Forget it, this kind of thing can't be explained, explaining will only make things worse. He should think about how to convince Pellegrini to buy De Bruyne during the winter break. Should I hold back a bit in the next match, let Pellegrini realize Manchester City's weaknesses in attack, and then take the opportunity to promote De Bruyne to him, making him consider it? That's what he thought, and that's what he did. In the 12th round of the Premier League, Manchester City hosted Tottenham Hotspur, who were ranked 7th in the league. Tottenham's record in recent seasons has been quite good, consistently ranking between 4th and 5th, making them one of the strongest teams below the title contenders. Facing such a strong team, if he held back a bit, Manchester City would probably have a very difficult time. Then Pellegrini would naturally realize the seriousness of the problem. However, what Lin Quan didn't expect was that Manchester City's luck was too good in this match. Just 13 seconds into the game, Navas's lobbed shot broke through Tottenham's goal. Keep in mind, he was at least 35 meters away from the goal when he scored. This goal stunned not only the entire Tottenham team, but also Lin Quan. He had a bad feeling. His feeling soon came true. Navas's wonder goal boosted Manchester City's morale, and they launched a fierce attack on Tottenham's goal after the restart. Adding insult to injury, in the 7th minute, Tottenham defender Sandro made a mistake, kicking the ball into his own net while attempting a clearance. Just 7 minutes into the game, Manchester City were already leading by 2 goals. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The only question was how many goals the informed Manchester City could win at home. 90 minutes later, the answer was revealed. Manchester City thrashed Tottenham 6-0 at home, handing them their biggest single-game defeat in 15 seasons. The last time Tottenham suffered such a crushing defeat was back in 1997 against Kevin Keegan's Newcastle United. At the end of the match, the stunned Tottenham players seemed completely disoriented, unable to believe the result. Equally incredulous was Lin Quan. Seeing the bright red number on the scoreboard, he put his hands on his hips and gave the Tottenham players a disapproving look. You guys are so strong, aren't you? How could you be so easily thrashed, he thought. If I hadn't intentionally thrown the game, Manchester City might have broken Tottenham's record for their biggest defeat in history. If the Tottenham players knew Lin Quan's thoughts, they'd probably be cursing under their breath. Your 2 goals and 2 assists were from throwing the game? You're kidding me. Following Manchester City's horrific home victory, major media outlets launched into a chorus of praise. Sky Sports. 6'0". Unbelievable score. Manchester City ruthlessly destroyed Tottenham at home. Before visiting the Etihad Stadium, Tottenham had the best defense in the Premier League this season, conceding only 6 goals in 11 games. However, the citizens doubled their conceded goals in one match. It's unbelievable. They used 2 words that were unbelievable, in bold capital letters to express their astonishment. The Guardian, Manchester City have delivered lopsided 7-0 and 6-0 victories in 2 consecutive Premier League home games, showcasing a terrifying attacking prowess. And so far this season, City have won all their home matches across all competitions. The Etihad Stadium is undoubtedly the most intimidating home ground in the Premier League this season. The Times, after a hard-fought away victory, Manchester City responded to doubts with a resounding win, proving they remain one of the best teams in the Premier League. BBC, after beating Tottenham at home, Manchester City set a new Premier League record, breaking the record for the best start to a Premier League season previously held by Chelsea in the 2005-2006 season. 8 years ago, Mourinho led Chelsea to a 9-game winning streak at the start of the Premier League season, achieving 10 wins and 1 draw in 11 matches. Their unbeaten run lasted until the 12th round when they were defeated at home by Manchester United. After this round, the record for the best start to a Premier League season will be held by Manchester City, with Chelsea relegated to 2nd place. In the post-match player ratings, Lin Quan received a perfect 10. Lin once again delivered a dominant performance, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. Had his attacking desire not diminished significantly in the final moments, he might have completed a hat-trick of goals and assists. Aguero, 9 points, Manchester City's star striker continued his excellent performance in this match, scoring 2 goals and providing 1 assist. The Argentine's partnership with the team's core player, Lin Quan, is becoming increasingly seamless. How to stop this killer duo will be a headache for all teams in the Premier League. Navas, 8 points. The Spaniard scored a long-range lob that equaled the record for the fastest goal in the Premier League this season. While his goal tally may not be the highest, he shattered Tottenham's rigid defence with a lightning-fast goal, laying the foundation for Manchester City's resounding victory. Yaya Touré, 8 points. As Lin Quan has been with the team longer, Yaya Touré's partnership with his new teammate has also become increasingly seamless. Since providing an assist to Lin Quan in the away game against Chelsea, the two have been increasingly intertwined. In this match, Yaya Touré, playing in the defensive midfield position, not only provided an assist for his teammate but also became an insurmountable barrier in Manchester City's midfield. Most of Tottenham's counter-attacks came to an abrupt halt in front of him. The team's good performance, even breaking a Premier League record, led to the media lavishing praise on them after the match. Manchester City fans were naturally overjoyed by this hype and even wished the media would intensify their coverage. However, Lin Quan, the team's core player, was somewhat disappointed. The victory was too easy, failing to highlight the problems in Manchester City's midfield and attack but instead further masking them. This made him somewhat hesitant about how to approach Pellegrini to persuade him to bring in De Bruyne during the winter break. Oh well, there's still more than a month until the winter break. Let's observe further. Not long after the league ended, the 4th round of the League Cup began. Manchester City are heading to Newcastle for an away game, but considering they will be playing their final Champions League home game in 2 days, Pellegrini left most of his key players in Manchester, taking only half of his starters and half of his reserves. Notably, David Silva, who has been sidelined for 3 months with an injury, had already returned to training before this round of matches. To help him regain his form quickly, Pellegrini included him in the squad. This decision proved to be quite wise. At St James Park, Newcastle's home ground, whether spurred by Manchester City's thrashing of Tottenham or inspired by Sunderland's near draw at home, they also adopted a defensive strategy against Manchester City. Faced with their impenetrable defense, Manchester City, missing Lin Quan, struggled for 90 minutes without scoring, ultimately being dragged into extra time. In extra time, Pellegrini brought on David Silva, whose arrival immediately transformed Manchester City's attack. His organization, passing, and movement were like lubricating a rusty machine, injecting vitality into Manchester City's attacking system. As a result, Manchester City, who had previously struggled to break down defenses, scored 2 goals in the 30 minutes of extra time, advancing smoothly to the League Cup quarter-finals. After the match, Pellegrini drew 2 conclusions. Manchester City's substitutes were weak. Manchester City cannot do without Lin Quan. This brought some comfort to Lin Quan, as long as he recognized the problems in Manchester City's midfield and attack. On December 2nd, the penultimate round of the Champions League group stage kicked off. Manchester City faced their weakest opponent in the group, Victoria Plzen. Although Manchester City had already qualified for the knockout stage 2 rounds early, the suspense of the battle for first place in the group with Bayern Munich meant they dared not be careless in this match. In this match, because the opponent was not strong, Pellegrini took a risk by including David Silva, who had just recovered from injury, in the starting lineup. Clearly, he wanted to help David Silva regain his form as quickly as possible and integrate him into the team's tactical system. Victoria Plzen obviously noticed this as well, so they exploited the psychological weakness of players who were hesitant to engage in intense physical contact after a serious injury, focusing their attacks on David Silva's side. Having lost all 4 matches, Victoria Plzen had nothing to lose. They were now only fighting for pride. Therefore, whether playing away or at home, they played very openly and without any conservatism. This mentality actually made their performance much better than in their previous encounter with the 2 teams. In the first 30 minutes, Manchester City didn't create many good opportunities. Instead, David Silva's instinctive avoidance of intense physical contact allowed the opponent to find some opportunities with him, resulting in several threatening counter-attacks. Because David Silva's side became a weak link in Manchester City's defense, Lin Quan had to frequently come over to cover for him and provide cover. This significantly impacted Manchester City's attacking momentum. Playing like this couldn't continue, The prolonged inability to score would affect the player's mentality and boost the opponent's confidence. More importantly, this was David Silva's first start since returning from injury. A poor performance could have a significant psychological impact on him. Lin Quan hadn't forgotten the support he received when he first arrived at Manchester City. Therefore, starting from the 30th minute, Lin Quan increased his dribbling time and number of breakthroughs. This allowed him to exploit defensive weaknesses more quickly and reduced his teammates' dribbling time, freeing them from being constantly marked by opponents. Victoria Pilsen clearly didn't fully understand Lin Quan's individual abilities, giving him opportunities in defense. In the 33rd minute, Lin Quan dribbled past several defenders and was fouled in the penalty area, earning Manchester City a penalty. As Manchester City's primary penalty taker, and given the challenge of competing with superstars like Ronaldo and Messi in the Champions League top scorer race, Lin Quan would undoubtedly take such penalties himself. But today, he gave the penalty opportunity to his teammate David Silva. Lin, isn't that a bit much? You need this goal to compete for the top scorer title. I don't. There's no need to give me the chance. Faced with Lin Quan's kindness, David Silva was deeply moved, but still declined. The other party's intention was enough. As for the penalty, he was too embarrassed to take it. David Silva wasn't entirely satisfied with his first start since his return. If he were to grade himself, he probably wouldn't even get a passing score of 6. In fact, if he hadn't been on the field hindering the team, Manchester City might already be leading. It's okay. Even without this penalty, it won't affect my competition for the top scorer title. Go for it, don't refuse. This is a gift from me. I hope you can use this Champions League goal as a sign of your triumphant return and regain your form soon. Lin Quan spoke sincerely, and David Silva was deeply moved, finally nodding and no longer refusing. Viewers at the stadium, watching on television, and online saw that after the referee awarded a penalty kick, Lin Quan did not take the kick himself, but instead he and David Silva politely deferred to each other. This left fans bewildered. What is Lingard doing? Why doesn't he take the penalty himself? It looks like he wants to give the chance to David Silva. Really? Such a good scoring opportunity, and Lingard is actually giving it up? Looks like it. He really is. I'm devastated. Lingard's character is truly impeccable. If I were his teammate, I'd give my life for such a great teammate. Speaking of which, Lingard only has 5 Champions League goals now. Manchester City probably won't go far in the knockout stages. It'll be difficult for him to compete with Messi and Ronaldo for the Champions League Golden Boot. That's hard to say. The gap between him and Messi and Ronaldo isn't that big. If he doesn't give up this penalty, he'll only be 2 goals behind Ronaldo. It's probably for the best. That way, none of Lingard's goals will be penalties, preventing others from using that to criticize him. Indeed, goals without penalties are naturally less valuable than those with penalties. Chapter 218 The Golden Boy Award Ceremony, Lin Quan's first trophy. David Silva didn't waste the opportunity Lin Quan gave him, calmly sinking the penalty to give his team a 1-0 lead. After scoring, David Silva finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing considerably. David, well done. Lin Quan ran over to give him a high five, but David Silva reciprocated with a hug. Thank you, Lin. You're welcome. We're teammates. Isn't it natural to look after each other? Lin Quan smiled and patted his shoulder casually. David Silva nodded emphatically, saying nothing more. Actions speak louder than words. Repaying a debt of gratitude couldn't remain just talk. After the game restarted, the Victoria Pilsen players noticed that their number 21 seemed like a completely different person. Previously hesitant and evasive about physical contact, he suddenly seemed fearless. And after David Silva overcame this psychological barrier, his impact on the court began to show. In the 42nd minute, David Silva and Lin Quan executed a brilliant combination play in the attacking third, completing a series of 2-on-1, 2-on-2, and even 2-on-3 passes. Lin Quan ultimately scored with a deft tap-in from approximately 8 meters out. This attack practically ripped through the opponent's defense with their passing, completely outmaneuvering the opposing backline. The Manchester City fans were ecstatic at this play and goal. This passing game, usually only seen at Barcelona, had been replicated by their own team. This was the kind of attack they had always dreamed of. They wished for more of this kind of play and goal. Seemingly heeding the fans' cheers, Lin Quan and David Silva repeated this brilliant combination in the second half. Although Victoria Pilsen were somewhat prepared, they were still completely outmaneuvered by Manchester City's two highly intelligent stars. In the 67th minute, Manchester City extended their lead, with Lin Quan scoring again and David Silva providing the assist. All three goals in the game so far have involved them. Seeing this, Pellegrini was very satisfied and couldn't help but stand up and applaud his players. With David back, Lin Quan should be free. We won't be afraid of other teams' defensive formations anymore. Pellegrini was full of confidence, ready to lead the team to a great victory. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, something unexpected happened. Despite being 3 goals down, Victoria Pilsen didn't give up. Instead, taking advantage of Manchester City's complacency, they seized 2 counter-attack opportunities, successfully scoring 2 goals and reducing Manchester City's lead to 1 goal. Now, the home Manchester City fans were on edge. What was wrong with this team? 4 losses in the first 4 rounds, 3 goals down in this game, and then suddenly they'd exploded? Would their team's euphoria turn into tragedy, and they be overturned at home? Of course, such a scenario was impossible. In the 82nd minute, Lin Quan dribbled through the middle, attracting the attention of several opposing players before passing the ball to Negrito. Negrito, without controlling the ball, volleyed it into the net, extending Manchester City's lead. Ultimately, Manchester City defeated their opponents 4-2 at home, achieving a perfect record of 5 wins in the Champions League group stage, accumulating 15 points, and increasing their goal difference to 12. On the other side, in Moscow's sub-zero temperatures, Bayern Munich withstood the opponent's attack and defeated them 3-1. After this round, Bayern also gained a goal difference of +2 and secured qualification with 1 game to spare. Thus, the goal difference and points gap between the two teams remained the same. Manchester City still held a 3-point and 2-goal advantage. However, this point difference and lead seemed insecure against Bayern. If Bayern could defeat Manchester City by 2 goals at home, they would secure first place in the group. After the 5th round of the Champions League, the qualification situation in each group is basically clear. In Group A, Manchester United thrashed Bayer Leverkusen 5-0 away, securing 11 points and qualifying for the knockout stage with 1 game to spare. The other qualifying spot will be decided between Shakhtar Donetsk and Bayer Leverkusen. Although Shakhtar has 1 more point than Leverkusen, their final match is against Manchester United, while Leverkusen's opponent is Real Sociedad, the weakest team in the group. Therefore, Leverkusen is favored by many, although it cannot be ruled out that Manchester United, having already qualified, might throw the match at home. In Group B, Real Madrid once again swept Galatasaray 4-1 at home, not only qualifying early but also securing first place in the group. The remaining 3 teams in Group B still have the chance to qualify, with Juventus, with 6 points, having an advantage. If they can defeat their direct rivals Galatasaray in their final match, they will secure second place in Group B. However, considering Juventus' poor performance in the Champions League this season, many are not optimistic about their ability to overcome the Turkish team's formidable home ground, and some believe the old lady will stumble. In Group C, PSG secured qualification with a game to spare, and the final qualifying spot will be decided between Olympiacos and Benfica. In Group E, which was considered Chelsea's happy group before the tournament, it turned out to be their heartbreak group. Chelsea were defeated again by Basel this round, suffering a double defeat for Mourinho's team. This result was truly surprising. No one expected the Blues to be so easily crushed by a weaker team from outside the top 5 leagues in the group stage. It's worth noting that the player who scored the winning goal against Chelsea for Basel was a 21-year-old youngster named Mohamed Salah. In the 2 matches against Chelsea, Salah scored 2 goals and also caused considerable trouble for Chelsea's defense. This piqued Mourinho's interest, and he even planned to make an offer to Basel during the winter break to see if he could bring the Egyptian to Stamford Bridge. Although they lost, Chelsea's direct rivals Werder Bremen and Basel will face off in the next match. The 2 teams currently have 7 and 8 points respectively, so regardless of the result of this match, Chelsea's points will be higher than one of them. Therefore, Chelsea still qualified for the knockout stage with 9 points, 1 round to spare. However, whether they can secure first place in Group E depends on the result of the next match. The group of death lives up to its name. In Group F, after 5 rounds, the qualification situation remains complex. Arsenal, with 4 wins and 1 loss, has 12 points and currently leads the group, while Dortmund and Napoli are tied for second and third place with 9 points each. Although Arsenal has a 3-point lead, they have not yet qualified. In the next match, Arsenal will face Napoli directly. If Dortmund loses, especially by more than 3 goals, Arsenal will be eliminated if Dortmund wins. Dortmund's next match is against a winless Marseille. A win would secure their qualification with a 4-goal advantage, and they might even top the group. For Napoli, not only do they need to beat Arsenal, but they also need to do everything possible to widen the gap. Otherwise, even if Dortmund wins and Napoli finishes with 12 points, they will still be eliminated due to goal difference. If Napoli is eliminated with 12 points, they will become the most unfortunate team in the history of the Champions League, as no team has ever been eliminated with so many points before. Group G presents a completely different picture compared to Group F. While Napoli could potentially set a record for the highest points total for a team eliminated in the Champions League, Zenit St. Petersburg in Group G could set a record for the lowest points total for a team entering the knockout stage. After 5 rounds, Atletico Madrid, with 4 wins and 1 draw, has already secured their place in the knockout stage with 13 points, 2 rounds to spare. Second-placed Zenit has only 6 points, third-placed Porto has 5 points, and bottom-placed Vienna has only 2 points. In the final round, Atletico Madrid will host Porto. If they can defeat Porto, even if Zenit loses to Vienna away, they will still advance to the knockout stage with a record low of 6 points. In Group H, Barcelona's situation is similar to Chelsea's. Although they unexpectedly lost to Ajax, they still qualified with 10 points, 1 round to spare. AC Milan fans are furious about this result. If Barcelona hadn't faltered and defeated Ajax, AC Milan would also have qualified with a round to spare. Now, after defeating Barcelona, Ajax has 7 points, and AC Milan has 8. The two teams will face each other directly in the next match. If AC Milan loses, they will be eliminated. Conversely, if AC Milan wins and Barcelona loses in the final round, they could even snatch the top spot in the group from Barcelona. After reviewing the points and results of each group, fans engaged in heated discussions. Manchester City won all 5 games, earning the highest 15 points among the 32 teams, yet they still couldn't secure first place in their group. Meanwhile, PSG, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid, with fewer points than Manchester City, have already secured first place. Where's the justice in that? How? Be content. Look at Group F. Fans of those 3 teams are probably on tenterhooks right now, all 3 teams facing elimination in the final round. Manchester City, at least, has already qualified. Groups F and G are complete opposites. Zenit qualified with 6 points, while Napoli with 12 points failed to qualify. Isn't that outrageous? Barcelona is disgusting. Not only do they bully AC Milan year after year, but they even deliberately lost to Ajax. Are they trying to sabotage AC Milan? Maybe it wasn't intentional, maybe they were just bad? Come on, with Messi, Neymar, Xavi, and Iniesta, you're telling me they were bad? It's a conspiracy, absolutely a conspiracy. Besides discussing team points and qualification prospects, many fans are also focusing on the individual statistics of star players. Ling's 2 goals and 1 assist in this match bring his total to 7, just 1 behind the leader. If he hadn't conceded that penalty, he would be tied with Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic by now. It's good he didn't get the penalty. At least he won't be criticized for it. And with Ling's current scoring efficiency, I'm sure he'll score again in the next match. Including this game, Ling has scored in 5 consecutive Champions League matches, right? Yes, Ling's efficiency and consistency are amazing. If he scores again in the next match, he will become the only player since the Champions League's format changed to score in all 6 group stage matches. Applause. It feels like we're about to witness history again. Ever since Ling appeared on the field, he's been breaking records. I'd call him Ling, the record breaker. Speaking of which, Messi and Ronaldo both went silent this round. Yet, neither of them scored, which gave Lin Quan a chance to close the gap. But what's up with Lin Quan? How did he score again? 8 goals in 5 games, and none of them were penalties. Lin Quan is too strong. No matter how strong he is, he was still completely outclassed by Ronaldo in the national team. Tisk tisk, Ronaldo fans, don't get too cocky. When PSG meets Real Madrid in the knockout stage, we'll show you what cruelty is. Anyone can brag. Let's get into the quarterfinals first. Don't fall in the first stage of the knockout round, or you'll become a laughingstock. Shortly after the fifth round of the Champions League, Turin Sports Daily, responsible for selecting this year's European Golden Boy Award, finally announced a final winner. Lin Quan, number 10 from Manchester City, overwhelmingly defeated many young talents such as Pogba from Juventus, Draxler from Schalke, Varane from Real Madrid, and Coutinho from Liverpool in the media and expert vote, becoming the 11th player to be selected as the European Golden Boy. While the European Golden Boy Award isn't as prestigious as the Ballon d'Or, it represents the highest accolade for players under 21. This season, numerous professional media outlets participated in the selection process, including mainstream European publications such as France's L'Equipe, Spain's Marca, Germany's Bild, the UK's The Times, the Netherlands' De Telegraaf, Spain's Mundo Deportivo, and France Football. Experts from these media outlets scored the shortlisted players based on their performances throughout the season in league, cup, and national team competitions. Due to the high level of professionalism, the results carry significant weight. Among previous Golden Boy winners, aside from a few disappointing performances, most have made a name for themselves in the football world. These include Messi, Rooney, Fabregas, and Aguero. Notably, Cristiano Ronaldo, born in 1985, did not win the award. Ronaldo had bad luck, facing a Rooney in peak form in 2004 and a meteoric rise of Messi in 2005. His performance in the past two seasons has not been particularly outstanding, so he unfortunately missed the opportunity to win the Golden Boy Award. Lin Quan was not surprised to receive the Golden Boy Award. However, his relatives, friends, and even his teammates congratulated him after learning of the result. Morita, Lin, you're awesome, voice cracks. David Silva, wow, that must be the youngest Golden Boy ever, right? Redus, congratulations. It's a pity I'm a bit too old, otherwise I'd have to compete with you. Lin Quan, sure, the Ballon d'Or doesn't have an age limit, you should try. Redus, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. Seeing the emoticon, Lin Quan laughed. Just after replying to Redus's message, De Bruyne also messaged him. By the way, can you win the Golden Boy Award multiple times? You're not even 18 yet. If you win it this year, can you win it again next year? Lin Quan hadn't considered this question, probably not. But you never know, I guess the organizers didn't expect a player as prodigious as me, he. De Bruyne sent a speechless emoticon. I was just asking casually, why are you bragging like this? Keep it up, try to get another trophy next year. The Ballon d'Or? That's so difficult. Difficulty makes it all the more precious, go for it, kid. Lin Quan was about to reply to his message when a phone call came in. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Guardiola. Well done, son, I'm so proud of you. Guardiola was calling specifically to congratulate him because Lin Quan had achieved an honor he himself had never won. Guardiola hadn't won any noteworthy individual honors during his playing career, there was no Golden Boy Award back then, and he wasn't even qualified for the Ballon d'Or. And tragically, he played as a defensive midfielder, a role that wasn't the most eye-catching or high-profile, so even until his retirement, his reputation wasn't very high. Only those who had actually watched him play knew his true value. Tisk, just empty praise? That's so insincere. Of course not, Sarah and I have prepared a gift for you, we'll give it to you when you're on holiday for Christmas. Ahem, Comrade Guardiola, I need to remind you, the Premier League doesn't have a winter break, I still have matches to play during Christmas. Okay, I sympathize with you in my heart. Thanks, seeing how sincere you are, I'll go easy on you next time we play at the Allianz Arena. How, you brat, playing mind games, huh? I found a way to limit you. Really? What is it? You'll find out when you get here. He hung up. Hearing the dial tone, Lin Quan spat. Guardiola said Lin Quan was playing mind games, but wasn't he playing mind games himself? Chapter 219 Media Pampering and the Declaration of Victory. December 3rd, after a 3-0 home victory against Swansea City in the 13th round of the league, Lin Quan asked the team for a day off to go to the headquarters of the Turin Sports Daily to receive his award. Pellegrini didn't object at all, in fact, he granted Lin Quan an extra day off so he wouldn't be in such a rush. Lin Quan readily accepted. Turin is located in northern Italy, about 1,400 kilometers from Manchester. It's Italy's third largest city, with a very long history and numerous classical buildings. Like Milan, Turin is a football mecca in Italy, home to two top Serie A teams, Juventus and Torino. Lin Quan's arrival was quite opportune. There was a Serie A match that afternoon between Juventus and Udinese. Considering the award ceremony was scheduled for the next morning, Lin Quan figured he had some free time anyway, so he bought a ticket and decided to experience the atmosphere of a Serie A game. Juventus' home stadium isn't particularly large, but it's remarkably new. With a total capacity of 41,000, the Juventus Stadium was built and exclusively owned by Juventus, making it the only stadium in Serie A owned by a single club. It only opened 2 years ago, so all the facilities look brand new, and the experience of watching matches live is excellent. The only drawback is its size. Compared to the home stadiums of Barcelona and Real Madrid, the Old Ladies Stadium is indeed smaller. However, its smaller size has its advantages. Viewers are closer to the pitch, resulting in a better viewing experience. Due to the Calciopoli scandal, Juventus experienced a period of decline a few years ago. However, after appointing their legendary captain Conte as manager, Juventus' form gradually improved. In the 2011-2012 season, they won their first Serie A title since returning to the league. In the 2012-2013 season, the Old Lady continued their success, successfully defending their title and achieving a 49-game unbeaten run across seasons. This is currently the third longest unbeaten league record in football, with AC Milan's 58-game unbeaten run from 1990 to 1992 and Arsenal's 49-game unbeaten run from 2002 to 2004 ranking first and second respectively. Juventus, due to their later start in the season, is ranked third. With such a record, Juventus fans are full of confidence in the team and hope they can go further in the Champions League. Since the 1995-1996 season, Juventus haven't won the Champions League for 18 years. The entire team is eager for the title. However, to their disappointment, Juventus' performance in the Champions League group stage was very poor. Being defeated and drawn by the powerful Real Madrid was somewhat acceptable, but consecutive draws against weaker teams like Copenhagen and Galatasaray were hard for Juventus fans to accept. Currently, Juventus, with 6 points, is still struggling to qualify. With their points, a draw in their next match will secure their advancement. However, even Juventus themselves weren't confident they could secure a draw at Galatasaray's formidable home ground, given their current form. This mentality clearly affected their league performance. In this round, they faced Udinese, ranked 12th in Serie A, at home. Juventus struggled again. For the first 90 minutes, neither team scored, and Juventus unleashed 26 shots, managing only 5 on target, failing to find the net. Just when it seemed a draw was inevitable, in the 91st minute, Lin Quan's national team teammate, Spain's Fernando Llorente, scored the winning goal, securing 3 points for the Old Lady before the final whistle. Seeing the Juventus players excitedly embracing each other in celebration, Lin Quan shook his head. Although he hadn't watched Galatasaray's matches, his intuition told him that Juventus, in this form, were likely to lose away from home. A team capable of a 49-game unbeaten league run couldn't possibly be this weak. Juventus' current problem isn't a lack of ability, but rather a problem with the team's mentality and morale. And this kind of issue is difficult to correct in a short time. Because Lin Quan didn't try to hide his presence, nor did he wear sunglasses or an exaggerated black trench coat to the match, the cameras quickly spotted him. After the game, Italian media reported the news with sensational headlines like, "Newly crowned European Golden Boy appears at Juventus home stadium, Lin Quan may join the Old Lady." To prove they weren't just sensationalizing, they even published photos of Lin Quan at the game. This led some unsuspecting Juventus fans to believe the report. Really? Lingard is coming to Juventus? If this is true, the Old Lady will be set for life. Compared to Pogba, Lingard is superior in every way. If he really joins Juventus, the Old Lady's fighting power will immediately rise to a new level. Why, Lingard, hurry up and come to the Old Lady. Then we'll have a superstar on par with Messi and Ronaldo. Besides the fans who believed it without question, many other fans questioned the report. Lingard is doing well at Manchester City, there's no reason for him to leave, right? Exactly. With the Old Lady's financial situation, how can they afford to buy Lingard? Even if they did, they couldn't afford his salary. Alright, stop guessing. I'll reveal the correct answer. Lin Quan came to Turin to receive the Golden Boy Award. Going to Juventus home stadium to watch a game was probably just a way to pass the time, There's nothing particularly profound about it. This is a very simple matter, so apart from some tabloids that like to create sensational news, the mainstream newspapers didn't join the fray. Clearly, they immediately consider this possibility. Sure enough, at 9:30 the next morning, Lin Quan arrived on time at the headquarters of the Turin Sports Daily to receive the trophy. Before Lin Quan arrived, many reporters had already gathered. Almost all the major mainstream media outlets in Europe were present. This greatly surprised the Turin Sports Daily, which was responsible for presenting the award to Lin Quan. They had presented awards to many players before, and rarely had they encountered such a high level of attention for a winning player. Looking at the number of media outlets present and their influence in the news industry, one might mistake it for the Ballon d'Or. Of course, they weren't naive enough to think that the Golden Boy Award's influence had increased. The only reason for this situation was obviously the young man who came to receive the award. No wonder he's hailed as the best player after Messi and Ronaldo. This kind of influence is something many top stars probably don't possess. Lin, congratulations. You deserve this trophy. The editor-in-chief, responsible for presenting the award, warmly shook hands with Lin Quan and whispered something in his ear. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Lin Quan smiled politely, shook hands with him, and then turned to pose for photos with the reporters. This photo of him receiving the award will likely be on the front page of major media outlets very soon. Normally, the Golden Boy Award wouldn't have such a huge impact, especially since it's so close to the Ballon d'Or ceremony. People naturally pay more attention to the more prestigious and influential Ballon d'Or. However, this year's Ballon d'Or was postponed for some reason. This makes Lin Quan, who won the Golden Boy Award, the focus of attention and discussion in the football world for the next few days. After receiving the award, the next step was to give an acceptance speech and answer questions from the reporters. This year has been a lucky one for me. Receiving such a prestigious award is a recognition of my hard work over the past year. I would like to thank all the media outlets that participated in the selection process for their support and kindness. Thank you for voting for me. I will prove you right about me with my actions. The reporters laughed. In previous years, the selection process might have been more difficult. In some years, the top-ranked players were all very similar in ability, making it very difficult to choose one. No matter how you chose, there would be controversy. But this year, there was no such situation. Lin Quan's overwhelming lead made all his competitors look like mere background figures. Even Pogba, who is in second place, was still significantly behind Lin Quan in terms of honors and individual ability. Under these circumstances, their voting became very simple: just vote for Lin Quan. And this way, there would be absolutely no controversy. Lin, what are your expectations for this year's league performance? The first to ask was a reporter from The Guardian from the UK. The Guardian is headquartered in Manchester. Although it is not a mouthpiece of Manchester City or Manchester United, it is generally quite friendly to Manchester teams. Given Manchester City's current league performance, if I said our goal isn't the championship, you'd probably call me hypocritical. The reporters didn't directly admit it, but judging from their expressions, it was pretty much the truth. Although the season isn't even halfway through, our goal this year is clear: to win the championship. We're going to challenge for the club's second league title and use it to thank the fans for their support and love. If Lin Quan had made this declaration at the beginning of the season, these reporters would definitely have accused him of being arrogant and conceited. But now, just looking at the Premier League standings, everyone has to admit that Manchester City has a very high probability of winning the title this year. A terrifying home record of perfect wins, only a draw against Chelsea away, 12 wins in 13 league games, the best start in Premier League history. With such results, who else but them can win the title? Unless Manchester City suffers a very serious collapse in the second half, they are undoubtedly the top favorite for this season's Premier League title. So, may I ask, what are Manchester City's specific goals for this year's Champions League? A reporter from Bild asked, as Manchester City's next match was an away game against Bayern Munich, an opponent that had impressed them greatly. Based on current results, all four Bundesliga teams could potentially qualify as second-place teams. This meant that if Manchester City qualified as group winners, they would have a high chance of being drawn against a Bundesliga team. In the Champions League, we are just a newcomer. We still need to learn from the top teams and accumulate more match experience. Therefore, we will strive to play well in every match and go as far as possible. Lin Quan's answer earned a slight nod from the Bild reporter. He hadn't stated Manchester City's specific goals, but he had expressed a positive and ambitious attitude, which would satisfy Manchester City fans and avoid potential backlash if they failed to achieve their objectives. This guy is still as shrewd as he was in the Bundesliga. Lin, as we all know, you're a product of La Masia's youth academy. Is there any possibility that you'll return to Barcelona and wear the red and blue jersey again? The question came from a reporter for Barcelona's mouthpiece, Mundo Deportivo. Barcelona fans have mixed feelings about Lin Quan. On one hand, they are proud that La Masia produced such an excellent player. On the other hand, Lin Quan's departure from Camp Nou led many Barcelona fans to see him as a traitor, believing he betrayed the Blaugrana. Especially after Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City, Barcelona fans harbored intense hatred towards him, believing him to be a Judas bought off with money. However, as the scandals involving Rosell at the club continued to surface, some inside stories began to emerge, changing Barcelona fans' impressions of Lin Quan. This question from Mundo Deportivo was actually a probe from Barcelona's management. They wanted to see if Lin Quan still had any affection for Barcelona and if there was any possibility of him returning to Camp Nou. Lin Quan remained silent for a moment after hearing the question from Mundo Deportivo. Then he spoke. Barcelona is a great team, and La Masia is the cradle of countless stars. I am honored to have received professional football training here and started my professional career here. I wish Barcelona better results in the future and hope they achieve more honors in the league and the Champions League. As for myself, I am doing very well at Manchester City and have no intention of leaving for the time being. Lin Quan didn't make his statement too definitive, but rather politely declined the invitation. This left the reporter from World Sports Daily slightly disappointed. Alice, people's hearts are not what they used to be. Back then, when Fabregas faced Barcelona's call, he didn't hesitate to take a pay cut and even subsidize the transfer fee out of his own pocket to return to Camp Nou and play for Barcelona. But Lin Quan's generation of La Masia players seemed to have little interest in wearing Barcelona's red and blue jersey. After hearing Lin Quan's statement, the mouthpieces of other teams didn't say anything more. However, Lin Quan's words were not too definitive. He only said that he wouldn't leave Manchester City for the time being, but that didn't mean he wouldn't leave in the future. His contract with Manchester City is only for 5 years. At his current age, Lin Quan will only be entering his prime after that contract expires. By then, he might have already achieved all the honors at Manchester City and won't be very interested in staying. Therefore, other teams still have a chance. They could even buy out Lin Quan's contract after he completes his 3-year term, poaching him 2 years early. However, Manchester City offers Lin Quan a very high salary, and buying him out 2 years early would be a huge financial burden for the club. On the same day Lin Quan received the Golden Boy Award in Turin, a group of uninvited guests broke into the president's office of FC Barcelona. After showing their identification and search warrant to the club staff, they meticulously examined all the documents in Rosell's office, including all the data on his computer. This scene caused unease within the Barcelona team, with many realizing that something might have happened. Their former president, Laporta, was sent to prison by Rosell himself. Was Rosell going to follow in his footsteps? A week later, the Catalan local court summoned Rosell. It was rumored that at least €40 million was unaccounted for, and the local court suspected Rosell of embezzling this huge sum. This news immediately shocked the entire football world, and everyone's attention turned to Catalonia and La Liga giants Barcelona. Thank you Eric Cheney for the 10,000 points. Congratulations to Eric Cheney for becoming the first author of this book. Many thanks also to the following readers for their donations: Alone by the Sea Watching the Sunrise, Little Natashiko, A Person Who Loves Reading, J17, Towards the Sky, Jiraiya, Yagayao, Wu Suaoi, Happy Man, Drifting with the Wind, Autumn Harvest of Night Leaves, and others. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 220: Barcelona's dramatic turn of events, Rosell's imprisonment, and Manchester City's grueling schedule. Lin Quan hadn't followed Barcelona's affairs for a long time, but he was still shocked when he learned that Rosell had embezzled as much as €40 million by abusing his position. Does the club president have that much power? Barcelona is a member-owned team. The club president's authority shouldn't be that great. Who knows? He probably used transfer dealings as an excuse to embezzle the money. As for where the money ended up, that's anyone's guess. David Silva shook his head. He wasn't a La Masia Academy graduate and didn't know much about Barcelona. He'd heard this from friends in Spain. Reportedly, when facing the jury's charges, Rosell denied the accusations and refused to disclose the whereabouts of the funds, citing trade secrets. However, many speculated that the money was likely related to Neymar's transfer this summer. The Barcelona fans are furious. They've gone outside the club to protest, demanding Rosell's resignation. It's said Rosell is afraid to even go home, lest he be caught red-handed by the angry fans. Lin Quan nodded. This was well-deserved. He rose to power through improper means, and then resigned in disgrace for the same reason. It's a vicious cycle. The news of Rosell's alleged job-related crimes has clearly impacted Barcelona's performance. Their previous 14-game unbeaten streak was broken when they were defeated by Athletic Bilbao away from home. Now, no team in La Liga remains unbeaten. The competition in La Liga is fierce. After this loss, Barcelona's points tally has been overtaken by Atletico Madrid. Their old rivals, Real Madrid, are only 3 points behind. Their previously advantageous title race has suddenly become somewhat unpredictable. If Barcelona cannot recover from this negative impact quickly, they may fall further behind the Madrid Giants. Knowing this, the Catalan and local courts intensified their investigation and interrogation of the Rosell case. Based on informant reports, they discovered evidence that Rosell was suspected of tax evasion, manipulating matches through falsified documents, and bribing the president of the Brazilian Football Confederation and members of the FIFA Executive Committee. This news immediately caused a seismic shift in the football world. The president of the Brazilian Football Confederation and members of the FIFA Executive Committee resigned and accepted investigations by their respective courts. Rosell himself was forced to resign as president of Barcelona and faces trial, reportedly facing at least 3 years in prison. This news caused widespread dismay. The position of Barcelona president, like the president of a certain country, is indeed a high-ranking job. From Nunes to Laporta, and now Rosell, none of these Barcelona presidents have had a good ending. It remains to be seen whether Bartomeu, who temporarily took over as president and executive committee member of Rosell, can escape this curse. Barcelona's unbeaten run was ended, ironically benefiting Manchester City. Barcelona lost, leaving only us and Bayern as the only unbeaten teams in the top 5 leagues. Navas said with a hint of schadenfreude. Next game we face West Bromwich Albion, their opponents aren't strong, we're sure to win. Negrito seemed full of confidence, not taking their opponents seriously at all. Now it's just a matter of who makes the first mistake, us or Bayern. The players were very concerned about the team's unbeaten record. They wanted to defeat Bayern and become the only unbeaten team in the top 5 leagues. However, Lin Quan wasn't very optimistic. He vaguely remembered that in Guardiola's first season at Bayern, they seemed to have created the longest unbeaten record in Bayern's history. He couldn't quite remember the exact number of games, but it certainly wasn't short. After all, it was Bayern's historical record. The winter break in other leagues is approaching, but the Premier League doesn't have a winter break. We need to be prepared for a decline in performance. During the pre-match training session, Pellegrini and several assistant coaches discussed this. This is Pellegrini's first time managing a Premier League team, so he has to be extra cautious. Is the Premier League winter break really that bad? An assistant coach asked curiously. Yes, it's terrifying. Players in other leagues get about a month of rest after more than 3 months of competition. But the Premier League doesn't have a winter break, so in December, due to the increasingly dense schedule of various cup and league matches, players have to play significantly more games than in previous months. Take us as an example, we only have 3 league games in November, but we have 7 in December, including 3 games in 6 days around Christmas. The 17th and 18th rounds are even back-to-back, with league games on 2 consecutive days. Wow, this schedule is inhuman. Why does the Premier League arrange the schedule like this? Commercialization. To maximize commercial profits, they deliberately choose to increase the number of games around Christmas when other leagues are resting, using people's Christmas holiday time to attract fans to watch the games. How, then fans, whether they're Premier League fans or not, will only be able to watch Premier League games if they want to watch a game. What a clever plan. But this isn't good for the players. The continuous dense schedule will greatly increase the players' physical exertion and may even lead to a large number of injuries. Moreover, not being able to return home to be with family during Christmas, and instead having to play matches on the field, will create resentment among the players and cause their performance to decline. Pellegrini had clearly done his homework beforehand. Although he hadn't experienced the Premier League's grueling winter break schedule, he understood the difficulties it faced during the Christmas period. "So what should we do now?" the assistant coach asked with some concern, seeing how daunting the Premier League's winter break was. "We must rotate the squad. We need to start planning ahead now, minimizing the physical strain on our key players. This way, when the league resumes at Christmas, their performance won't decline too much." Pellegrini's considerations were thorough. He even planned to give the team's players rotating holidays before Christmas, allowing them time to rest and spend time with their families. This way, when the league resumes at Christmas, their reluctance would be less. However, looking at Manchester City's December schedule, he felt a headache coming on. After the match against Swansea, Manchester City still had 8 matches to play in December. Of these, 6 are league matches, 1 Champions League match, and 1 League Cup match. The Champions League group stage match against Bayern Munich on December 11th is an away game and involves the battle for the group title. On December 14th, they will face Arsenal, currently second in the league. Arsenal is a direct competitor for the title, and this match is worth 6 points. Manchester City cannot afford to lose. Both matches are crucial for Manchester City, directly impacting the performance in the Champions League and the league this season. Pellegrini cannot afford to give up either match easily and has to grit his teeth and play them. On December 5th, Manchester City will play away against West Bromwich Albion, currently 12th in the league. Because Lin Quan has just returned from Italy, and considering his physical condition, Pellegrini did not include him in the starting lineup, instead keeping him on the bench. With a busy Christmas schedule approaching, Lin Quan is Manchester City's most important player, and his fitness must be maintained, otherwise, the team could collapse. In this match, Manchester City fielded a 4-4-2 diamond formation with Aguero and Negrito partnering up front. Although Lin Quan was absent, Manchester City's attacking firepower remained formidable. At the Hawthorns, the Manchester City players were highly motivated, taking the initiative from the start and launching a fierce attack on West Bromwich Albion. Just 9 minutes into the game, Aguero opened the scoring, giving Manchester City the lead. The Argentine's goal-scoring efficiency has greatly improved this season. This was his 14th league goal, currently placing him second in the Premier League Golden Boot race, only behind Lin Quan's 21 goals. In the 22nd minute, Yaya Toure scored a high-quality free-kick, extending Manchester City's lead. With Lin Quan absent, Yaya Toure is Manchester City's primary penalty taker, handling both free kicks and penalties. Just over 20 minutes into the game, Manchester City had a 2-goal lead, prompting the traveling Manchester City fans to sing with joy. The game had settled into Manchester City's familiar rhythm. Against such a frenzied Manchester City, who could withstand their attack? Seeing this result, Pellegrini felt relieved. He stood up and applauded his players, urging them to control the tempo and conserve their energy. With Manchester City's attack somewhat subdued, neither team created many clear-cut chances, and the 2-0 score remained until half-time. In the second half, West Bromwich Albion's performance continued to be poor. They seemed stunned by Manchester City's terrifying attack in the opening stages, their minds filled with memories of the humiliating defeats suffered by Tottenham and Norwich at Manchester City's hands. Losing to Manchester City isn't shameful. What's shameful is being thrashed at home. Seeing that the opponents seemed to have lost their fighting spirit, Pellegrini made substitutions early. In the 65th minute, Manchester City made a change, with Milner replacing goal-scorer Aguero. However, what he didn't expect was that immediately after this substitution, the situation on the field suddenly changed. In the 72nd minute, West Bromwich Albion striker Shane's long-range shot caused chaos in the Manchester City penalty area. In the ensuing scramble, Manchester City goalkeeper Pantilimon made a crucial mistake, deflecting a teammate's clearance into his own net, gifting the opposition an own goal. Kolarov was speechless. He had clearly cleared the ball, but Pantilimon, for some inexplicable reason, had stuck his foot out to block it. Pantilimon quickly apologized to his teammate, stating it was his responsibility. However, after this unexpected goal, West Bromwich Albion, who had initially thought the game was lost, suddenly seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Their fighting spirit reignited, and they reversed their previous passive approach, actively launching attacks against Manchester City. In the 85th minute, substitute Anachib cut inside from the wing, and a defensive lapse by Manchester City allowed the opponent to break through. Goalkeeper Pantilimon immediately rushed out, only to be tricked and knocked down by the opponent's feint. In a panic, he instinctively grabbed the opponent's ankle, bringing him down inside the penalty area. Beep. The referee blew his whistle immediately, jogging over with a serious expression. Pantilimon realized his mistake and quickly scrambled to his feet, trying to explain to the referee and even attempting to help the flailing Anachib to his feet. However, the referee ignored his explanations and mercilessly pulled a red card from his breast pocket, sending him off the field. That idiot. Even the usually mild-mannered Pellegrini couldn't help but curse upon seeing Pantilimon's red card. So what if the opponent broke through and scored into an empty net? At worst, they'd be tied. Now that the goalkeeper was off, Manchester City not only had to make a substitution but were also down to 10 men, putting them at a significant disadvantage. The referee not only sent off the Manchester City goalkeeper but also awarded a penalty. The Hawthorns fans went wild. If that penalty went in, the score would be tied. The team had miraculously rallied from a 2-goal deficit. And the opposing team even had a player sent off. Could Manchester City's unbeaten run be ending with them? The tide of the game turned dramatically, and Pellegrini was now completely on edge. He first substituted Joe Hart, then sent Lin Quan to warm up, preparing to bring him on later. Joe Hart had been on the bench for several games, and seeing Pantilimon's increasingly impressive performance and the manager's trust had already dampened his spirits, he felt his future at Manchester City was over. But unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better. Pantilimon's 2 blunders would surely greatly affect his image in the manager's eyes. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to regain his starting position. Thinking of this, Joe Hart was incredibly excited and eagerly went onto the field. Compared to Joe Hart, Lin Quan wasn't as excited. The team's inexplicable fall behind gave him a bad feeling. While Pantilimon's performance was indeed poor, Manchester City's defense also struggled today. Captain Company, in particular, was a stark contrast to his usual form, seemingly having forgotten how to defend. Lin Quan, Manchester City's lucky charm, has delivered several game-winning performances this season. Whenever he's on the pitch, Manchester City always manages to avert disaster. Therefore, with only 2 substitutions remaining, Pellegrini didn't hesitate to choose Lin Quan. With him on, even with a man down, Manchester City still had a chance to win. And what if Joe Hart had a breakout performance and saved the penalty? The miracle didn't happen. Joe Hart failed to save the penalty. When Lin Quan entered the game, the score was already 2-2. The situation wasn't actually that bad. Manchester City had only been tied, not fallen behind. However, after Lin Quan came on, he clearly sensed that his teammates' emotions and form were somewhat off. Lin Quan didn't think much of it at first. He proactively reached for the ball and immediately combined with Milner, David Silva, and others, trying to reorganize an effective attack. He had observed from the sidelines that Manchester City's attack had become somewhat chaotic after Aguero left the field, significantly reducing their threat to West Bromwich Albion. This was why the opposition dared to engage in an all-out attack. Therefore, as long as the team reorganized their attack and created a threat to the opponent's goal in the attacking third, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless. However, Lin Quan quickly noticed a problem. When he attacked, his teammates were hesitant to push forward. They seemed afraid of something. Apart from Navas and David Silva, the others were reluctant to participate in the attack. This situation made Lin Quan frown. He was certain that his teammates' mentality was problematic. But what exactly was the problem? Suddenly, something occurred to him. Could it be because of that reason? Chapter 221 Wenger makes harsh remarks. Manchester City beset by internal and external troubles. Manchester City's players have been behaving very strangely lately. They seem hesitant to launch attacks. In the commentary booth, Hiway also noticed Manchester City's unusual behavior. Manchester City is currently down to 10 men, and their opponents have gained momentum recently, so playing conservatively seems understandable. Su Yang tried to find some reasons for Manchester City's choice. Wait a minute. If that's the case, why did they bring Lin Quan on in the final stages? Couldn't they just bring on a defensive player? Hiway clearly didn't believe his partner's explanation, because bringing on Lin Quan meant Manchester City wanted to win through attack. On the field, during a dead ball situation, Lin Quan approached Captain Company. "Captain, we need to strengthen our attack. We can't continue to defend passively like this." Company hesitated. His performance in this match had been poor, with several mistakes, and Pantelemon's red card was directly related to him. Let's be careful. We're down a man. If we launch an attack now and get caught on the counter-attack, we could easily lose. Losing is losing. There's no difference between 0 and 1 points in my opinion. Besides, if we keep playing passively like this, we might not be able to hold on to this draw. Lin Quan was a little dissatisfied with Company's hesitation. In his view, Manchester City was strong in attack but weak in defense. If they continued to attack, they might still have a glimmer of hope. But if they continued to play passively like this, they might really lose. Company knew that Lin Quan was right. He had been in such poor form this game, and had already made several mistakes. If they continued to play passively like this, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make the same major mistakes again. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll listen to you, attack. Lin Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Company was the captain. Once he convinced him, it would be easier to convince the others. Sure enough, when he launched another attack, the Manchester City players finally stepped up to participate in the attack. Although Manchester City were down to 10 men, their squad was significantly stronger than their opponents, and with Lin Quan on the field, and with Manchester City players united and launching a full-scale attack, West Bromwich Albion were quickly suppressed. After Manchester City launched a highly threatening attack, West Bromwich Albion's coach calmed down. Hold on. Everyone back to defend. The game was about to end, and if they conceded a last-minute goal, all their efforts would have been in vain. Although he desperately wanted to beat Manchester City and get 3 points, the opponent's attack was far more threatening than theirs. If they continued to attack Manchester City, they might be the ones to score first. At this point in the game, whoever scored first would almost certainly win. West Bromwich Albion's attack was not strong, at least much weaker than Manchester City's, so it was unwise to engage in a direct attacking battle at this point. Instead, by withdrawing all the players to defend and using a solid defensive formation to hold on for these last few minutes, they could secure a draw. A draw is at least a point, especially one against Manchester City. He was already satisfied with that result. West Bromwich Albion's coach didn't realize that his seemingly correct orders would ultimately be the decisive factor in their defeat. Manchester City's players were involved in the attack, but they were very wary of West Bromwich Albion's counter-attacking ability. Their defense dared not push too far forward, and their midfield was constantly on guard against counter-attacks. Under these circumstances, Manchester City's attacking firepower was far from being fully utilized. However, West Bromwich Albion deliberately crippled themselves, withdrawing all their players to park the bus, which relieved Manchester City. Company and others saw that things were indeed as Lin Quan had predicted. Manchester City had suppressed the enemy's attack and neutralized the threat to their defense, so they felt confident. They no longer had any concerns and boldly pushed forward, supplying ammunition and providing support for their attacking players. Suddenly, the situation on the field became Manchester City besieging West Bromwich Albion's goal. On the sidelines, West Bromwich Albion's coach, seeing Manchester City's relentless attacking firepower and the team's struggles despite their entire squad retreating to defend, couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness I pulled the players back early. If I had held on to any illusions and tried to go toe-to-toe with Manchester City, our goal would probably have been breached long ago. Before they knew it, the match had reached the 90th minute, and the score remained 2-2. The fans at the Hawthorn Stadium stood up tensely, craning their necks to look towards their own half. In these few minutes, Manchester City's attacks had been relentless, pinning their players within a 30-meter zone. West Bromwich Albion's defensive lines were compressed to their limits, the penalty area teeming with players. Lin Quan tried to break through, but because of the sheer number of defenders, he would often have the ball cleared after getting past 1 or 2 players. There was nothing he could do, there were just too many players. This wasn't just a case of 2 fists fighting 4 hands, it was practically 1 man against an entire team. Moreover, there were too many players in the penalty area, cutting off almost all forward passing lanes, making it difficult for him to pass to his teammates. This might not be due to the opposing player's excellent defensive awareness, but simply the effect of having too many players on the field. Since this wasn't working, let's try long-range shots. 2 ways to break through against defense: set pieces and long-range shots. Set pieces are too time-consuming, and Manchester City doesn't have much time now. Even if they were to use this tactic, they should save it for their last attacking opportunity. Thinking this, Lin Quan stopped forcing his way into the penalty area. He withdrew from inside the box, passed the ball to David Silva, and moved to the area near the edge of the penalty area. David Silva feigned a breakthrough from the left flank into the penalty area, drawing the opposing defenders before decisively passing the ball to his teammate on the byline. Navas received the ball and quickly crossed it into the penalty area. Kompany and Yaya Toure both jumped high, attempting to head the ball towards goal. West Bromwich Albion's players weren't about to let them have their way. They harassed the two players while also joining the aerial duel, trying to win the header and clear the ball. Kompany, who had been out of form throughout the match, surprisingly won the header this time. However, he was bumped by an opponent, losing his balance and struggling to adjust his posture, making it difficult to shoot. Then, he spotted Lin Quan at the edge of the penalty area. With the defenders focused on the ball, Lin Quan was completely unmarked. A great opportunity. Without hesitation, Kompany headed the ball to Lin Quan in midair. A perfect pass. Lin Quan inwardly praised Kompany for the pass. The West Bromwich Albion players, seeing Kompany pass to the unmarked Lin Quan, were terrified. Oh no, they missed him. Because of his height, Lin Quan wasn't a significant threat in aerial duels, and since he was out of the penalty area, the West Bromwich Albion players lowered their guard against him. However, this choice was a fatal mistake, because the biggest threat in Manchester City's squad remained Lin Quan. Seeing the incoming ball, Lin Quan didn't wait for the opposing defenders to rush over, he skipped the control phase and unleashed a powerful volley. Bang! With a loud thud, the ball flew towards West Bromwich Albion's goal. The West Bromwich Albion players, still reeling from their header, had no time to leap again to intercept Lin Quan's shot. Even worse, the goalkeeper's view was obstructed by the players jumping to contest a header, preventing him from immediately spotting Lin Quan's shot. Watch out! Danger! The West Bromwich Albion fans in the stands behind the goal were terrified, shouting loudly to warn the goalkeeper. However, the ball's speed was simply too great. Almost the instant the goalkeeper heard their warnings, the ball was already in front of him. Swish! The goalkeeper raised his hand symbolically, and then the sound of the ball flying into the goal and making intimate contact with the net was heard. Seeing the ball fly into the goal, all 21 players on the field were stunned. Lin Quan, the first to react, excitedly ran up and down, taking off his jersey as he ran. He threw off his jersey, revealing his muscular physique, and ran to the corner flag where the away fans were, roaring at the cameras there. Reporters on the sideline snapped photos, capturing the moment. Ah, so handsome, Lin Quan, I want to have your babies. Lin Quan rarely took off his shirt to celebrate, so even Manchester City fans rarely saw his true physique. Now, seeing Lin Quan's powerful muscles, the fans in the stadium went wild. Some female fans even hid stars in their eyes, screaming repeatedly. Lin Quan was already quite handsome, and his strong muscles added even more to his appeal. Not only the female fans in the stadium, but also those watching the live broadcast on TV and online were stirred up. Wow, Lin Quan's muscles are amazing. No wonder Lin Quan's physical strength is so strong, he doesn't fall behind even against Premier League defenders. Turns out he's a hidden muscle monster. Wow, these face-obsessed people, they want to throw themselves at Lin Quan just because he's handsome. Lin Quan is not only handsome, but also has a great physique, great football skills, and he's rich. Stop talking, I'm already speechless, thank you. Seeing the fans' enthusiastic reaction, Lin Quan was preparing to strike a few more cool poses for the cameras. However, his oblivious teammates rushed up at this moment, a group of people frantically tackled him to the ground. The ups and downs of this match had left the Manchester City players quite frustrated, and Lin Quan's decisive goal at this moment finally put a huge weight off their hearts. At the same time, the Manchester City players were also somewhat puzzled. Why did West Bromwich Albion seem so difficult to beat? The opponents didn't seem that strong either. After their celebrations, stoppage time was almost over. Upon restarting, the referee gave West Bromwich Albion no chance, immediately blowing the final whistle. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's decisive goal in the 92nd minute, Manchester City narrowly defeated their opponents 3-2 away from home. After 14 rounds, Manchester City currently has 13 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 40 points. Unfortunately, Arsenal also won this round, and the gap between the two sides remained narrow. Since their away loss to Manchester United, Wenger's team has performed very well recently, maintaining a 3-game winning streak and keeping the gap with Manchester City very close. However, it doesn't matter, the two teams will face each other directly in 2 rounds, and perhaps in this match, Manchester City can widen the gap. However, to everyone's surprise, Manchester City faltered before even facing Arsenal. In the 15th round of the league, in their away match against Southampton, Manchester City, who took the lead, were once again overturned by their opponents. This time, Lin Quan couldn't save the team either, and Manchester City were ultimately held to draw by Southampton. Fortunately, Arsenal also faltered, drawing at home against Everton. The gap between the two teams remained unchanged at 6 points. Both teams' fans were disappointed upon hearing the result. Manchester City fans felt they missed an opportunity to widen the gap. If they had won this round, they would have led Arsenal by 8 points before facing them. Arsenal fans, on the other hand, were frustrated by their team's home lapse. If they hadn't been held to draw by Everton, the gap between them and Manchester City would have been reduced to 4 points. If they could beat Manchester City in the next round, the gap would be reduced to 1 point. This would significantly change Arsenal's title race. If Manchester City's form continues to slump, they might be able to snatch the mid-season title from their rivals at the halfway point of the season. After the match, Wenger, when asked by reporters, stated that he had found a way to deal with Manchester City, and that Arsenal would end Manchester City's unbeaten run and perfect home record at the Etihad Stadium. Many people felt Wenger was exaggerating, given Manchester City's terrifying home record and the deep impression it left on the world. "I don't think the professor is exaggerating," Wenger said. "A month ago, Manchester City might have been invincible, but now they're like a tired and weak beast, all show and no substance. Otherwise, why did they play so poorly against West Bromwich Albion and Southampton?" Looking back at Manchester City's first 2 matches, their form seems to have faltered. After a 6-0 thrashing of Tottenham at home, Manchester City suffered consecutive away defeats, and if it weren't for Lin Quan's heroics and several crucial saves, Manchester City might have already lost. I think we don't need to keep speculating. The next match is the Champions League. Whether Manchester City's form is up to par will be clear when they play against Bayern Munich away from home. That's right. Neither Manchester City nor Bayern can afford to lose this match. They'll be going all out to fight for first place in the group. This gives us an excellent opportunity to observe Manchester City's situation. If they withstand Bayern's attack, or even upset them, then it's enough to prove that Manchester City's current form is fine. Conversely, if they are completely overwhelmed by Bayern and suffer a heavy defeat, then Manchester City might really be in trouble. On December 11th, under the spotlight, Manchester City arrived at the Allianz Arena to challenge the mighty Bayern Munich. This was their last group stage match, and also their most important one. Chapter 222 Guardiola, giving Manchester City a little Bundesliga shock. December 11th, Allianz Arena, Munich. 12 minutes into the match between Manchester City and Bayern Munich, the score was 2-0. The home team was listed first, the away team second. Almost identical to their previous encounter, Bayern dominated the opening stages with a powerful attack, scoring the first goal. The difference this time was that Bayern had scored more goals, netting 2. Müller and Götze scored for Bayern. Seeing the score, the Bayern fans at the Allianz Arena erupted in jubilation. They had expected their team to win, but not so much that they would take such a large lead early on. Manchester City hadn't lost a single match this season across all competitions. In their last encounter, they had even come from behind to defeat them at home. This led Bayern fans to instinctively believe that this match would be extremely difficult, and even if they won, it would be a hard-fought victory. But to their surprise, they had already built such a large lead in just over 10 minutes. According to the Champions League qualification rules, when two teams have the same points and head-to-head record, they are ranked by goal difference. Head-to-head goal difference takes precedence. If that's also tied, then overall goal difference is considered. In the previous round, Bayern Munich lost 2-3 to Manchester City, a defeat by only 1 goal. If they can beat Manchester City 2-0 this time, their goal difference against Manchester City will surpass theirs. Therefore, based on this score, Bayern will replace Manchester City as group winners in Group E. Seeing this score, Bayern fans, who had previously harbored doubts about Guardiola, began singing his praises. The reporters present were already mentally preparing their speeches, considering how to extol Guardiola and his Bayern team. First place in the league standings and unbeaten, qualifying as group winners in the Champions League. This record is even better than last season. Such a record naturally deserves praise. Inside the VIP box at the Allianz Arena, Rummenigge smiled and applauded after Götze's goal. Guardiola has done a good job. The team's performance and consistency have improved significantly compared to last season. If they defeat Manchester City and secure first place in the group, they will be in a favorable position in the knockout stage, making advancing to the quarter-finals a breeze. Guardiola's coaching style is different from Henk's, but his coaching ability is undeniable. Seeing Rummenigge's satisfaction with Guardiola, Hoeneß quickly added his own praise. Sammer glanced at him speechlessly. In his memory, Hoeneß hadn't previously spoken so highly of Guardiola. Yes, Müller has improved. I think he plays smarter than before, doesn't he, Matthias? Sammer nodded. Müller and Kroos have both made great progress, and Lahm has become more well-rounded, but Guardiola's arrival has injected fresh blood into Bayern. Under his tutelage, Bayern players' footwork has become increasingly refined, and their on-field coordination has improved. Their tactical style is gradually trending towards that of La Liga teams, a change that he is very pleased with. However, some of Guardiola's reforms have created some difficulties for the club. For example, Guardiola doesn't like to use, or is not good at using, centre forwards. This has led to a very tense relationship between Mandzukic and Guardiola, with the former already pressuring the club through his agent. If his starting position cannot be guaranteed, Mandzukic may leave Bayern. With Gomez already gone, Mandzukic is Bayern's only reliable striker now. If he leaves, Bayern will have no powerful centre forward available. Although Guardiola doesn't particularly favor using centre forwards, Bayern Munich is a powerhouse and can't be without a player in that role. Fortunately, Bayern's transfer list isn't without alternatives, such as Borussia Dortmund striker Robert Lewandowski. Sammer remembered that Lewandowski's contract expires next summer, and Dortmund hasn't renewed it yet, indicating he intends to leave. In that case, why not contact him and see if he's interested? If so, they could just buy him. So, he took the opportunity to mention it. Dortmund's number 9? That's certainly a good centre forward. If we can sign him for free, it would be a very good deal. Rummenigge remembered Lewandowski, the guy had scored a hat-trick for Bayern, snatching the championship trophy from them. Besides Lin Quan from last season, Lewandowski was the second Bundesliga striker who impressed him. Bayern is adept at scouting talent in the Bundesliga, discovering excellent players from other teams. The benefits of this approach include not only saving a significant amount of transfer fees, but also weakening competitors and strengthening Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga. Chairman Schweinsteiger is somewhat dissatisfied with not being able to start. What do you think? Club manager Hoeneß, seeing Rummenigge in a good mood, seized the opportunity to speak. The arrival of Götze and Thiago has intensified the competition in Bayern's midfield, making Schweinsteiger's starting position less secure. Furthermore, Schweinsteiger's injuries have become more frequent, leading Guardiola to consider dropping him recently. For example, in this crucial match, Schweinsteiger wasn't even included in Guardiola's squad. Schweinsteiger is a genuine Bayern Youth Academy product. He joined Bayern at 14 and has played for the club for over 15 years. Bayern cannot afford to discard such a veteran player so easily or release him abruptly. That would dishearten the veteran players and incite fan discontent. Therefore, Hoeneß originally intended to speak with Guardiola. However, seeing Guardiola's impressive performance, he felt a little less confident. Yes, I understand. Rummenigge nodded, indicating he was aware of the situation but not explicitly stating he would intervene. Of the 11 players on Bayern's roster, only Dante and Ribéry were 30 years old, and Lahm was approaching 30, the rest were very young. Goalkeeper Neuer, at 27, was just entering his peak and could play for Bayern for at least another 7 or 8 years, perhaps even 10. Defenders Boateng and Alaba, at 25 and 21 respectively, could play for Bayern for at least 10 years. Midfielders Thiago, Götze, and Kroos were all born in the 1990s. The oldest, Kroos, was only 23, and the youngest, Götze, was only 21, making 10 years of service for Bayern entirely possible. Up front, Müller, born in 1989, was only 24 this year and could easily play for 8 or 9 years. Mandzukic, the same age as Neuer, was also in his prime. If he leaves and is replaced by Lewandowski from 1988, Bayern's squad will become even younger. As long as these players are retained, Bayern's core players won't need much adjustment for the next decade. These players are not only young but also very strong, and more importantly, they have all proven themselves at Bayern. Once Guardiola has firmly established Bayern's tactical approach, even if he leaves, Bayern's performance won't decline significantly. In this situation, the club can't really interfere with his reforms. Rummenigge can at most try to appease Schweinsteiger and talk to Guardiola to see if he can compromise. However, Rummenigge actually strongly approves of and even admires Guardiola's bold use of young players. His ability to utilize and develop young players, and his willingness to give them playing time, has always been a hallmark of Guardiola. Bayern hired him precisely because of this. They hoped Guardiola would help Bayern achieve a smooth transition after winning the title, laying the foundation for their next rise. Now it seems Guardiola has perfectly fulfilled their task. More importantly, after transforming Bayern's squad, he has maintained excellent results in both the league and the Champions League. What more could one ask of a coach like that? Therefore, even Rummenigge dared not strain his relationship with Guardiola at this point. If he drove him away, where would he find such a good coach? On the sidelines, seeing his team take an early lead, Guardiola didn't appear overly excited. In order to defeat Manchester City, he made some adjustments to his tactics. Although not adept at using a center forward, he still included Mandzukic in the starting lineup. This decision proved to be very correct. Mandzukic acted as a pivot in the attacking third, his playmaking creating favorable conditions for Bayern's offense. Muller's first goal was assisted by Mandzukic, and Götze's goal was also largely due to him. However, with the score now in the lead, the opponent is likely to launch a counter-attack. Guardiola was considering whether to bring on a faster, more dribbling winger in the second half to replace Mandzukic. That way, when Manchester City launched their attacks, they could try to use their speed to counter-attack. Unfortunately, Robben was injured, leaving only Ribéry from the Robben-Ribéry duo. Fortunately, Shaqiri was on the bench. While not as good as Robben, he was sufficient. However, it was still early. Manchester City couldn't afford to be inactive after falling behind. Thinking this, Guardiola's gaze fell on the young player wearing the light blue number 10 jersey. Lin, your team is in dire straits, what will you do? On the field, the Manchester City players were somewhat stunned. Bayern's strength was indeed formidable, completely different from their league opponents. Last time at home, they were overwhelmed by Bayern. This time, playing at their home ground, the feeling was even stronger. Panteleimon's poor performance in the league had caused Pellegrini to lose faith in him. Manchester City brought back Joe Hart as their starting goalkeeper. However, in the first half, Hart's goal was breached twice. This left Hart looking rather dejected and anxious, fearing he might be substituted in a fit of anger. Fortunately, Pellegrini didn't take his anger out on the goalkeeper over the 2 goals conceded. The Chilean engineer was now even more troubled by the team's defensive problems. He had started to revamp the defense when he first joined Manchester City. He tried all sorts of defensive combinations, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Previously in the Premier League, they often conceded goals against weaker teams. Now, playing away against a powerful Bayern Munich, could they expect this defense to remain clean? Dream on. He just hadn't expected the goals to come so early and so many. Falling behind by 2 goals in just 12 minutes was far too passive. Bayern seems to have figured out our defensive characteristics. Their attacks are very targeted. Mandzukic is just a decoy today, he's only acting as a pivot in Bayern's attacks. But the presence of Muller as a second striker ensures that Bayern's threat in the middle hasn't diminished. The first goal conceded came from Mandzukic's back pass, followed by Muller's unmarked run and shot. This was a defensive error on Manchester City's part. After changing their defensive strategy, Muller started drifting wide, combining with the wingers to attack Manchester City's backline. Bayern's fullbacks are very strong at attacking, and their wingers are even more formidable. With Muller joining in, Manchester City's flanks were undoubtedly breached. Götze's second goal came from the wing. Now they don't know what to do. It seems that strengthening the defense in any position is futile. Pellegrini glanced warily at the Bayern coaching bench. It seemed that all his decisions had been anticipated by that man. He had felt the same way last time at the Etihad Stadium. This feeling was even more pronounced at the Allianz Arena. Pellegrini felt a pang of frustration. Could he really not defeat this man? Seeing that the coaching staff hadn't made any adjustments, the players on the field couldn't wait any longer. They gathered together and started discussing. We're already behind, so why not go all out and attack? What's the point of cowering in our own half and defending when we're down by 2 goals? To compete for first place in the group, we have to attack and score goals. Okay, I don't want to defend anymore either. I've been wanting to rush out and beat them for ages. Exactly. So what if Bayern is strong? We've beaten them before. We were able to come back against them last time, and we can do it again this time. The players chatted amongst themselves, successfully boosting their morale. Although they were down by 2 goals, there was no frustration or fear on their faces, only anger and defiance. Clearly, the Manchester City players hadn't lost their fighting spirit, some were even enraged. Lin, which side should we attack? As the core of Manchester City's attack, the players all looked at Lin Quan, waiting for his choice. Lin Quan glanced around. Ribéry was on Bayern's left, and Guts on the right. He had faced both of them before, and if you were to evaluate them, Guts was clearly the weaker one, inferior to Ribéry in both physical strength and match experience. Since that was the case, they would attack Guts this time. David, let's play like this. He discussed with several players, then they all looked at Guts. Guts felt several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Looking up, he met the eyes of Lin Quan and several other Manchester City players. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Guts felt bewildered. You're down by 2 goals, and you're still smiling? Shouldn't we be the one smiling? However, after the game restarted, Guts' smile vanished. He saw Manchester City's key player, who dribbled the ball and came straight to his door, appearing right in front of him. Chapter 223 Boateng, who tripped me up, and who did I trip up? When Guts saw Lin Quan appear before him, he was filled with vigilance. Was Lin Quan trying to use him as a weak point? HMPH, I won't let you succeed. He adopted a defensive stance, focusing intently on Lin Quan and the ball at his feet. Here it comes. Guts versus Lin Quan. The long-awaited duel is finally here. In the CCTV commentary booth, Hiway's spirits lifted when he saw Lin Quan dribble directly to Guts. Both were rising stars in recent years. Guts had become famous earlier, but Lin Quan's momentum was stronger. Fans had long anticipated a showdown between the two to see who was truly superior. Besides, their past rivalry with Bayern Munich over transfers was also a major point of interest. If Guts could defeat Lin Quan in this direct confrontation, it would prove Bayern's judgment and talent was accurate. But if Lin Quan thrashed Guts, it would not only be an insult to Guts, but also a slap in the face to Bayern. So, seeing Lin Quan face off against Guts, not only did Guts' fans tense up, but even Rummenigge and Hoeneß in the VIP box were a little nervous. Come on, Guts. You can do it. Mario, go. Stop that kid and prove yourself. The Allianz Arena fans seemed to have forgotten the fear of being dominated by Lin Quan, actually fantasizing that Guts' mediocre defensive skills could stop him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Quan moved. He first flicked the ball to his right, deceiving Guts' center of gravity, then passed the ball to his left foot, and then smoothly dribbled past Guts on the right. Against Lin Quan, Guts looked clumsy like a bear, completely unable to keep up with Lin Quan's rhythm. Idiot. On the sidelines, Guardiola cursed inwardly as he watched Guts so easily give up his center of gravity. Before the match, he had spent a long time explaining Lin Quan's dribbling techniques to his players, letting them know how to defend against him. However, judging from Guts' performance, he seemed to have completely forgotten what he had emphasized. Stop him. Seeing Guts get beaten, Kroos immediately moved up. Kroos knew how good Lin Quan was, and he also knew he was no match for him. So he just wanted to buy time so that his teammates could come up and double-team him. Thiago didn't disappoint Kroos, he rushed up immediately. Seeing his teammates come to help defend, Kroos breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, he saw a blue figure flash past on his left. So fast. Before he could see who it was, he saw Lin Quan pass the ball. Kroos and Thiago were startled and almost instinctively turned around to see who was attacking with the ball. The answer was David Silva. He had been following behind Lin Quan since Lin Quan started dribbling, but the Bayern players' attention was focused on Lin Quan, and they had overlooked him. While Lin Quan drew everyone's attention, David Silva burst out from the wing, becoming Manchester City's second attacking focal point. Diagonally ahead of him, near the penalty area, Agüero, who had been charging relentlessly since the kickoff, was already in position and reaching for the ball. Lum almost immediately rushed towards David Silva, trying to disrupt the attack and prevent a pass. Dante and Boateng, like two iron gates, sandwiched Aguero, preventing him from receiving the ball. However, David Silva didn't pass to Aguero. Instead, he passed it directly in front of himself, behind Lum. Lum felt a gust of wind sweep past his right side. He turned to chase. But it was too late. Lin Quan received the ball but didn't dribble down the wing. Instead, he cut inside. Don't give him a long-range shot. Neuer, seeing the ball back at Lin Quan's feet, quickly directed his teammates to interfere. A star of Lin Quan's caliber, given space to shoot, would pose a huge threat to the goal. Neuer, though strong, had suffered many defeats at Lin Quan's hands and had lost confidence in stopping Lin Quan's tricky shots. Dante and Boateng exchanged a glance. Seeing Boateng's lack of intention to challenge, Dante had to step in himself. Lin Quan, seeing Dante approaching, subconsciously glanced at his knee. Dante's heart tightened, recalling an unpleasant past event, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just then, Lin Quan began his breakthrough. His starting move was that signature dribbling and change of direction. Dante inwardly cursed, trying desperately to keep up with his opponent's pace. However, after Lin Quan's 3 consecutive dribbling maneuvers in a very short time, Dante felt his knee couldn't take it anymore. Boateng, the rest is up to you. This 30-year-old old man can't hold on much longer. Seeing Dante outmaneuvered, Boateng had no choice but to abandon Aguero and step in to intercept Lin Quan. Boateng's strategy was clear. He was Bayern's last defensive player. So, as soon as he left, Aguero was offside, and Lin Quan couldn't possibly pass the ball to Manchester City's striker. Seeing Boateng appear in front of Lin Quan, the fans burst into laughter. I'm reminded of Boateng's famous moment. Boateng, who tripped me, and who did I trip? Don't say it, it hurts too much. Haha, this is a fateful duel. Let's see how Boateng will fall this time. Even the fans knew this meme, so Boateng, as the person involved, couldn't possibly be unaware. The reason he was unwilling to intercept Lin Quan was because he was afraid of a repeat of being outmaneuvered at the Allianz Arena. However, with his teammates' interception failing, he became the last defender, and Boateng had no choice but to go. Facing Lin Quan with the ball, Boateng was on high alert. He dared not rush in, because the opponent's footwork was too agile, and his movement frequency far exceeded that of ordinary players. Rushing in would be tantamount to suicide. But even though he didn't rush in, Lin Quan came for him. So Boateng could only retreat again and again. As he retreated, he mentally encouraged himself, hold on, just a little longer. If he could only stall for a little time, his teammates who had been beaten earlier could catch up and double-team Lin Quan. Then he wouldn't be isolated anymore and would have a chance to steal the ball from the opponent. However, his wishful thinking failed. Lin Quan passed the ball. He passed it to Aguero. Offside. Boateng raised his hand almost immediately, but only after raising his hand did he realize that he was actually behind Aguero. Aguero, who was originally in an offside position, was no longer offside after Boateng's continuous retreat. Idiot. Neuer cursed inwardly and rushed towards Aguero. However, he had only just rushed out when Aguero passed the ball again. The ball was back at Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan had already shaken off Boateng, received the ball, and shot directly at the goal without stopping at 2-1. Manchester City quickly pulled one back in the 14th minute of the first half. Boateng looked stunned after Lin Quan scored. How could they have been humiliated again? Was it really impossible to beat this guy? Neuer angrily kicked the post. The goal was incredibly frustrating. After scoring, Lin Quan celebrated with a front flip. This was Klose's signature celebration, which Lin Quan had also used a few times during his time at Werder Bremen. Seeing this, both coaches tensed up. Tell Lin not to celebrate like that later, it's too dangerous. Pellegrini was startled. This move was very risky. If done well, it would be very cool and stylish. But if it failed, it could injure the spine or even the head, which wouldn't be a minor injury and could potentially end his career. Guardiola instinctively wanted to beckon Lin Quan over for a reprimand, but then suddenly remembered he was Bayern Munich's coach, and Lin Quan wasn't his player, so he had to give up. You brat, I'll teach you a lesson after the game. The game restarted, and Manchester City's morale soared after pulling one back. Their attacks became increasingly threatening. Bayern Munich, having just conceded a goal, were wary of Manchester City's attacks and dared not launch the previous relentless assault. The game became somewhat tense, with both sides' players battling fiercely and their actions becoming increasingly aggressive. Milner and Yaya Toure received cards, and Bayern's defender Dante also received a yellow card. In this situation, it was clear that Manchester City's players were at a greater disadvantage. They had long been accustomed to the lenient officiating standards of the Premier League and were somewhat unaccustomed to the stricter refereeing in the Champions League. This was a point of contention for Premier League teams in the Champions League. The intense physicality and lenient officiating standards of the Premier League certainly enhanced the league's entertainment value. However, it also brought trouble to the teams participating in European competitions, as they needed to readjust to the refereeing standards. According to European competition rules, accumulating 3 yellow cards results in a suspension. After the initial 1-match suspension, the penalty was further increased to a 1-match suspension for 2 yellow cards. This often resulted in Premier League teams being sidelined due to suspensions during crucial matches, significantly impacting their fighting strength. Milner is relatively safe, as he is a rotation player, not a regular starter. However, Yaya Toure is different. He is Manchester City's starting defensive midfielder. Having already received 2 yellow cards, he has now received another, meaning he will be suspended for the next match. Manchester City will face their knockout stage opponent in their next game. The absence of their key defensive midfielder in the first knockout match is not good news for Manchester City. The 2-1 scoreline remained until halftime. This score was not ideal for either Manchester City or Bayern Munich. For Bayern, a 2-1 score would mean Manchester City would finish first in the group on goal difference, which they would find unacceptable. For Manchester City, a loss would mean their unbeaten Champions League record would be broken. So, after the second half began, both teams unanimously opted for an attacking strategy. Both teams are known for their offensive prowess, boasting a wealth of talented top-tier players in their midfield and forward lines. With both teams abandoning their conservative tactics, the excitement of the match instantly rose to a new level. Players from both sides traded blows, frequently producing breathtaking combinations. This thrilled the fans in the stadium. They paid for their tickets to see this kind of game. Holy crap, is Manchester City really that strong? They're evenly matched with Bayern. Manchester City has so many stars, of course they're not bad. They're clearly behind. How dare they think it's a 50-50 game? Bayern fans clearly couldn't accept this assessment. What kind of team is this? They dare to go toe-to-toe with Bayern? Bayern is on par with Real Madrid and Barcelona in Europe, a top-tier club. Other giants have to give them a wide berth. Manchester City is just a nouveau riche, not even a giant. How dare they go toe-to-toe with Bayern? Just wait, Guardiola is about to make substitutions, and Bayern will start to exert their strength after that. Guardiola's substitutions this season have had an immediate effect, making Bayern fans quite superstitious about his changes. As long as Guardiola makes substitutions, everything will be fine. In the 62nd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half. Yaya Toure quickly passed a ball to Lin Quan, who dribbled straight towards Guts. As the saying goes, pick on the weak. In this match, he wasn't targeting anyone else, but specifically focusing on Guts. Guts was suffering. Ever since this guy came knocking, he'd been relentlessly tormented. Although he tried hard to defend, his defensive ability was simply no match for Lin Quan's attacking ability. So, without any suspense, Lin Quan once again broke through Guts. Thiago's face turned green. As he rushed towards Lin Quan, he shouted inwardly, "Can't someone else come on? I don't want to clean up this guy's mess." Before Thiago could get into position, Lin Quan passed the ball and immediately sprinted forward. After several 1-2 passes with his teammates, he charged into the penalty area. But before he could even shoot, Bayern's captain, Lum, tripped him from behind. The referee quickly blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. The fans in the stadium erupted in uproar. A penalty at this moment meant that their lead of most of the game was completely wiped out. Guts was completely outplayed today. So tragic, I counted, he seems to have been beaten by Lin Quan 8 times. Wow, Lin Quan is too ruthless, he just picks on one person to bully. I wonder what the Bayern club's management is feeling now. They clearly had a chance to sign Lin Quan. I think they were probably feeling a burning pain in their faces right now. In the VIP box at the Allianz Arena, Rummenigge, Hoeneß, and others had been restless ever since Lin Quan launched his attack. When they saw Lahm commit a foul from behind and be awarded a penalty and a yellow card, both men's faces turned grim. Well, Lahm was forced to commit the foul in desperation, you can't blame him. Hoeneß wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly spoke up for Lahm. Rummenigge snorted heavily, I'm not blaming Lahm, he played very well. Hearing Rummenigge's words, Hoeneß and Sammer exchanged bewildered glances. If Lahm wasn't to blame, then who is the chairman to blame? As the team's first-choice penalty taker, Lin Quan stepped up to the penalty spot without hesitation. Facing the German goalkeeper, Lin Quan calmly sent the ball towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Neuer guessed the right direction. But the ball was too fast, he couldn't save it in time and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Manchester City equalized. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Group Winners Advance. Napoli eliminated with only 12 points. Seeing Lin Quan score his second goal, Guardiola scratched his head. He hadn't actually targeted Lin Quan specifically for this match. Bringing on Cruz and Thiago was primarily for attacking, and that had worked. However, the consequence of not assigning a dedicated defender to Lin Quan was that he couldn't contain him. Guts's performance in attack was actually decent, at least Guardiola was satisfied. Although he performed terribly against Lin Quan, giving the impression of being on a completely different level, Guardiola hadn't expected him to be able to one-on-one with Lin Quan. If Guts truly had that ability, Guardiola would definitely use him as an absolute starter, even the absolute core of the team. Clearly, Guts didn't have that ability. Make a substitution, Guardiola said to the assistant coach. Who? Grant glanced at the bench, unsure who Guardiola wanted to bring on. Bring Martinez on, replacing Guts. Muller dropped back, Mandzukic as the lone striker. Hearing Guardiola's substitution choice, the assistant coaches were all stunned. Has the coach given up on winning the group? It's very difficult. We need to score 2 goals to secure first place, and with only 20 minutes left, it's practically impossible. Guardiola knew what these people were thinking, so he explained, however, substituting Guts doesn't necessarily weaken our attack. Everyone was skeptical of his words. Guts is an attacking player, while Martinez is a defensive player. Substituting Guts clearly weakens Bayern's attacking ability, this is obvious to everyone. So why did Guardiola say the opposite? In the 67th minute, Bayern made the first substitution, with Guardiola replacing Guts with Martinez. Seeing himself substituted, Guts felt a sense of relief, finally free from the torment of the opponent on the field. At the same time, he felt a sense of defeat. He had undoubtedly lost to Lin Quan in this match, and by a large margin. After Martinez came on, Bayern's midfield defensive solidity immediately increased. As Lin Quan attacked again with the ball, Martinez appeared in front of him, as expected. Lin, go easy on me, give your brother some face, Martinez said to Lin Quan with a smile. He didn't want to leave a famous scene like Boateng at the Allianz Stadium. Brother, I was going to avoid you when I saw you, but you came to mark me, and you're telling me to go easy on you. Lin Quan glanced at him speechlessly. Everyone knows that Javier is a tough defender, only a fool would want to run into him. Haha, really? Coach Guardiola assigned me to mark you. It's my duty, I can't help it. Javier's defensive intensity was far superior to Guts's. Under his marking, Lin Quan's dribbling efficiency dropped significantly. It wasn't that he couldn't break through, but it was difficult to get past him as cleanly as he did with Guts. With Javier's running ability and tracking ability, if he didn't get past him completely, it was as if he hadn't gotten past him at all, he would catch up immediately. Furthermore, when Hyman was on the field, Bayern employed a defensive strategy of compressing space, using him as a focal point while other players converged on him, forming a cage that effectively trapped Lin Quan. This tactic had been used by Hinks when he was coaching, and it had thoroughly frustrated Lin Quan back then. After Guardiola arrived at Bayern, he heeded Grande's advice, retained this tactic, and further refined it. This significantly increased its effectiveness. Shortly after Martinez came on, Bayern's defense gradually solidified, and the defenders no longer had to worry. As a result, they were willing to commit more players to attack, with the two fullbacks frequently pushing past the midfield. Suddenly, Bayern improved considerably on both ends of the pitch, gradually suppressing Manchester City. Strange, Guardiola clearly substituted defensive players, but why do I feel Bayern's attacking ability has become stronger? I feel the same way. Although I don't understand it, it proves Guardiola's substitutions are indeed effective. Actually it's not that hard to understand. Bayern's wing attacking ability is very strong, but before, Lin Quan was too threatening, making Bayern's defenders, especially the full-backs, hesitant to push forward confidently. Without the full-backs' attacking support, Bayern's attacking ability naturally decreased. After Martinez came on, Bayern solved their defensive problems in the midfield and backfield, allowing the full-backs to rejoin the attack. Pellegrini also noticed this. Seeing Lin Quan being tightly marked in the middle, he immediately changed his strategy and made substitutions. In the 72nd minute, Manchester City substituted Negrito for Navas, and then moved Lin Quan to the right wing position. This put Lin Quan against Ribéry. Ribéry has been Bayern's main initiator of attacks recently, posing a significant threat on the flanks. If he can't be contained, Manchester City's goal will likely be breached soon. Seeing Lin Quan appear opposite him, Ribéry narrowed his eyes. Ribéry and Lin Quan had faced each other many times, and he knew Lin Quan's strength well. Both were offensively stronger than defensively and were very adept at dribbling. Therefore, neither could stop the other, easily leading to a back-and-forth exchange. Is Manchester City trying to trade him to me? Ribéry couldn't help but think. However, Ribéry quickly realized that Lin Quan wasn't marking him, but rather his teammate, Bayern's fullback Alaba. Alaba thought to himself, what did I do to deserve this? This guy charges at me the moment he gets the ball. The key is that he can't stop him one-on-one, and if he calls for teammates to help, he dribbles down the wing and crosses. Agüero is relatively short, and heading isn't his strong suit. However, the newly substituted Negrito was different. Standing at 186 centimeters, he possessed impressive jumping ability and posed a significant threat in aerial duels within the penalty area. Bayern couldn't allow such unrestrained crosses. If they conceded a header, they would be finished. As a result, Alaba was completely tied up, his energy was wasted on defending Lin Quan, and he couldn't break through to the halfway line to provide support. Without the fullback support, Ribéry's threat diminished considerably. Bayern's attack on the left flank suddenly went silent. Guardiola frowned. Pellegrini's adjustment was quite effective. But if this was all they had, it wouldn't be enough to win the game, far from enough. Shaqiri, warm up. Bayern quickly made a substitution, replacing Mandzukic with Shaqiri. Unlike Mandzukic, a target man, Shaqiri was very fast and could play as a winger or striker. Fullbacks not pushing forward? It's alright, I'll have the forwards assist Ribéry in the midfield. Guardiola's adjustment wasn't exactly brilliant, but the game was already past the 70th minute. Both sides were severely fatigued, and Manchester City's defenders couldn't keep up with Shaqiri's speed. This led to Shaqiri creating several threats quickly after coming on, even drawing yellow cards for Manchester City's defensive midfielder Fernandinho and defender Zabaleta. This couldn't go on. Pellegrini gritted his teeth and made another substitution. He replaced Agüero with Rodwell. Rodwell plays as a defensive midfielder, and with him on the pitch, Manchester City switched to a three-man midfield formation. The sweeping and interception capabilities of three defensive midfielders are indeed much stronger than two, and after Rodwell came on, Bayern's attacks began to be stifled. The reason why fullbacks' overlapping runs are difficult to defend is entirely because they come from unmarked positions in the back. Before they receive the ball, the defending side is unlikely to assign someone specifically to mark and limit them, giving them opportunities to attack. However, placing the passer in the attacking third inevitably leads to multiple layers of interception and restriction from the opposing forwards, midfielders, and even defenders. Pellegrini's substitution was clearly targeted and successfully limited Guardiola's adjustments. The opponent's rapid adjustments surprised Guardiola. He remembered that in their last match against Manchester City, Pellegrini was not only tactically conservative but also slow to make substitutions. He hadn't expected such rapid improvement. He glanced back at his own bench, where striker Pizarro, goalkeeper Stark, fullbacks Rafinha and Contento, and centre-back Van Booten were all present. Of these, Pizarro and Van Booten were both 35 years old, well past their prime. Rafinha was in his prime, but he wasn't better than Lam or Alaba. As for Contento, he was purely a role player, mediocre in ability, and had few opportunities to perform. There was no one else available. Guardiola sighed. Bayern had too many injured players, significantly impacting the team's lineup. Thankfully, the winter break is almost here. The Bundesliga's winter break is a full 35 days. Just 2 more league games and they'll have over a month of rest. Hopefully, the team's injury situation will improve by then. The two teams traded blows, and the score remained 2-2 until the final whistle. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Manchester City bench, coaching staff, and substitutes went wild. We did it. We actually managed a draw at Bayern's home ground. This draw was incredibly significant for Manchester City. It was their first time reaching the Champions League knockout stage, and their first time topping their group. After an excited hug with several assistant coaches, Pellegrini remembered he hadn't shaken hands with the home team's coach. So he quickly straightened his clothes and walked towards the aisle. Guardiola was already waiting for him there. Congratulations on advancing. Thank you, and I wish you a good draw. Bayern qualified as the second-place team in their group, meaning their next match would be against the group leaders. If Bayern Munich were to draw teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona, even a strong team like Bayern could be eliminated. Conversely, Manchester City qualified as group winners and will be drawn against the runners-up from each group in their next match. The runners-up are obviously weaker than the group winners, making their advancement much easier than Bayern's. That's why Pellegrini wished them a good draw. However, given Bayern's strength, as long as they don't face Real Madrid or Barcelona, they should be fine. After the match, Müller approached Lin Quan to exchange jerseys. Lin Quan didn't dislike Thomas Müller. He played hard on the field and trained diligently off the field. He was also aware of his shortcomings and worked hard to improve, making himself stronger and stronger. Even more commendable was that, like Reus, he was a player who stayed with one team. He even went further than Reus, having never played for another club. If Bayern's management had any sense, Müller might very well retire at the Allianz Arena. Come on, try to draw Real Madrid and beat them. After exchanging jerseys, Lin Quan patted Müller on the shoulder and said to him. Müller said with a bitter face, Real Madrid is so strong, we can't beat them if we draw them. Don't be discouraged, Dortmund can do it, and so can you. Then let Dortmund draw Real Madrid, and after they eliminate Real Madrid, we'll eliminate them. Müller's plan could be heard across the Atlantic. In the last match of the Champions League group stage, apart from the match between Manchester City and Bayern Munich in Group B, which attracted a lot of attention, the focus of this round was the 2 matches in the Group of Death. Group F. Napoli, who were behind in both goal difference and points, hosted Arsenal at home. At the same time, Dortmund traveled to face Marseille, who had lost all 5 of their matches. With these 2 matches starting at the same time, apart from the completely slumped Marseille, the other 3 teams were paying close attention to the other match almost every minute. In the 4th minute, Borussia Dortmund, playing away, took the lead, temporarily putting them 1-0 up against Marseille. This news sent a pall of gloom through the Napoli fans at the San Paolo Stadium. If the game ended in this score, Dortmund would advance, and Napoli would be eliminated. However, 10 minutes later, news came from Marseille that they had equalized. This brought a sigh of relief to the Napoli fans, who immediately reminded the players that a win would secure their advancement. However, bad news came from the other match. Marseille's striker Payet received 2 yellow cards in 2 minutes, resulting in a red card and his immediate dismissal. This news plunged the Napoli fans, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, back into anxiety. Fortunately, Marseille, playing with 10 men, focused on defense and prevented Dortmund from scoring again. This meant Napoli still had a chance. A win would secure their advancement. However, facing Arsenal's defense, Napoli struggled to find a way to break through. After more than 70 minutes of play, the score remained 0-0. Finally, in the 73rd minute, Gonzalo Higuain seized his opportunity and scored Napoli's first goal. This goal sent the Napoli fans at the San Paolo Stadium into a frenzy. This scoreline meant they would replace Borussia Dortmund and join Arsenal in advancing to the knockout stage. As if on cue, shortly after Napoli's goal, Arsenal midfielder Mikel Arteta received his second yellow card and was sent off. This boosted Napoli's confidence even further. They were determined to advance to the knockout stage. However, fate often plays cruel tricks. After holding on for over 70 minutes, Marseille, playing with 10 men, finally succumbed. In the 87th minute, Borussia Dortmund scored again, making it 2-1. This goal was practically a game winner. With only 3 minutes left in regular time, and less than 6 minutes including stoppage time, Marseilles, playing with 10 men and with no hope of advancing, couldn't afford to attack with all their might. This also means that Borussia Dortmund has essentially secured their place in the knockout stage. And Dortmund's qualification means Napoli will be eliminated unless they can score 3 goals against Arsenal and advance on goal difference. When this news came, the Napoli players went wild. They launched a frenzied attack on Arsenal's goal, hoping to score more goals in the final minutes. Their efforts paid off. In the 90th minute, Callaghan scored again, making it 2-0 for Napoli against Arsenal. The referee added 4 minutes of stoppage time. If they could score another goal in those final minutes, they would advance. Faced with a frenzied Napoli, Arsenal also went crazy. Before the tournament, their chances of advancing were the best, but now they were in jeopardy. Arsenal couldn't accept being eliminated. It wasn't even the second half of the season yet, and it wasn't the season for Arsenal's habitual collapses. Napoli wanted to reach the knockout stage, and so did Arsenal. In the final 4 minutes, the match became extremely intense, even brutal. Arsenal, with their resolute defense, withstood Arsenal's relentless attacks, holding on to a 0-2 deficit until the final whistle. Ultimately, Napoli defeated Arsenal 2-0, finishing with 4 wins in 6 matches and 12 points, but were eliminated due to a 2-goal deficit. They are the highest-scoring team ever eliminated from the Champions League, setting a new record. Meanwhile, in Group G, Zenit St. Petersburg suffered a 1-4 away defeat to Austria Vienna, managing only 6 points, yet still advanced to the knockout stage, also a Champions League record. Fate can be cruel, and this was certainly true for the fans of both Napoli and Zenit. Chapter 225. 9 Champions League goals, equaling Ronaldo's record. 22 league goals, aiming for Alan Shearer. After their match against Bayern Munich, Manchester City didn't linger in Munich but returned to Manchester overnight. The Premier League's Christmas rush is about to begin, and Manchester City will face a grueling schedule in the coming days. 3 days later, they will face Arsenal in a top-of-the-table clash. Looking at the two teams' form, Manchester City is slightly better. In the Champions League, they overcame a 2-goal deficit to secure a draw against the powerful Bayern Munich. Arsenal, on the other hand, held a 3-point advantage but were thoroughly outplayed away from home, nearly being eliminated. However, Manchester City's recent league performances have been inconsistent, raising some doubts about their current form. The two teams aren't significantly different in ability. The result will depend on their tactics and performance on the day. Whoever is in better form and can capitalize on the opponent's mistakes will have a greater chance of winning. Both coaches are staying up late watching videotapes of each other's matches, trying to find weaknesses. On the Arsenal side, after watching Manchester City's recent league games and Champions League performances, Wenger wearily rubbed his forehead. They're tough to beat. With Lin Quan joining, Manchester City's attacking prowess is immense. If Arsenal can contain him, they might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Arsenal is a team that struggles when behind. They have too many young players, and their tendency to collapse in the second half of the game makes them lack resilience. When they're winning, they can be phenomenal, but when they're losing, these young players become lost. This leads to them conceding 1 goal against a strong team and then conceding another. The reason for this isn't complicated. Since Vieira left, Arsenal hasn't found a suitable leader. Wenger initially favored Fabregas, but he was lured away by Barcelona, ruining years of Wenger's efforts. Add to that the lack of trophies year after year, and Arsenal's clause against signing players over 30 for more than a year, and Arsenal is unable to attract top players or retain their existing talent. Unfortunately, if they had brought Lin Quan back to the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's team leader might have been secured. With a sigh, Wenger quickly shook this thought from his mind. Lin Quan had already joined Manchester City, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Instead of wasting time on such matters, he should focus on how to contain him. After repeatedly observing Manchester City's 2 matches against Bayern Munich, as well as their games against Sunderland, West Bromwich Albion, and Southampton, Wenger finally had some ideas. In contrast to Wenger's worries, the Arsenal players weren't intimidated by the fact that their opponent was Manchester City. Theo Walcott posted on social media, "I have a feeling I'll score at the Etihad Stadium, and more than one." Also a rising star among young players, Walcott was very dissatisfied with Lin Quan. Compared to Lin Quan, Walcott debuted earlier and achieved fame earlier. He didn't think he was inferior to Lin Quan. After all, he had come to Arsenal with the title of a super talent. Arsene Wenger, known for his thriftiness, was willing to spend £5 million British pounds on the 16-year-old, a testament to his ability. Walcott's performance after joining Arsenal also proved the professor's keen eye for talent. However, compared to Lin Quan's rapid rise to prominence after joining Manchester City, Walcott has consistently fallen short in recent years. He attributes this to injuries. Speed-oriented players like him are indeed prone to injury, and injuries can significantly impact their performance. However, in the past 2 years, as his injuries have decreased, his league performances have improved considerably. Last season, he scored 14 league goals for Arsenal, making him the team's top scorer. After Robin van Persie's departure, Walcott essentially anchored Arsenal's attack. This is why he earned Arsenal's highest salary, £100,000 per week. Walcott's words quickly garnered significant attention and discussion online. Arsenal fans naturally sang his praises and cheered him on. Go Walcott. Let Manchester City see what you're made of. Show them who's the fastest man in the Premier League. Manchester City fans, however, scoffed at Walcott's statement. Tisk tisk, really, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump out and compare himself to Lingard. Haha, Walcott? This guy dares to compare himself to Lingard? Lingard scored 22 goals in less than half a season. Can Walcott score that many goals in a full season? Hell, Lingard has more goals in the Champions League than Walcott in the league. In the eyes of the Manchester City players, the two were not even in the same league. Walcott was just trying to provoke them, so they didn't hold back their insults. Walcott had played for Arsenal for many years and had accumulated a considerable number of fans. Seeing their star being insulted, they naturally couldn't sit still, so they also started to talk back and exchange insults with the Manchester City fans. Some reporters, not wanting to miss out on the drama, went to Manchester City's training ground to find Lin Quan and interview him about the matter. Lin, what do you think of Theo's statement? The reporter's question startled Lin Quan, who subconsciously asked, who is Theo? This was just a normal question for Lin Quan, as he had no idea it was Walcott's name. However, the fans, especially Manchester City fans, didn't care about such things. In their eyes, this was their star player's response to Arsenal's star players challenge, and a response that suited their tastes perfectly. As a result, those 4 words quickly became a trending topic online that day, with Manchester City fans flocking to Walcott's Twitter account, lining up to copy the sentence. Who is Theo? Lin, sorry, I don't know who Theo is. Oh, someone failed at bluffing. Ha ha ha, serves him right, clearly not a player of the same caliber, yet he tried to bluff, got slapped in the face, huh? Seeing Manchester City fans lining up to provoke Walcott on Twitter, Lin Quan considered posting a tweet to analyze the situation. After careful consideration, he rejected the idea. Explaining at this point might be seen as cowardice, which could affect Manchester City's morale. Besides, Walcott initiated the provocation himself. Since he made the first move, he shouldn't blame others for retaliating. On Arsenal's side, Walcott was furious at Lin Quan's response and the Manchester City fans' provocation. He vowed to give them a sound thrashing at the Etihad Stadium. Seeing Walcott full of energy and his fighting spirit fully ignited on the training ground, Wenger on the sidelines was both surprised and delighted, his confidence in the match increasing significantly. On December 14th, the 16th round of the Premier League officially kicked off. As the highlight of this round, the top-of-the-table clash between Manchester City and Arsenal was scheduled for noon on the 14th. The intention behind this arrangement was clear. The Premier League wanted to cater to viewers in Asia and the Americas. Especially in Asia, when the match started, Beijing time was just 9 p.m., right in prime time. This season, thanks to Lin Quan's arrival and the Premier League's strong promotion, viewership for Premier League matches in Asia has increased significantly. After signing a broadcasting contract with CCTV, the Premier League's popularity and recognition in China have risen dramatically. Many fans who didn't previously watch the Premier League have started watching the matches on CCTV this season. Of course, Manchester City's matches are the most watched. Whenever CCTV broadcasts Manchester City games, viewership immediately soars. Conversely, viewership drops sharply when broadcasting matches of other Premier League teams. Clearly, The vast majority of fans are watching because of Lin Quan. Go Lin Wang. I'm your fan. Those haters are showing their true colors, aren't they? Real fans wouldn't call brother Lin Wang. Haters are fans too, they've developed feelings for him after all that hating. Speaking of which, Lin Wang is in really hot form right now, 22 goals in the league and 9 in the Champions League group stage. He, scoring in every single one of the 6 group stage matches, breaking the Champions League record. It's really amazing. Those who said Lin Wang's goals weren't as good as Messi's and Ronaldo's, they've been proven wrong now, haven't they? Haha, he doesn't play when he's behind. In the first 4 rounds of the Champions League, Lin Quan only scored 5 goals, which drew criticism from Messi and Ronaldo fans, especially Ronaldo's supporters. But in the last 2 rounds, Lin Quan scored 4 goals, catching up with Ronaldo in the Champions League top scorer rankings and sharing the top spot with him. It's a pity Ronaldo also scored, otherwise Lingard would have been the sole top scorer. Some fans still felt a little regretful. Real Madrid won again in the last round of the group stage, and Ronaldo scored a goal, bringing his total to 9. It doesn't matter. With Lingard's form, he'll overtake them sooner or later. Messi and Ibrahimovic, who were ahead of him before, have been surpassed by him now, haven't they? Fans were full of confidence in Lin Quan. Not for any other reason than his superhuman performance of scoring in every game. Everyone had no reason not to be optimistic about him. Isn't the Premier League season goal record Alan Shearer's 34 goals? Can Lingard break that record? Isn't that a piece of cake? Lingard's current goal-scoring efficiency is 1.47 goals per game. There are still 23 rounds left in the Premier League. If he scores 1 goal every 2 rounds, he'll break the record. Wow, Lingard's goal-scoring efficiency is terrifying. His total goals this season will reach 50 or 60, right, 40 plus in the league, 10 plus in the Champions League. As for cup competitions, it depends on the FA Cup and League Cup draws. If he can reach the final, scoring 10 goals shouldn't be a problem. If we include his national team goals, wouldn't Lingard's stats have a chance to catch up with Messi and Ronaldo? He's already surpassed Messi, but catching up with Ronaldo is a bit difficult. Ronaldo's total goals this year have reached 68. That's terrifying. Is Ronaldo that good this year? Otherwise, how could they be called the 2 greatest players of all time? As for Messi, after scoring 91 goals last year, his form has declined quite a bit this year. His current goal tally is only 45, less than half of last year's. Previously, some people said that Lin Quan was a player in the same league as Messi and Ronaldo, but many people didn't quite agree. However, after fans presented the 3 players' statistics this season, those who didn't know Lin Quan and still had doubts were surprised to find that Lin Quan had actually developed to this level. It seems that Walcott is really just faking it. He can't even score 30 goals a season, and his highest league goal tally is only 14. What makes him think he can compare to Lin Quan? These 2 are indeed not on the same league. Walcott is inferior to Lin Quan in dribbling, passing, playmaking, and positioning. His finishing is also several levels below. However, the little tiger isn't entirely useless. At least he's faster than Lin Quan. If Lin Quan had Walcott's speed, that would be terrifying, because this match is crucial to the Premier League title race this season. It's important for all teams aiming for the championship. Therefore, before the match, in addition to the media sending a large number of reporters to cover the game, major Premier League clubs also sent representatives to watch. Liverpool manager Rodgers, who is about to face Manchester City, even came to the stadium. He wanted to see how much Arsenal could replicate Manchester City's style of play. If Arsenal could defeat Manchester City, the Reds could learn from their tactics and use them against Manchester City. Of course, Manchester City's home ground is difficult to play at, and Arsenal's chances of winning are not high. Liverpool doesn't have high hopes for them. However, given Arsenal's strength, they should be able to expose some of their opponents' weaknesses. If both teams don't play conservative tactics, it might be a goal fest. Rodgers was right, both Manchester City and Arsenal opted for attacking tactics. After the previous rounds of matches, Pellegrini realized that Manchester City's defense did indeed have problems. If they don't want to expose this weakness to their opponents, they need to increase their attacking threat, put more pressure on them, and keep them busy defending, unable to threaten Manchester City's goal. Only in this way can Manchester City's vulnerability be eliminated to the greatest extent. Wenger and Pellegrini are on the same page. Arsenal isn't exactly a defensively strong team either. Without a staunch leader like Vieira, their midfield has always lacked cohesion. Cazorla, Ozil, and Arteta don't possess Vieira's defensive abilities, nor his leadership qualities. Manchester City, on the other hand, is a team with overwhelming attacking power. If they are forced to play passively, they might be overwhelmed. Therefore, he learned from the experiences of other teams and plans to use attacking tactics against Manchester City. With the strength of Arsenal's players, breaking through Manchester City's defense shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, Arsenal players excel at playing with a lead. Once they take the lead, their morale will greatly increase. Then, a second and third goal could very well follow. In that case, Arsenal could not only defeat the formidable Manchester City, but might even achieve a resounding victory. Arsenal just lost to Napoli in the Champions League, unexpectedly losing the group lead after leading for 5 rounds. This makes their Champions League knockout stage appearances extremely difficult. Wenger's team desperately needs a big win to boost morale and restore player confidence, giving them a fighting chance when facing other teams in the knockout stages. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.